Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher.
This weekend, proudly sponsored by while our sports sedans, sports cars and muscle cars are about ready to leave the dummy grid on their 10-minute qualifying period.
Good morning, Vaughan. Good morning, everybody. And we've got a very wet Carco.com circuit here, of course, in that little Ultra Sport, which is actually for sale, and he's asking a reasonable amount for that, so that's good to see. So we've got the sedans coming up now for their point scores.
And it's all Ryan Humphrey by 30 points over Grant Hill. Adam Marjoram, of course, he had a run up here a couple of months ago. And then Ron Moller, who unfortunately I don't see down in the dummy grid this morning.
Yeah, Adam Marjoram had a run out there in the ex-Castrol Racing Perkins Commodore.
And there we go, the WA muscle car points is Clint Rayner on 125 over Alex Rayner on 20 and Ron Moller on 0.
I think it might be a bit difficult to be catching Clinton in that one with only a couple of events left in the season. But yeah, interesting point scores, and watching down there, they're still waiting on the grid. So we've got the HQs coming up now.
And it's Michael Howlett on 206 from Mick Woodbridge on 168. Now it starts to really close up with Stuart Kenny on 151 from Ryan Davis, all the way back down to Peter Marsh, who's been off and on this year, down there on 7 points at the moment. Phil Breen in there in 5, Todd Faulknell, Grant Ord, Rory Sharp, Mark Alfonsi and Troy Kent tied with Mark Alfonsi back there for equal 9th.
Yeah, then we've got Dave Kent, Brad Butler, Kyan Butler, Brett O'Keefe, Brian Pangler, Scott Hames, Laurie Marsh and Peter Marsh at the back of the group there. So lots and lots of really interesting point scores that are going to be determined over the next couple of race meetings.
Yeah, it certainly will, and that just shows you the importance for Michael Howlett to have a decent run today in the Holden HQ to protect that lead that he has. So we're going to have a look. Just been told that Ron Moller is going to be running a sports sedan today, so we'll have to check it out once the cars get out onto the grid. I can see them all down there. They're just receiving the 1 minute sign at the moment. And let's have a look at our program for today. It's action-packed. Of course, we've got this one, our last of our qualifying periods at the moment. And then we go to the first of our races coming up. And that will be for the Excel Cup, brought to you by Retrovision. Then we have the Holden HQs. Formula V coming out for their continuation of the BM graphics and the Morton family plates this weekend. And then, of course, we go to the ADH club car, sports sedans and WA muscle cars. And as we said, the historic touring cars will be on right before our lunch break. And then we may have a grid walk and drift demonstration depending on the weather. It's no rain at the moment, but the track is super soggy at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is, as the cars leave the pit lane and head out on their sighting lap that they'll do, getting their brakes warmed up and maybe trying to get a little bit of temperature into their tyres. We have a look just then as Walter Eppel goes up through turn 3, and he got nice and sideways there, so he's found out that that's a bit of a slippery part of the circuit. So we've got Ryan Humphrey behind him, our current state champion and state championship leader in the beautiful Falcon. And their cars are all just cycling out. Good field of these cars for this weekend.
There's one gone. In turn 4 there, one of the Porsches.
Yep.
Can't see who that is from here, but we've got one of the street cars that has put a set of slicks on for this weekend, and that is Jared Carey in car number 444 in the Nissan 350, powered by an LS motor now, and he's done a lot of work on this car, taken out a lot of weight, put a really big brake package on it. Normally runs on groove tyres, but for this weekend he's decided to put a set of slicks on, which unfortunately probably not going to work for him.
I was going to say, I hope he hasn't got slicks on out there at the moment, because otherwise we'll be seeing him become part of the scenery pretty quickly. But it's a strong wind out there. Looking at the trees down by turn 7, it's actually a stronger wind than what it was yesterday, so it's going to blow the weather across pretty quickly. But yeah, as I said, there were some pretty black clouds out the back of the circuit when I had a look, and that's the direction that the rain comes from. So the guys are now coming onto pit straight and going across the stripe for the first time to start their first qualifying lap.
Unfortunately, we don't have Ron Moller out there. We were told that he would be running sports sedans today, which would probably be in his Trans Am. And unfortunately, the Trans Am not playing ball. Oh, there's another big off there.
Yeah, that's
turn 5.
Walter Eppel down there at that was turn 5, was it?
Yeah, at the top of the hill there, I believe.
Another particularly slippery part of the circuit. So
he's found both.
Yeah, he has indeed. So yeah, that's unusual for Walter. Very, very experienced guy. He goes back to the early 80s.
There's the splitter. Front splitters come off the front of that.
Yeah, he goes back to the early 80s as for his time that he started racing here. So he's a 40-year veteran of this circuit. So it's very unusual to see him off the track like that. Don't think that splitter's going to make a great deal of difference in this sort of weather condition. So he can probably lose that.
And very lucky he didn't hit the concrete wall there. He's missed it by about a car length. But yeah, that car will certainly be understeering at the moment. Oh, there's the splitter. He's just left that behind, right, straddling over the sawtooth ripple strip.
I think that was pretty lucky for him, because if it was dragging behind the car, he would have got the meatball flag and he would have been asked to come in and remove that, and that would have basically destroyed his entire qualifying session.
Yeah, Ryan Humphries just getting the XF Falcon all sideways on the way out of turn number 1.
Oh, very sideways then, coming onto the pit straight as well. Car number 76, which is our
Clint Rayner.
Clint Rayner, yeah, in one of our muscle cars.
That's the only muscle car out there, unfortunately, this weekend, as Chase Hoy, for another local guy for DeCandelo Steels, and Ryan Humphries has now looped it over in turn 5 as well.
And almost collects that Porsche as well as he goes backwards, so that was very close as well, as the Porsche made its way down through the inside. So,
and that's a sight you don't see very often, is Ryan Humphries spinning. He normally keeps that car very straight.
The thing is with these cars, they've got an enormous amount of power going through the rear wheels, and they're so easy to light up the wheels and tyres in this.
Oh, there's another one into the wall this time, and that's over at the S's.
Yep, that's Mackenzie in that beautiful RX-7 sports sedan, Chris Mackenzie. So let's hope that he hasn't clobbered that wall too hard. That's going to bring out the red flag, I'd imagine.
I would say
Unless he can get that car out of there, and I don't think he's looking like he's going to move.
We actually did miss that one. I don't know whether our turn 7 guys were able to get a replay of that, but yeah, we've seen so many cars go into the wall over there, and maybe just hit the red and white ripple strip on driver's left as they come out of turn number 1 and turn into turn number 2, where Grant Hill is right now. It may have unsettled the car and thrown it around backwards.
Yeah, and it's a part of the track where you can make up a lot of time, or you can lose a lot of car in the wall, unfortunately. And let's hope that car's looking quite good when they get that out of there. But red flag has flown, and the cars are making their way into the pit lane. We've stopped this session with, let's just have a look, actually the session continues. It doesn't stop in the red flag situation here in qualifying. So they've got 5 minutes left to get this car out of the way. I don't know that we're going to see too much action on the track.
I don't think so. And as the way it stands at the moment, it is Grant Hill in car number 88, the BF Falcon supercar, from Campbell Nunn in one of the Porsches. Then Ryan Humphries will be in 3rd place. Mackenzie, who's sitting over there in the wall, he's going to be qualifying in P4.
That's Chris that's in the wall, not Peter. So it's Peter that's in 4th position.
Chris Mackenzie. Peter Mackenzie in 62 will start out of 5. Ryan Condren in car number 28 out of 7. Zockerly in the Chev Corvette out of 8. Jared Carey out of 9th. And looks like Walter Eppel, unfortunately, is going to qualify down on the back of the field.
Yeah, very, very strange for Walter to see him down the end, bookending the field. But good effort from Grant Hill. He's had an up and down couple of seasons. Good to see him back on pole position, and good to see Nunn next to him. And it's going to be very interesting later in the day to see Ryan Humphrey and Peter Mackenzie in car 62 off the second row of the grid as well.
And some more good news for the WA Sporting Car Club in the past couple of days is that our good supporters of Carco Raceway in Triple AC Towing. They have donated a LDV work ute to the club, and that is, I think, Recovery 1 this weekend, and already on the job over there in the pit area. So first morning of service, and it's already being used. So thank you very much to our partners in Triple AC, and of course the Managing Director, Adrian. Thank you very much for your continued support of local motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely. Triple AC Towing have been a great supporter of the WA Sporting Car Club and Western Australian Motorsport for many, many years here at carco.com.au Raceway. And what a generous donation that is, and it's the sort of thing that keeps this club running, and the sort of thing that keeps this motorsport that we so much enjoy on track.
I still remember getting pulled out a few times around the circuit here by the Suzuki Car Club, or the Suzuki Club Owners Club back in the day.
Yeah, they were a very big supporter of the club for many, many decades, and they were always on the scene pretty quickly. Whilst we've got a little bit of a break, I need to mention I incorrectly called Peter McKenzie as being in an Ultra Sport, but he's actually moved out of that vehicle. He's got himself a 911 Porsche that he's out there in today, and he's applied himself very, very well to that new car. I think this is the first time that we've seen him in that car, and he's on the outside of row 2 as it stands at the moment. We're down to only 2 minutes and 32, so I think we can call this one, Vaughan. I don't think
pretty much
any way they're going to be able to get around to the to the line again before receiving the checkered flag. So it's going to be Grant Hill on pole position, and he's done a very, very good job. Then it's going to be car 19. That's Campbell Nunn in the Porsche. Next to him, row 2 on the inside, Ryan Humphrey next to Peter McKenzie in the Porsche. And then we're going to go back to Clint Rayner in the muscle car number 98. Then we've got Chris McKenzie at the moment over there in the wall. Let's hope that car is able to be salvaged and gotten back on the track for that first event. And then we've got car number 28, another new name that I haven't seen, and that's Condren. And he's out there as well, doing a pretty good job. And then we've got Zaccoli in car number 95. That's Neville Zaccoli. He's on the outside of row 4. And then we've got Perry, and he's going to round out our field with Walter Apple next to him off the back of row 5.
I'm pretty sure that the Condren family come from a speedway background. So we'll confirm that with Ryan through the day, but I'm pretty sure I've heard of Ryan Condren down there at the Perth Motorplex.
Yep, so he's in a GT3 Porsche as well, so we've got quite a few GTs listening through. I think we've got about 4 of them today. So,
and Jackie's just come up with another tidbit of information, is that the Excel numbers are low today because it is not a championship scoring event.
Which is why Carlos Ambrosio is having a breather.
Don't risk it.
No, you're dead right there. And it's a big shame for us, but it's probably good for the competitors because they can get out there and have a real hot go and not worry too much about where they finish in the points.
Yeah, certainly will. We're going to take a short break here because we will be into our official opening of the race meeting coming up very, very shortly here at carco.com.au Raceway. And then race number 1 will be coming out very shortly for Axis Hire, and it is the continuation of the Twin Circuit Masters event for historic touring cars here at Carco. Stick around, the official opening will be up very, very shortly.
confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. WA Excel Cup Racing proudly presented by Retrovision, Tech Mechanical, Racetech, Nexter, and Revolution Race.
Well, good morning and welcome to carco.com.au Raceway. Day number 2 of round 5, the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships, and this weekend proudly sponsored by our friends at Gallagher Insurance. Would you please be upstanding for the Australian National Anthem? Vaughan Brewer up here in the Rob Janney broadcast studio, and of course I'm joined this morning again by a long-time regular in Rob Haggerty. We'll say good morning to Rob very, very shortly, but a quick look at today's weather. It's going to be windy from the northwest, with gusts already being recorded up to 60 kilometres an hour in Ocean Reef and 90 kilometres an hour down there in Rockingham. Showers through the day, which is really going to mix up the racing and make for some very challenging conditions for our drivers and crew. A huge program of racing today with the return of the Formula Vs as they prepare for the Morton Family Plate and the BM Graphics Plate coming up later on this afternoon. The historic touring cars return for day number 2 of meeting 1 in the Twin Circuit Challenge. Then we have Excel Cup, and they will be our first event, already sitting down in the dummy grid. They will be out on track very, very shortly for race number 1. And then we have Holden HQ's sports sedans, sports cars and muscle cars. Our grid walk today will be weather dependent, unfortunately, and will feature the historic touring cars, and also weather dependent will be another fantastic drift demonstration. Strap in, it's going to be an awesome day of local motorsport here at Carco Raceway as we welcome back to the commentary box, Rob Haggerty.
Yeah, thanks very much, Vaughan. Welcome back to you as well, and great to be spending another day with you here at carco.com watching this magnificent motorsport that we put on here in Western Australia. The weather, as you mentioned earlier, you, it absolutely bucketed down in Bickley and down in Rockingham. I think they got almost 30 millimetres of rain yesterday. We only got around about 4 millimetres of rain up here at Carco, but it all came down all at once at one stage. But today, I think we're going to be seeing some patchy rain. It's a bit more windy today than it was yesterday. We're going to be seeing a bit more patchy rain throughout the day. So it's going to be changeable weather conditions, but we're certainly going to be seeing some magnificent motorsport out on the circuit as the day progresses.
Yeah, we certainly will. I'm really looking forward to the big feature race later on this afternoon for the Formula Vs, of course, fighting it out for their most prestigious trophy in 2025, as per the last, many years up here at Carco Raceway. The Morton family plate, a name synonymous with Formula V racing in Western Australia, and of course the BM Graphics. They are also huge supporters of the Formula V Association of Western Australia.
They certainly are, and it looks like Dave Casely is going to be the man to beat in that particular group. He had a really good run yesterday, and he's looking very, very good for the 1600 plate. But we've got the XLs just making their way out in the circuit for their first event for the afternoon, or for the morning, I'm sorry, and a bit of a diminished field as this is a non-championship round, Vaughan.
Yes, we've been told that this morning, so that explains why there's probably only half the field here. But good that in one way that Carlos is not here, because it allows somebody else to have a little bit of the limelight, and I'm going to say it's going to be between Zane Rhodes and Michael Clark. They both qualified very well there in those pretty wet and appalling conditions.
100%, Vaughan, and it's great to see Zane Rhodes getting a pole position. He's been battling hammer and tong all season with Carlos Ambrosio. Carlos is just managing to get over the top of him on just about every single occasion, but it's great to see that Zane's got that opportunity today to put the best foot forward and to put on a display for us. He's an absolute standout. So going through the grid, car 73 is Zane Rhodes on pole. Next to him is Michael Clark. Then we've got Lachlan Cove back in car 36. Steve McGregor, sorry, and then Lachlan Cove. Then we've got Charlotte Cove and Paul Hewitt. Then we've got the next to the Cove family, which is Ashley Cove, yep. And then we're back to Stuart McGregor and car number 33, which is Andrew Leach. And then we've got Tristan Clamp at the back of the field.
Yeah, so as we said, a diminished field, but we know what happens with these XLs on a wet track. It's going to be a very exciting race coming your way very shortly. If we just head back to the Formula Vs, you said how well Dave Casely went in race number 1 yesterday. Unfortunately, the motor in race number 2 developed what they call the death knock. So he actually left the circuit mid-afternoon, went back to his workshop and has put a new motor in ready for this afternoon.
Yeah.
So, and the way it works, it's a progressive grid, and all of our heat races will determine the final starting positions for the Morton plate. So although he's going to start the next event at the rear, he will be coming forward at a rapid amount of knots. So it's really not going to make any difference as far as the overall winning of the Morton family plate for 1600s.
No, it definitely isn't. But another guy to keep an eye on is Callum Lamont and also Rod Lisson. Rod didn't have a particularly good day yesterday, but I'm sure that he's had a good look at the car overnight and is sorting that out. And he's going to be very competitive as well. As the cars are lined up on the grid now ready for the start, we're waiting for our grid marshal to wave the green flag. He does so as I speak. Red light will be on and we'll be away for the first event here for the Sunday of this cracking race meeting brought to you this weekend by Gallagher Insurance.
And it's a fairly even start off the front row. A lot of wheel spin for both of our front runners. Noah Byrne seems to have got the best of the start as he puts 2 wheels onto the grass, and that slowed him right down. And these front wheel drive cars don't like wet, soggy grass. But it's Zane Rhodes with Michael Clark trying to hang on to the back of 73 as they exit turn number 1 for the first time. Then Steve McGregor is up into 3rd place, and that will be the first of the Cove cars. I think that's Lachlan in 36, and then we go back to Noah Byrne, the fast starter, and now Michael Clark right in front of the field, and everybody done very, very well to get on the brakes, and has missed Michael Clark, but unfortunately goes from the front row to the rear of the field.
Great recovery then that he did too. He managed to get that car to the inside and out of the way of everybody, and also managed to pluck a new gear and get going quickly as well. And he's already starting to put some pressure on some of the guys at the back of the field there to make his move forward back to the front of the field.
Yeah, I think that was Clamp and Leach that he's just rounded up as he got going again, got some momentum back over turn 5 and heading down into 6. And look at him running around the outside down here, and I think we may actually be on board with him at the moment. Just trying to work out if that is Michael Clark's car.
Have a look at the lead that Zane has got as he comes out of turn 7 for the first time. He has absolutely spread-eagled the field and taken off into the distance, and he'll just about not be able to see this battle for second in his mirrors. It's so far behind him as we watch one of the cars come wrong side of turn 7. That won't be making the Clark, of course, happy.
Yes, it is Michael Clark that we're on board with, because we're coming up now to the rear of car number 17, the pink and purple car of Charlotte Cove.
Yeah, absolutely, and Charlotte's doing a great job out there as well. Look at him going around the outside. That's where the grip is. You want to take that go-kart line around there. There's heaps more grip there than there is on the inside, and he's taking advantage of that. But no one's going to get anywhere near Zane Rhodes out the front of this field. Second position at the moment was Steve McGregor, but he's been taken over now by car 36 of Lachlan Cove into second place, and then we're back to, I think that might be Noah Byrne in car 11.
Yes, the orange car, and orange and purple is Noah Byrne. But how is Michael Clark using the go-kart line? And again, now he's lining up Noah Byrne as they go over turn number 5 and down towards 6 for the second time. And how is this guy? He's gone back second last and now moving all the way forward again.
One of the Cove cars very sideways out of turn 7, turn 5, that time. And managed to gather it up by the looks. Can't see anything on the monitor, so he's managed to gather that up. Michael Clark, what a gun driver he is. He's only reasonably new to this category, and he's doing a magnificent job out there in the wet.
I believe he's now up into third place. That is Lachlan Cove. You can see the green car in front that Michael Clark is coming up on. Steve McGregor on driver's left at the moment, so side by side, just about into turn number 7 as Michael Clark tries to get onto the tail of car number 17, up and over the ripple strip, and that's a very treacherous move out there this morning.
It certainly is. You don't want to get your wheels on those painted ripple strips or the painted lines on the side of the track, but he's doing a really, really good job. He managed to gather that up at turn 7 exit there before coming this side of the curb, and so he's going to get away with that as far as the Clark, of course, is concerned. But the fast man on the circuit, not surprising at the moment, Zane Rhodes in position 1. Car 73, fastest first and second sector, and a fastest lap of 121.9, which is just about 10 seconds off their pace. So I'd suggest the track is starting to dry out a little bit. It's very windy out there, but it's also very black in the sky, so I don't think that dry line's going to last very long.
And Michael Clark been siphoning his way through the field. He's only 1 second slower than our race leader at the moment in Zane Rhodes, as now he's right onto the tail of Lachlan Cove in car number 36, down there in turn number 6 at the moment. Lachlan Cove sideways, and that's pushed him right out onto the apron, just about out onto the sand, but he's managed to hang on to it, and now Michael Clark has gone back up into second place, and as we say that, he's just scored track limits warning on turn 7.
Yeah, I think that's a little unfair. He wasn't all 4 wheels over the line. However, that's not my decision to make, but I will say that Steve McGregor has also managing to get past Lachlan Cove there at the exit of turn 6 after Michael Clark got past, because Cove was very, very slow recovering from that wide exit that he had of that corner. So we've got McGregor back into third place from Lachlan Cove, and then it's back to Noah Byrne and Tristan Clamp back there also in that purple car. And then we've got that Charlotte Cove crossing the line next in front of car number 40, which is Hewitt. And then we've got Stuart McGregor and Ashley Cove, and then we've got Leach at the back of the field.
Well, it might only be a small field, but it certainly hasn't reduce the amount of action that these Hyundais put on a particular race meeting. As just having a look at Michael Clark again, now down to the 122.9, so he's still a full second behind Zane Rhodes as far as lap times. But he'll have to settle for second, and that's probably as best as he could ask for in this one.
Well, the thing is that it puts him back on the front row for the second event as well, and that's very, very, very important that he's managed to drag that back in. I think he possibly would have been struggling to keep up with Zane anyway. Zane has been battling for the championship lead for the entire year and has been driving absolutely outstandingly for the entire season. I think that while he's the best of the rest, I do think that he'd be struggling to catch up with Rhodes, who at the moment has got the length of the pit straight as a lead.
Yeah, we're just picking up with him now on the live stream as he puts the car into turn number 1. Car number 73, one of the highly well-presented cars for VPP. In car number 73 is Zane Rhodes. Michael Clark a long way back now, still in second place. Then Steve McGregor and Lachlan Cove for fourth. Noah Byrne takes P5 as they cross the line. We are down to 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, and we're car off at turn number 7. And that has come to a stop in turn number 7. and that possibly is one of the Cove cars.
Yeah, it's a long way off the track, but it's
Maybe
quite
Charlotte, I think.
it's quite on braking line for that corner. So if a car lost its brakes, it'd be ploughing into the back of that car. So I would suspect that this will be safety car. We just wait and see what happens. We've only got a couple of minutes left. They may just about leave that under local yellow.
Is that? I'm trying to work out whether that's Ashley or Charlotte down there. It's definitely one of the Cove cars.
I think it's Ashley in car 111.
Yeah, she's gone a lap down, so yeah, that would be her. Ashley Cove in car 111.
So here's our race leader into turn 7 in the yellow flag zone, and he just keeps on doing fastest lap after fastest lap. His last lap was his fastest lap again, and he's consistently a second and a half quicker than Michael Clark. Michael Clark's last lap was unpolluted. He was already in front of Stuart McGregor as he came across the line. So at this stage, I'd suggest that he's just not going to be caught at all.
Here's Michael Clark coming down over the start-finish line now in car number 28. And then a battle. This is Lachlan Cove having a crack at Steve McGregor in car number 2, the Napa Auto Parts car. And then we go back to Noah Byrne and the second of the Cove cars, which will be Charlotte in car number 17. So can Steve McGregor, he's been at this game for a fair while, you know, they're not going to let Lachlan get past without a bit of an argument.
No, he's not, and that's where the action in the field is that battle for third position at the moment. And of course, Cove would have been bleeding from the eyeballs. What happened out of turn 6 when he had to run wide to when he was having the altercation with Clark, and McGregor got down the inside of him, so he'll be wanting that position back. There's no doubt about that. If they head over the top of turn 5 and down towards the very cambered corner at turn 6, and got them on screen at the moment. Can Cove put a big dive on as he comes down? He's looking, he's fading to the inside of the track, and he's trying very, very hard, but I noticed the brake lights came on at almost the same time, but look at that. Really, really good move down the inside. He's going to run wide again, is McGregor. Oh, and there's our race leader. He's going to get out of there, though, and he's got plenty of time up his sleeve, so that's good to see, but geez, just pushed the envelope just a little bit too far that time, and yeah, he'll get out of there, no problems whatsoever. And a very, very smart move there by Rhodes to let that car just go through that slightly compacted wet sand right the way to the fence, because then there's an area around the outside that's almost a hard stand that you can get out of.
Now, I'm wondering whether race control may have a look at that, because there was a yellow flag on display, which means you have to show caution. And if you've run off the track, I don't believe that's showing caution.
No, I don't believe that it is either. So Zane might get himself a little bit of a slap on the wrist for that one, but we'll wait for the outcome for that. Might make it a little bit interesting. Might give him they can give him a 10-second penalty, and it's going to make no difference at all, is it?
So Steve McGregor back in front of Lachlan Cove, and now Noah Byrne not too far off the back of these two. And the second of the Cove cars, and that, I think it's Cove, or is that Tristan Clamp?
I think it's Tristan Clamp. Yeah, I think that's Tristan Clamp in the orange and purple car.
So they're all starting to concertina, and they're going to actually get closer. And I think Clamp looks like he's going to put a move on Noah Byrne as they go down in towards turn number 6. As we see them on our live stream, it's still Steve McGregor holding off car 36 of Lachlan Cove.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've still got that local yellow there, a lot more sedate as his entry into turn 7. This time is our race leader, Zane Rhodes. As he comes across the line, he's going to get the last lap board this time past, and the last lap board is in fact out. And here's Michael Clark, who's managed to close down that gap to only 3/4 of the pit straight now, after having had that off for Zane Rhodes down in turn 7. This battle coming onto the pit straight once again, and it really is alive at the moment with McGregor just in front of Cove. And that's Lachlan Cove, and then back to Byrne, who's now under a lot of pressure from Clamp, and it's really closing up here on the last lap.
It certainly is, and Steve McGregor wouldn't be liking what's happening back here. He's got a couple of youngsters right behind him, and Steve has been doing this for a long time now, and coming from a karting background as well. So can he hold off the 3 youngsters that are right behind him? Cove will be the first to have a crack at him, but Noah Byrne, you can't discount him from this. Oh, Steve McGregor's run wide, and that's allowed Lachlan Cove to drive straight up the inside of him up there into turn number 5.
So can we see a comeback as they head down towards turn 6 once again, as on our screen is our race leader, 73 is under investigation, we believe, for failing to slow under the yellow flag, and we've already suggested that might be the case. So that'll be a very interesting penalty to see what he gets for that, because he's got a fair old distance. So if it's a time penalty, it's not going to make a great deal of difference to him at this stage. But he's coming onto the pit straight now. He will receive the checkered flag this time when he passes stripe, and that's a pretty magnificent drive from Zane Rhodes. Other than that, one instance of coming off the circuit down there at turn 7, and that's a great win to him. Coming across the line second place, a very, very good drive to Michael Clark in car 28. Looks like this battle is going to be decided in the favour of Lachlan Cove as he comes across the line in third place from Steve McGregor, and then back to Noah Byrne and Tristan Clamp in sixth position.
Sixth behind them. Next, coming down into turn number 7 will be one of the Coves. That'll be Charlotte this time in car number 17. And then Hewitt in car number 40, about 4 car lengths behind her as they go across the line and complete their race here on day number 2 of round 5 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships. And looking down towards the south there is a big shower of rain. It actually hasn't entered the circuit area at the moment, but you can barely see the trees in the distance there because of the amount of rain coming down. So that's the way they finished.
I was going to say, it's all just sliding slightly south of the circuit at the moment, which it did a fair bit yesterday as well. So we've been very, very lucky at the moment, but no doubt whatsoever that rain is going to come in at some point today.
So it was Rhodes over Clark and Lachlan Cove. Coming up very, very shortly, the Holden HQs for electrical group training, 12 minutes plus 1 lap here at carco.com.au Raceway.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
HQ Racing WA is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Odysseus, and West Coast Car Transport.
Lucky enough to have a replay package coming up now from that previous race, and it was full of action right from the get-go, with Michael Clark having that lose on turn number 4. It was a fairly even start from the front row, and as you can see, Noah Byrne, 2 wheels out there on the grass trying to get in front of the cars in front of Steve McGregor and Lachlan Cove. But as they went up towards turn number 5, you keep your eye on the car right behind Zane Rhodes, car number 28, and this is where it gets a little bit messy, Rob.
It certainly does. He just loses the back end of the car, spins the car in its own axis, and then manages to gather it up on the inside of the circuit. Everyone did a great job to pass him and not run into him, but then he managed to get himself well and truly into top gear and made his way right back up into second place again. We saw, unfortunately, the Cove family heading off there, and that was Ashley Cove, who headed off there, and then later on we saw the race leader also head off there down into turn 7, and he was in a yellow flag sector, and unfortunately looks like getting a penalty for that, Vaughan.
Yeah, we'll try and work out what that penalty will be. I'm suggesting it's probably going to be 10 seconds, but we'll leave that up to Motorsport Australia to determine. And then as they came across the line, it It was Zane Rhodes in car number 73. You can see our Holden HQs for electrical group training. They are sitting down in the dummy grid at the moment. And yes, there's a huge shower of rain, but it is not in the precinct of Carco Raceway at the moment, as we're just extracting Ashley Cove's car from down there in turn number 7. So we should get a start very, very shortly. But it's good to see Ryan Davis, car number 49, back on pole position. And alongside him, a multiple state champion in Mick Woodbridge, car number 74. Then we have Brett O'Keefe starting on the second row against Stuart Kenny, who has been one of the guys to keep an eye on in season 2025. He's had some brilliant drives. Grant Ord, who unfortunately was involved with a bit of a coming together with Troy Kent in car number 3. Then we have Michael Howlett running car number 34 this weekend due to some substantial damage to the state championship winning number 1. Then we have Peter Marsh in the bright orange, 68. Brad Butler in 76. Laurie Marsh in 67. Todd Faulknell out there in another orange car, car number 24. Then Rory Sharp in the white 19, Phil Breen in 75, Kyan Butler in 62, Mark Alfonsi down there for Big Bopper Racing, and Dave Kent rounds out our field. A good-sized field of Holden HQs, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant field, and great to see the HQ Racing Association of Western Australia managing to pull this field together for this weekend. Just having a look at the Bureau of Meteorology website, it looks like around about 30 minutes we're going to start seeing some light showers coming across the circuit. Maybe a little bit before that, given the wind that's out there at the moment, but 30 minutes it says they're going to have a light cloud, and then they're going to have a little bit of a break, and then we've got another bank of clouds coming in after that will hit us probably in 45 minutes time. So
yeah, just having a look out of turn number 6 there, back over the top of our commentary position. It's fairly dark out there on the western horizon.
It certainly is, and there's definitely a couple of banks of cloud coming in. So I think we'll get this one through, but it's not looking particularly good for the Vs and the sports cars and historic touring cars later on in the program as the cars start to make their way out of the pit lane onto their sighting lap.
And a big shout out this morning to Howard Crump, who's probably watching us on the live stream from his hospital bed right now. Unfortunately, took a fall up here at the circuit on Friday and has broken his hip. So I believe the operation will be today. So good luck for your operation, Howard. And yeah, you're sadly missed up here in the commentary box.
Yeah, absolutely. All our best wishes to you, Howard, and for a great outcome. And that's very, very sad news that we received yesterday. And we are missing you up here in the HQs. Normally, Howard comes up and gives us a hand to call this event. So you've left it to us to do this weekend. We'll do our very, very best to do the best job we can for you. So the cars out on the circuit making their way up, and our grid, as has already been talked about by Vaughan, Ryan Davis and Mick Woodbridge off the front row. That's going to be fireworks, I think.
Spicy.
Yeah, very spicy indeed.
We've seen a few coming togethers with these two particular cars. They're both hard chargers, and somebody's lost a wheel over there in turn number 4.
Yeah, that looks like car 24 of Faulknell.
Yeah, yes, it would be Todd Faulknell. The wheel is departed and is halfway around turn number 4. It's actually off the circuit now, but that'll cause a delay in the start here for sure, as we'll need to put the 24 up on the tilt tray and bring that back into the paddock area. So a bit of an anticlimax after all of that. We were just getting ready for the Davis and Woodbridge show.
And the wheels fell off.
The wheels fell off.
Yeah, literally. Absolutely. Yeah, literally. And that's going to be a delay. And that, of course, is going to bring that weather a bit closer to the event. So yeah, I don't think that they're going to be, if it starts to rain towards the end of this event, I think there'll be a few people having a word in Todd Faulknell's ear at the end.
Well, they were probably okay when they were down here in the dummy grid. It's when they've come up and over the top of the hill now and they've seen the western horizon, and there'll be a few nice words. Knowing the HQ guys, there'll be a few expletives going on under those helmets right now.
Yeah, there will be. And look, it's an easy thing to do. You're tightening up the wheels. You just need to have somebody come up and speak in your ear halfway through your preparation, and you can make a mistake like not putting the wheel nuts on tightly. And those sorts of things are the sorts of gremlins that get into you in motorsport. So the cars are coming up to the grid, but I imagine they'll be showing a delayed start board. The orange lights are flashing at the grid, and they will be well and truly showing that board. And
All right, we're going to take a short break while we wait for Todd Faulknell's car to be extricated out of turn number 4. These guys will set off on another formation lap when Todd Faulknell's able to get that car on the back of the tilt tray. We'll be back very shortly here at carco.com.au Raceway.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time. Developing the right strategy for your business. Providing the right solutions for your people. Seeing the right vision for your future. And knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
HQ Racing WA is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Odysseum, and West Coast Car Transport.
And back here at carco.com.au Raceway as perfect timing as our HQ guys go on another observation lap. And, mate, it is raining now from all points of the racetrack. It's coming from the north and the south at the moment. So, unfortunately for the HQ guys, it was going to hit them regardless of that delay.
Yeah, it was, and so much for the Bureau of Meteorology because their map certainly led me astray. They said around 30 minutes, and this looks like it was about
30 seconds.
Well, yeah, something like that. But yeah, it's coming down reasonably hard now, so it's going to completely change the nature of the circuit, and it's good that these guys are getting a second sighting lap. So just looking around the circuit at the moment, it's wet everywhere, so it's not like it's just on one corner or over the back of the track. So they'll be out there seeing what sort of grip they've got, and that's going to really spice it up for us when the race starts, because that battle between Davis and Woodbridge was always going to be pretty amazing. Even in the dry conditions, it's going to be even more amazing, I think, in the wet conditions. And of course, we've got O'Keefe and Kenny on the second row, and those guys are also going to be putting on a pretty good show for us, I think.
I'm actually scratching my head because I can't work out who of these runners is going to do well in the wet. They've all been doing it for so long, you'd expect them, that everybody's going to be able to handle these conditions, but I don't know, maybe Stuart Kenny, although Grant Ord. I think Grant goes well in the wet.
Even Brett O'Keefe, he's one of our relative newcomers,
yeah.
And he got third position on the grid, and it was very, very slippery out there during qualifying. So I don't think that we can rule him out by any stretch of the imagination. And got Howlett back there buried in the field, of course, our current state championship leader, and he's buried right down there. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he's 7th on the grid, so he's on the inside of the 4th row. So if he gets a good start, he's going to be in the mix as well. So look, I'm not even going to try to predict who's going to be the receive the checkered flag first at the end of this event.
I'm going to hedge my bets. It's going to come from the front row, and it's just whether Woodbridge and Davis get together. I mean, they've done that. I wouldn't say considerably amounts, but they have had the occasional door banger, and in these conditions, if that goes on, somebody's going to end off the track for sure, because it's pretty wet and treacherous out there at the moment.
One of the things that O'Keefe hasn't done a lot of, and that starts in the wet. So that could be a deciding factor as well from car 21 off the second row. But the cars all lined up, and of course we're missing someone next to car 34, and that would be Todd Faulknell, who's on the back of a truck on the infield at the moment, having lost that wheel. Just about to get the green flag at the back of the field. We can see our hard-working grid officials down there just about ready to wave that.
That's Peter Marsh. 68 is missing. He should be alongside Michael Howlett. So it wasn't Todd Faulknell. It's 68.
It was because Todd Faulkner was back further down the grid next to Breen, I believe. So I don't think Faulkner's out there either. We've got two grid positions that are vacant, but away we go. And a great start from Davis and also O'Keefe on the second row. He's gotten his nose in front of Ord, so well done. But it's going to be all Ryan Davis into turn one with Mick Woodbridge right on his bumper bar. Also making a good move down the inside there is our current state championship leader in Howlett. He's managed to get up, but around the outside at the moment is Ord, and he's made his way up into third position. So that was a great move by Grant Ord there in car number 4. I think that was Ord, wasn't it? No, it wasn't, sorry. He's
Troy
back there in
Kent.
5th. It was Troy Kent, yep.
And just Stuart Kenny's up there as well as they go side by side through turn number 4. Todd Faulkner is out there, so I reckon it was number 68 of Peter Marsh that's lost the wheel over there in turn number 4.
All right, we'll have a look at that as they come by because they're very similar livery cars.
Davis just sideways across the top of turn 5.
Yep, absolutely. So this is certainly going to sort them all out, this weather condition. It's still a little bit drizzly out there at the moment, coming down quite a bit, and they're all taking a nice wide line down through turn 6, which is a very wise thing to do in these weather conditions. And as they come out, once again,
Wow.
Ryan very wide on the exit of turn 6, but he's already got himself probably around about a 10-car lead.
Yeah, he's done very, very well in these wet conditions because there's not a lot that you can do. Maybe drop the rear sway bar off the back of these cars and then adjust the air pressures. And it looks like whatever Ryan has done to that car in the preparation for this race in the wet, he certainly got it right because he's pulled out it's a good 50 metres now over a big gaggle of cars, including Mick Woodbridge in second. Then we go back to O'Keefe, Ord, Kenny and Troy Kent.
Howlett then coming across the line next in front of Butler, and then a good battle between Sharp and Marsh, and then it is Todd Faulkner who's out there.
Brett O'Keefe, I think that was. And somebody's gone into the side of him.
Yeah, not very hard though, thankfully. So hopefully that hasn't destroyed the front nose cone of that.
Kenny.
We've also got a car on the outside of the circuit there. We've got Phil Breen spinning around down there as well. So they're all found the limit and gone past it. So we've just got one of the cars. I think that's car number...
Troy Kent.
Yeah, it's Troy Kent, car number 3, who's just making his way back onto the circuit over there.
Got our onboard camera on board car number 3 as well. So we just saw him rally crossing across the grass. Phil Breen is now off somewhere. There he is down there in turn 1.
Yep, he's been off there. And the cars have all managed to avoid contact with them as we watch on the monitor again as they turn through turn number 5.
So where's Howlett going to be now? He's going to be in the first 3, I believe, maybe even second.
Yeah, I think that he'd
Third.
I think he'd probably be third or fourth because we've still got Grant Ord in amongst the mix, I believe. I don't think Ord went round, did he? Hard to tell. We'll wait until they come across the stripe once more.
Ord now is in front of Mick Woodbridge. No, sorry, that's not Ord. It's 21. That's Brett O'Keefe.
Yeah, it was Ord who went around, I think. So it was O'Keefe, and he's under pretty big fire at the moment from car 74 of Woodbridge down into turn 7. And then it's a big gap back to 4th place, which is Michael Howlett.
Wow, so that's a big gap now between Woodbridge and Howlett back there in 4th place. But as far as keeping hold of that championship situation, Michaels just needs to finish every one of these races today so he doesn't fall off the back. And there's another big sideways there. That'll be Troy Kent, I think, in car number 3. Yes, he comes across the line right behind Todd Faulkner.
Yeah, car number 4, and I believe that's Ord has decided to call Barlees and put it away.
Yep.
So that's a shame to see Grant Ord out of the event as we watch the cars still crossing the track. Fast man on the track, not surprisingly, Ryan Davis with a 32.5, fast in all of the sectors as we watch Mick Woodbridge take a very wide line around turn 4 to try to get some grip, and another one getting very sideways through turn 4 as well, and trying everything that he can is at the moment Woodbridge trying to get to car 21, who gets just a little bit squirrely on the exit of turn 5.
Now, being a heavier car, these are going to get a good purchase on the wet surface, but when they do go, it'll be like trying to throw an anchor out on an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, I think so, and I don't know what their tyres are like in the wet either. I don't... what brand of tyre are they running? Kendra, yeah, so I don't know what the Kendra tyres are like in the wet. I know they're fairly good in the dry, but I don't know what they're like in the wet, so that's another factor that needs to be thrown in amongst it as we watch the cars start to make their way over the top of the hill once more. And car number 49 still with that good lead over O'Keefe and Woodbridge.
Last lap. Yep, last lap on display this time.
Yep, okay, so 12-minute race has gone by in a blink of an eye, and that would be because it wouldn't have stopped while the red flag was, or while they were waiting to extricate the car of Marsh up there in turn 4 during the warm-up lap.
This would be Rory Sharp in car number 19, and he's got 4 cars backed up behind him as well. And then we have Todd Faulknell, and then another long gap to the next of the yellow cars coming through, which will be Mark Alfonsi, then Kyan Butler in 62, Dave Kent, Phil Breen, and as we said, Grant Ord already up into the paddock area, and Peter Marsh was the guy that actually lost the front wheel.
Yeah, and I will offer my sincere apologies to Faulknell and his team for my comments that unfortunately picked the wrong number up, and very similar looking cars and liveries. So
just don't go down to the HQ.
I won't be going near them,
particularly at night time. And Butler has now spun in car number 62 down there in turn number 1. Just gets it over the apron and drives it straight back out onto the circuit again. So we are on the last lap now, and Ryan Davis coming out of turn number 6 down there at the bowl, and then he has Brett O'Keefe in car number 21 behind him, and Mick Woodbridge and Michael Howlett. And Rory Sharp has come from nowhere, and he's going to finish in 5th place as they crest the top of the hill. And I already see Ryan Davis, he's already got the hands waving in behind the wheel there. So fairly ecstatic way to start race number 1 for our Holden HQs, brought to us by Electrical Group Training. And the win will go to car number 49 of Ryan Davis.
Certainly will, and a fast, hard-charging car 21 of O'Keefe in 2nd place comes across the line in front of Mick Woodbridge in 74. Surprised to see Mick Woodbridge not able to get a little bit closer onto the tail of O'Keefe during that event, but our current state championship leader comes on to turn 7, and he's going to be coming across the line in 4th place. Still a little bit of a battle happening back there for 5th place between Sharp and Kenny as they come onto the pit straight, and I think Kenny's managed to get that position off Sharp. Yes, he has, as they cross the line, and then it's going to be back to Troy Kent and then car 76, and that is the second of the Butler cars. So that would be 76 would be Bradley Butler. And then we're going to be going back to Alfonsi crossing the line next. And we've got a spinner down there in turn 7 on the last lap as well.
That's Butler again.
Yeah, it certainly would be. So across the line goes Kent in car number 45, Dave Kent. And then we've got the Butler car coming across the line. Now a line astern with Phil Breen, who also had a spin earlier in the race.
Wow.
Yeah, interesting race.
Well, what I thought was going to be a fairly much line astern, it just went all sideways right from the first corner there.
You were correct, though. You said that the winner was going to come from the front row, and it did.
It did. Well, there was only one of the original front rowers there. Unfortunately for Mick Woodbridge, slid from 2nd back to 3rd. Howlett came forward from 6th to 4th. And Stuart Kenny went backwards by 1 position. Rory Sharp was a big mover up into 6th position. Troy Kent, he moved up 1 or 2 spots because of those unfortunate incidents that took out Grant Ord and also Stuart Kenny early in that one. All right, next one. It is our feature event for this weekend, the Morton Family Plate, and also the BM Graphics Plate. But before we get on to Formula Vs, we're going to go up into the pits with a guy that's been around the local music industry for some 40 years, and he is joined this weekend for Demelza.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. Yeah, day 2 of round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025. Proudly sponsored by Gallagher Insurance. We're here with Stephen McGregor. Steve, you came in 4th in the Excel race. Congratulations. In this sort of weather, that's a pretty good achievement.
Thank you very much. It was very treacherous out there, and I was actually 3rd in the coming up to the last lap, and sort of went a bit wide in turn 4, and nearly lost it off the track. So lucky to keep it going, and yeah, came home 4th.
Steve, you're obviously doing some modifications on the car in regards to the weather. So what are you changing to make sure you're more competitive for the next 2 races?
Put a bit more pressure in the tyres and remove the left-hand sway bar link. So hopefully it'll be a little bit softer for the next race and hopefully get a bit more grip.
Now, Steve, you've been racing for quite some time. What made you decide to get into the Excel Cup?
Well, it's the cheapest way to get into, motorsport. I was doing go-karting before that and did like 27 years of go-karting. And my son was like go-karting as well, and he sort of... we wanted him to progress in motorsport, and so we bought him a car. He drove it for a couple of years, and then I jumped in it after that.
And the Excels are quite a competitive category to be in as well. I mean, all the categories are competitive, but how do you find being in within that category? Because you have been within it for some time.
Yeah, I have. I actually race in the Masters, so there's less competitors, but we're still pretty fierce with each other, and obviously still want to win out there. And yeah, try and navigate through the other classes.
Fantastic. Good luck for the remaining 2 races today.
Good luck, Steve.
Thank you.
We're going to an ad. More Excel coming up later on.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point, and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. Formula V Racing, proudly presented by Home Chef, Lytech Systems, BM Graphics and Promotions, Giant Mandra, Arrivo Rentals, Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes, and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
As the rain begins to tumble down again at Carco Raceway, we are out on track with the Formula Vs for Home Chef, and these guys are competing this weekend for the Morton Family Plate and the BM Graphics Plate. And to let us know all of the latest going-ons with the Formula Vs, it's Miles Lockett. Good morning, Miles.
Yeah, morning. Cue the Vs, cue the rain, as we always say. So obviously, as you said, we're running on behalf of the Morton family for the Morton Plate. Keith Morton was one of our founding members back in the early 90s. Was part of Watmore Engines out in Woodbridge, and his son, a couple of his, Luke, obviously was one of the state champions of the early days. And so we dedicated obviously the plates for the 1600s to him. In terms of obviously the BM Graphics plate, obviously that's in dedication to Brett and Michelle Scary of BM Graphics and Promotions, who do a lot for this club, stickering, promotions, all that sort of stuff. So really great to have their name on the plate. Obviously it used to be the Zamels plate, but we no longer obviously have the support from Zamels.
And CDM, I think, before that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so it's been a few hands. Just a bit of housekeeping from yesterday. After yesterday's race, Ben Wilkins got slapped a 30-second time penalty for overtaking before the control line. That was, we saw it flash up on our monitors that the race restart was under review. There was a lot of oil down on the circuit, which was caught, and we were sort of commenting about how Rod Lisson kept on making gestures. He was trying to wipe his visor because it was actually coming out the back of Callum Lamont's car. One of the rocket cover bolts had come out, so therefore it was just spraying oil every time we went around a right-hand corner, and that
that will do it every time.
Yeah, and that caused caught out, obviously, everybody. So that's why Ken White went off at turn number 6 as well. Rod Liston's just had a massive false start.
Moved. Yep.
So he's going to probably cop a penalty straight away as we get on the way. Dave Casely's back. He's got a second-hand motor in that car. That's the car that was out of Sammy Casely's car. And Brett Scarey's got some new heads on that car as well, so he's back out there as well. As they head into turn 1, Callum Lamont with the lead. Rod Liston in second place, but I'm sure there's going to be at least a 10-second penalty heading his way, unfortunately.
Yeah, and there goes Rod right around the inside of Callum Lamont. There's one gone. Green one?
That's Ben Wilkins. He spun in turn 1. I mean, obviously we saw even on the warm-up lap that Matthew Lloyd spun. That's how tricky the conditions are for these Vs. Not only have they got to combat with the rain, but we're just looking at the rain and the direction it's coming in, the wind. It's sort of coming from the southwest, so these guys are going to be really battling it for these 10 laps.
They certainly will be. They'll be on the brakes nice and early as they crest the top of the hill at the moment and head down in towards turn number 6. So they get on the brakes nice and early, and then as they appear up and over the top of the hill, they'll get a buffering from this wind. As I said, it was already at 60 kilometres an hour at Ocean Reef earlier this morning, and 90 down at Rockingham. So if that's coming from a southwesterly direction, it's only going to get worse through the day.
That's right. Yep.
And
so
as you said, you got it right, mate.
Yeah.
71, a false start, 5-second penalty.
So that's obviously what he's going to try and do. He's going to try and scamper up the road as much as he can to alleviate that 5-second penalty, to alleviate the damage. Dave Casely already is up into P2 as they turn into turn 7 from the back of the grid.
It doesn't matter where he starts.
No, exactly right. In the 1200 battle, we've got Jonathan Scarey ahead of Isaac Scarey. Now, Isaac, I found out yesterday with his car, the ratios in his gearbox are not right. So that's why he's so good in the wet. But when it came to the dry, he actually lost performance. He's running a short third in terms of the ratio, where you should be running a tall third. So being we've got these conditions now, it should actually benefit him for this race. And as I said, that's why he was P4 in qualifying yesterday. So let's see the battle how we go between the Scaries. We've got, as I say, Isaac in front of Jonathan, in front of Isaac. Then it's back to Michael Lloyd. He's in the 1600, back to Campbell Gow. Then it's Kathy Lisson, Kenny White, April Welsh. April put new second-hand tyres. She grabbed the tyres from Connor's car because, as I mentioned yesterday, her tyres were pretty much slicks, so they wouldn't have done her any good in these conditions. So she's running at least a better set of tyres in this one.
Okay, yeah, so there's lots of chops and changes, and I suppose when you got a stable of 3 cars, it's a bit of a luxury to be able to just go and steal some parts off another one. And in the case of Dave Casely, well, Sammy wasn't racing this weekend anyway, but there's a whole spare body and engine sitting back at the workshop there as well. So, yeah, he had the luxury. He did take off yesterday afternoon and go home and transplant that engine. And look, he's already making a move here on Rod Liston.
Yep. Yeah,
so
that's right.
I think Rod's going to have to settle for second here. Unless he can try and get more in front of Callum Lamont. Although in the wet conditions, that probably is 5 seconds now between himself and Callum Lamont.
Fairly close, yeah. He'll be certainly doing what he can.
4,
yep.
5.
With Dave Casely, when he went home, he pulled the motor apart. He couldn't actually find anything specific with the engine from yesterday. Then he pulled the oil filter off and cut it, and he found a lot of metal in there. So what he's thinking the cam gear have maybe started to let go, and that's where all the metals come from. So he was definitely doing the right call in terms of switching the motor out.
Very, very sideways, and Rob Haggerty's picked this up this morning.
Aquaplane.
Right at the Asphalt Tech sign opposite our commentary box. It is extremely loose over there. And just about caught Dave Casely. Wilkins has gone again.
Yep, so there's, he's just gone down the bottom of turn number 7, so he's lost it under brakes. But you mentioned, yes, biggest thing with an open wheeler, and especially around here and most other categories, we have these rivers that run across the track. So you've got one pretty much right in the middle of turn 2 and 3. You've got one just as you crest the rise at turn number 5. Then another big one coming out of turn 6, and another one coming into turn 7, which is possibly what's caught Ben out in that occasion.
Yeah, on our live stream footage, once they look up the hill from turn number 7, you can see that puddle that is... I haven't noticed it in previous years,
right
but
there.
There's one there on the exit of 6. But as we go down into the braking zone into turn 7, there is a puddle which will appear here on driver's left, and it did catch a couple of the Formula Ford guys out at our previous race meeting in the rain. It's just there, they've just gone past
just where Isaac's just hit it there, exactly right. Now, I mean, as you can sort of see right now, the two 1200s have now actually gone past Callum Lamont. So this is where, when it comes to wet weather, a 1200 can really come into its own and actually battle for an outright win.
Yeah, unbelievable. And Isaac did so well yesterday in those horrible qualifying conditions. He put the car up onto I think it was the second
P4,
row.
Yep, yeah, P4. And some of the footage we've sort of seen on social medias overnight, because obviously Isaac and Jonathan are massive on social medias, and there was an instance of Jojo into turn number 6, and he had the thing totally crossed up sideways. I don't know how he actually didn't loop the car, but he managed to regather it and carry on up the hill. It was some really, really great car control.
And you did mention that Brett Scarey is back out there. There he is down the back of the field.
Yeah, just coming up on the back of Kathy Liston now.
Yep.
So, yep.
And Kathy's looking like she's had problems again.
Well, again, possibly what's happened here, it's like any sort of category. Some people are either really good in the wet or they're not good in the wet. Probably not one of Kathy's favourites, but one thing that I was speaking with Rod just before, Rod's actually put a full wet setup into his car, but he didn't put it into Kathy's as a bit of a hedge my bet, sort of see how it goes. So I think possibly with the way that Rod's car is now performing during this event, he'll most likely make the changes into Kathy's car for the next race and see how she goes. But now again, look at now it's starting to fine up. There's no rain. There looks to be very little wind, and now we've just got the track in terms of this intermittent stage, which, again, what do you do with the tyre pressures? You go up with the tyre pressures, you keep them low, do you keep them mid-range? What do you do with the suspension setups? It's a massive guessing game when it comes to before the final 5 minutes before you head out for a race.
Ideally, you just want it to either rain all day or be sunny. You
Correct.
don't want these variables, and that's what, unfortunately, is going to be like all day. So it'll be who can guess the best.
Absolutely, yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on there. So 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go, so probably a couple more laps in this one. Still got Casely out in front at 4.4 second margin. Now the biggest one is obviously Rod Lisson. He's got nearly a 10 second margin over the first of the 1200s, being Jonathan Scarey. So he will keep that place, P2, so he'll be off the front row for the next one at this stage. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him. So he's definitely got more than enough margin over Callum Lamont as we speak.
And also the spray is another variable that they have to deal with as well. And lots of drip dry on the front of the helmets.
Yeah. Yeah, the old Rain-X is always a great tool. And obviously, we don't have windscreen wipers, we don't have roofs on our heads. So these conditions, you either love them or you absolutely hate them. And I didn't mind it, actually. It just gave you a great sense of what the car was doing underneath you and controlling slides and, not putting your foot flat to the floor because it'll erupt into wheel spin and then possibly, loop you around. And so really, really fun conditions, I must admit, when you're in an open wheeler. So
just wet and cold.
Yeah. You get out of the car and pretty much from your chest up is just totally wet, and you feel cold, you feel wet, you feel uncomfortable. So on these sorts of days, you need to at least try and bring up at least a couple of undershirts, I suppose, and change them between events.
Just watching Dave Casely coming out of turn 2 was sideways, turn 3 was sideways. He's just snapped it sideways.
Hit that
at
puddle.
4.
Yep, hit the river.
And that's where the water comes from one side of the racetrack to the other. So I don't know whether he's doing this on purpose or he's just pushing hard. There's no need to push hard at the moment.
No, I mean, as you can sort of see, the track conditions, fastest lap so far is a 1:28. Now, normally, Dave, yesterday in race 1, he was a high 1:07. So that's how much slower the track is, obviously, in these conditions.
20 seconds So down over the top of the hill where they'd actually be getting a big buffering as they come up and over the top of the hill there with that 60 km/h wind hitting them. And you can see that Dave Casey went right around that puddle, then got back onto the proper line and then turned the car in. So there's Wilkins. He's had a couple of spins, and Callum Lamont about to round him up. We are on our final lap here for another heat of the BM Graphics and Morton family plates.
Yeah, they haven't actually put the last lap board sign out that I can see down at the control box, so not exactly sure. May have just missed it, it may have already been previously out. But the battle for the 1200s is raging. We've got Jonathan Scarey is just heading down the inside of Isaac. Isaac's taking the go-kart line, the wider line. Now you can sort of see, classic case. that Jonathan Scarey just went into turn 1, and because he took the inside line where all the water is, the car just immediately washed straight across the front of Isaac, and Isaac was sort of keeping the wide line where all the grip is. So watch them up through turn 4. They'll be running, well, they should be running a very, very wide line. They're running about mid-track at the moment, so obviously they're feeling that's where the grip is in the circuit at the moment. I'd be probably running a little bit more wider line, to be honest.
Yeah, just for a bit of safety. Now, we know that the 1600s down there at turn 6, they can hold 4th gear. What about on a wet day?
Good question.
They drop it back to 3rd?
I would probably imagine, yes, they would drop it back to 3rd. I'll go and ask that question. Actually, the best one to ask was be for Dave Casely as he comes out of turn number 7. Now, are we going to get the checkered flag? Because the last lap board is not out.
I think they race control.
Yes,
they did.
Checkered
Race
flag
control
is out,
didn't
and
miss
it's going to
it.
be a race win to Dave Casely. So second across the line is going to be Rod Lisson, a good drive there, although with the 5-second penalty, running 7 seconds behind. So, but he's well and truly clear of the Scary boys.
You could just see it then. Jonathan went around the puddle. Isaac went through it, and the car got all squirrely on him.
Exactly. So it's going to be 3 from 3 for Jonathan Scarey over Isaac Scarey in terms of the 1200 battle. And then it's back to Callum Lamont in 5th outright. Then the next cross the line will be Kenny White just coming through turn 7. He'll be rounding up Ben Wilkins very shortly. Ben's had a very adventurous run. He's had a spin out of turn number 1 and coming into turn number 7. And then it's back to the next of the 1200s being Campbell Gow, and the next group will be Michael Lloyd and April Welsh. And then Kathy Lisson, I think, will be the final one over the line. I know we've still got Brett Scarey at the top of the hill, and they'll round out the field for this one. But just you were talking about the gear selection in turn 6. Yesterday, Dave Casey was actually trying turn number 7 in 4th, but then he went back home and he did an overlay of a lap to another lap using 3rd and 4th, and he actually found that he was about 0.3 slower using 4th gear through turn number 7 over changing back to 3rd gear. So very interesting.
Yeah, okay.
So the results are David Casely over Rod Lisson from Jonathan Scarey, taking out the 1200s from Isaac Scarey, Callum Lamont, Ken White, back to Campbell Gow, the 3rd of the 1200s, Michael Lloyd, April Welsh, Kathy Lisson.
All right, that's how they finished. And what I like about this scenario, Miles, is that all of these heat races in the scheme of things mean nothing. It comes down to that final race this afternoon. We'll see you again for our next heat race coming up. And we're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza out there in the paddock.
We're bringing you all the action, rain or shine, right now from pit lane. We're with Lawrence Marsh as part of the HQ Holden's category. Lawrence, it's quite an interesting day out on the track. How are you finding it?
Wet, very wet and windy.
And how do you prepare both your car and yourself for a day like today?
You just turn up, pretty much. We're bottom enders, we're not top enders. I mean, the guys up at the top end do a fair bit of setup and change a little bits on the car. It's not much you can change on them, but they do changes to the car. Us bottom end guys just chuck fuel in it and send it, basically.
But Laurie, you're not bothered about the wet weather. In fact, you enjoy the challenge, don't you?
Oh yeah, this is great fun. Yeah, this is real good fun. It just gets you to be a kid. You can go out and act like an idiot in the car and it'd be legal. It's good fun.
And how long have you been racing for, mate? You're telling me off camera, was it about a dozen years? Is that right?
Yeah, I haven't really counted them because it makes me feel old, but yeah, somewhere there, 12, 14 years, something like that.
And you didn't come up through the traditional ranks of go-karting and so forth. You sort of got to like a stage in life and you thought to yourself, boyhood dream, I want to get involved in motorsport.
Yeah, mate, midlife crisis. Yeah. Mate of mine just said, you want to go halves in a race car? I said, yeah, let's do it. So chucked in some money and here we are.
Yeah, and why HQ Holdens? You've always been a fan of the Holdens?
I am a Holden man, but in all honesty, it's just because Danny, my mate, said, do you want to buy a race car? So I bought a race car. So, and it is the cheapest form of motorsport, HQs, by a long way.
Well, mate, good luck for the rest of the day. I really hope you enjoy these conditions. I think we're going to get this sort of wet weather all day today, so you're going to be absolutely tested, but enjoy the test. And that's all from us, and it's time to go to a break.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
WA GT Sports Sedans, sports cars and WA muscle cars are brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Istor, Okie Dokie, Swan Towing, and TA2 Racing.
And don't forget our cool down lap coming up at McCracken House on the 8th of November, starting at 5:30 in the afternoon and going through till around about 9 o'clock at night. As I said, it's up there at McCracken House. It's our end of year presentations where we celebrate the highlights of the year with a look back at the milestones, achievements and memorable moments. We're going to have a winner's car display so you can get up close with the cars that made all the headlines in 2025. You don't have to worry about DD because we've got a free bus ride from Clarkson Station to Carco Raceway, departing at 5:10 and then also leaving McCracken House at 9:05 and heading back to Clarkson Station. We've got some jokes awards, and I'm sure the guys from Turn 7, they're going to be lining up to take that one out. And the official of the year presentations for early mornings to long days at the track. Our events would not be possible without all of our officials. So this is another way that we can say thank you very much to all of our officials. As we have a look at this one for ADH Club car. This is the sports cars, sports sedans and WA muscle cars, and on pole position the BF V8 supercar of Grant Hill, alongside him the Porsche of Campbell Nunn, then Ryan Humphrey in the XF Falcon powered by a Chev, and alongside him Pete McKenzie. We have Clint Rayner in the only WA muscle car out there. It looks like we may be missing Chris McKenzie after that spin in the S's during qualifying. Ryan Condren in car number 28. The Chev Corvette of Neville Zockerly in car number 95. Jared Carey making his appearance this weekend in sports sedans, normally a street car runner. Then we have Walter Eppel in car number 3, and unfortunately it doesn't look like we've got Ron Moller in car number 7, which I would presume would have been the Trans Am Camaro, Rob.
Yeah, I think that would be the case. So we're coming down very nicely lined up for a double Indian file rolling start. And this is going to be entertaining in the wet weather conditions to see how these guys go. Big gap there between the back of the row 3 and back. But have a look at the great start there by Campbell Nunn. He's managing to get the edge over Hill there into turn number 1. He's taking that outside line and he's going to get lots of grip coming out of there, I'd imagine. And it's going to be Nunn in the Porsche. And also having a great start is Peter McKenzie in car number 62 in his debut in that Porsche, I believe, managing to get past Ryan Humphrey there in the current state champion in car number 30.
Oh, Clint Rayner sideways and loops the WA muscle car number 76. The Chev Camaro has gone around in turn number 4, and they don't have a specific wet weather tyre, I believe. They have to run a grooved Hoosier radial.
Oh, right, okay, then so that's going to be interesting for Clint for the rest of the event. He's got it all to do in front of him, but a magnificent start by Campbell Nunn in car number 9 as they make their way out of turn 6 for the first time. He's already got himself about a 75-metre lead as they come over the top. In fact, he hasn't. That was one of the other Porsches I was looking at, but down here he's got about 2 or 3 car leaders. They head out of turn 7 for the first time. bit sideways there from the ex-V8 supercar of Grant Hill. But
Jared Carey down at 6, I think that is.
That's on the outside of 6, you're dead right, and that's going to be a safety car unless he can get out of there, and it looks like he's going to get out of there, so that's good news. So it's Campbell Nunn with the fastest lap of the race from a standing start from Grant Hill, then back to Peter McKenzie, Ryan Humphrey, Walter Eppel making his way to the back of the grid, already up into 5th place, and then back to car 28 of Ryan Condren. Then we've got Neville Zaccoli crossing the line in front of Clint Rayner, who had that spin in turn 4.
Now it looks like the Porsche's got it all over the top of the BF Falcon supercar at the moment, and Grant finding conditions a little bit slippery out there. He's got 500 plus horsepower underneath the bonnet of that BF Falcon supercar as Jared Carey now comes out onto the main straight, and an initiation into sports sedans for Jared this weekend. As I said, normally a runner in a street car category, and he's made the step up this weekend to sports sedans, hoping to run on some slick tyres this weekend, but unfortunately weather conditions, he won't be running slicks probably for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I reckon he's probably bolted his street car tyres back on again for this event as car 19 of Nunn crosses the line once more and sets another fastest lap, a 65.8. That's absolutely flying in these sort of weather conditions. Ryan Humphrey trying to come to terms back there with Walter Eppel, who's managed to get past him, so Ryan slipping back down the field, as well as Eppel is trying to recover, I guess, from a poor qualifying session that saw him start from the back of the grid, and then coming across the line now also one of our newcomers, and that's car number 28 of Ryan Condren in a beautiful Porsche 993, and then we've got car 76 of Rayner crossing the line, and pretty slowly at the moment is Neville Zaccoli in the car that also competed yesterday in our time challenge, I believe.
Yes, and in the last event yesterday when it was bucketing down with rain, Neville decided that he'd put the car away so he could play again today. He did one lap and then pulled it straight back into the pits. I had a look at the car afterwards, after the trophy presentation last night, and it had slicks on it. So I'm not sure whether he's running around out there on slicks at the moment, or he's bought another wet weather set of tyres from home. But certainly he'd be finding life pretty uncomfortable if he's got some flat rubber on that car.
Yeah, absolutely, as the field already starting to lap some of the slower traffic in Carey, and that gap has closed down because Grant Hill's just done the quickest lap of the race by 0.4 of a second, so he's starting to make a bit of a move now on the back of Campbell Nunn. Then it's a big gap back to the battle that's going to develop between Peter McKenzie and Walter Eppel in the very similar white GT3 Porsches, and then a big gap back to Ryan Humphrey, who's probably just needing to circulate for the state championship today anyway.
Yes, I think so. He's got a fairly commanding lead in that at the moment. So as they cross over the line, car number 28, that's a Ryan Condren in car number 28 in 6th position. Then Clint Rayner, and he would be having all types of grief behind the wheel of that Chev Camaro, the only WA muscle car out there on the circuit today. As we said, Chase Hoy representing Western Australia over there at Tailem Bend this weekend. He qualified into 4th, but unfortunately had a DNF in race number 1 yesterday. Started up the back of the grid in about 16th and charged through, and I believe he came home in 2nd place. So some very good showings for young Chase Hoy on the East Coast this weekend.
Yeah, and a good recovery then by Campbell Nunn as well. He managed to pull out another 6/10, another 3 or 4, let's have a look, 6/10 or so on Grant that time on that lap. But here they are coming up behind Zaccoli into turn 4. That's a horrible place to catch some slow traffic, but they've managed to negotiate that very well. And also worthy of mention is Peter McKenzie and Walter Eppel back there having an epic battle for 3rd place between the two Porsches, the 993 Porsche, 997 Porsche, sorry, with Peter McKenzie, and the 991.1 Porsche with Walter Eppel behind him. So they go nose to tail through turn 4. Then it's Jared Carey who's been lapped, so it's a little bit of a gap then back to car 30, and that's the beautiful Falcon, beautifully presented, beautifully engineered by Ryan Humphrey himself with the Chev engine. As our leaders are back down into turn 7, we're focusing on this Porsche battle as Walter Eppel tries to get his nose down inside. I think he's done it. So Eppel looks like he's done that move. And we're on board with Peter McKenzie in car number 62 at the moment, and Walter Eppel just driving away from him as he comes out of turn 6.
Now this will give a great representation of how difficult it is to come over the top. Oh, there's a spin there for Ryan Condren at turn 4, right in the middle of the corner, the radius of the corner, and he should be able to get that car back up and running. He's on the grass at the moment and just lit it up into wheel spin. He's just crawling over the curb now as our leaders go past him. It's Campbell Nunn in car number 19, and we're going to go on board at the moment on board that Peter McKenzie Porsche as he heads up through the S's here, through the left-hander at 2, up and over the bus stop here. We'll see whether he does clip the bus stop. No, he doesn't. So he's staying right off those white and red markings. As you see, left-hand drive Porsche. There's Zoccoli. He's looped the Chevrolet Corvette midway through turn number 4 as well.
Yep, absolutely. And you looked at Peter's hands. That's where you see the it's all in your hands and your arm movements in the wet. You've got to be so smooth. And you can see he's just winding on the wheel just a little bit there, and he's not making any jagged movements or anything like that. He's just keeping it all very smooth.
No oversteer at all.
Yep, you can see his fingers clicking as he uses the paddle shifts to change gears as he heads down towards turn 7 now, down this very steep hill. And then he'll be going uphill under brakes here into turn 7. Turns in nice and smoothly, you'll notice. No. Whoops. Oh, actually, on that occasion, he didn't. He turned in a little bit too much. Got a bit of understeer and then overcorrected into oversteer. But ran wide on the corner, so that was a little bit more aggressive than what it probably should have been. But yeah, on board with Peter McKenzie there for that lap. That was magnificent.
Yeah, great driving there until that little bit of a foo-ha down there in turn number 7 as Neville Zoccoli has decided to park the Corvette. So I'm suggesting he's still on slick tyres after that spin there in turn number 4. Jared Carey just coming across the line at the moment with Clint Rayner, the only WA muscle car. But look at the gap that Campbell Nunn has now put out over Grant Hill in car number 88 as the sun starts to break through the black clouds up here in nearer but Western Australia. It's Campbell Nunn over Grant Hill.
Yeah, he's consistently been around about a second a lap quicker than what Hill has been over the last couple of laps. I've been keeping an eye on that. We're down to 26 seconds in this event, so we're going to be seeing the last lap board next time past the start-finish stripe. And it's going to be Campbell Nunn, I would suggest, unless he has a whoopsie or a mechanical failure. I don't think there's going to be too much catching happening from Grant Hill, who's
whoops. This is a big one here, right at the pit entry there, and one of the Porsches head first straight into the wall.
Oh, then that's going to be on debut Peter McKenzie. That's a big shame.
That's
for Peter.
A big hit down there for the Porsche. He was on the brakes, but unfortunately has gone in head first. So hopefully, obviously, our race control straight onto that. Double waved flags down at the bottom of the hill as Clint Rayner is the first into that caution area.
And that's the car, of course, that we were on board with during the event. So the lap before, we said that he had a little bit of a run wide there down at that corner, but it's caught him out this time coming out of there. So that's a really big shame for Peter McKenzie.
That was a huge fishtail there as he exited turn number 7. We've probably got some a replay of that from the onboard footage, and just see, you won't see the hands being very slow this time. You'll see them seesawing from left to right.
You won't, but what a terrible shame for... Yeah, we won't do an on-board replay for that one, but what a great shame for the McKenzie family. That's both Peter and Chris in the wall so far today, and the brothers have not had a very good day at all out here today.
Certainly not, and we're down to minus 54, so checkered flag has been thrown on this one, so the win will go to Campbell Nunn over Grant Hill. Walter Eppel, a great fight back to end up in 3rd place. Ryan Humphries will take out 4th from Clint Rayner. Then we will have Ryan Condren. We will have McKenzie in 7th at the moment, but he will finish 9th.
We are ready for a replay, Vaughan, so we're about to see an external replay of the incident down here.
From the outside. So he came down into turn number 7, and has he hit the inside of the ripple strip?
He's got sideways on the exit, overcorrected, and then gone into the wall from there. So that's a fairly hefty hit. So it's good to have that replay, but that's just an unfortunate overcorrection there.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Peter is out of the car. I can see our medical staff and that down there. So I think we will take a break here at carco.com.au Raceway while the recovery is underway for Peter McKenzie down there in the RX-7. So there will be a little bit of a delay here. And in the meantime, to fill in some time, we're going to go up into the paddock area with Jamie and Demelza.
Thanks a lot, Thorne. Yeah, there's plenty going on here down in the garages, especially because of the wet weather and all the modifications that people have to make. We're joined now by Rod Wilson, who came 2nd in the Formula V category. Rod, good effort in this sort of weather, mate. Tell me about the track.
The track is absolutely wet. Fortunately, it's the same for everybody, but yeah, it's like a little bit like driving on ice. You turn the wheels and you're not sure if the front's going to bite or the back's going to turn around on you.
But you've got a 1600, which means you've got the horsepower, but you can't really use it in this sort of weather, can you?
1600 or 1200 1200 makes very little difference. If you put your foot down too hard, the back wheels just arc up, especially coming up the hill out of turn 6.
Now, a lot of the Formula V strategy is for a slipstream, but you've kind of got to work the exact opposite now, given the weather.
That's it. If you get in the slipstream, you can't see anything behind the car in front of you. So pretty much you'll see on every single straight, I'll pull out and go on the opposite side. No toe, but at least I can see where I'm going.
And how are you finding the car driving today?
I made some adjustments to the suspension this morning to try what I thought might be a bit of a wet setup. And look, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't as good as Dave Casely's in first, but it went pretty well.
There are a couple more races going in today. The weather doesn't look like it's going to be letting up for us. How does that change the way that you approach it?
Well, we're taking these 3 cars behind us, the red one, the silver one and the yellow one. We're taking all the 3 of these cars to Tailem Bend next weekend and Malala the weekend after. So I'm looking at it as don't scratch or damage my car. That's it.
Next week you're going off for another competition, so you're obviously going to be travelling for a couple of days, and of course any damage today would be, would put you back a bit when it comes to your scheduling. But I mean, you're looking forward to the competition next weekend?
Oh, that's going to be sensational. So that's our national challenge for Formula V Australia at the Bend next weekend, and then a round of our national series, Australian series, the weekend after at Malala.
In the Australian series, do the 16s and the 12s, do they compete at the same time?
Yes. Generally, the national challenge, they often separate, but on a track the size of the Bend, it's pretty much the same as Phillip Island. You don't bother to separate them because the distance of the track separates them anyway.
Well, this club's really competitive, but when you talk about the nationals, how competitive are the races when you go and experience it in another state, especially on a track that you might not be that familiar with?
When you go national, there's 7 or 8 cars all in one group within centimetres of each other across the line, thousandths of a second sometimes. Yeah, I'm not quite there. I think the last we just came back from Queensland and I managed a 7th and 8th. I think was the best I did over there.
Are you happy with 7th and 8th? Do you feel that you're being competitive, being in that sort of range?
Oh, compared to the talent that's over there, yeah, it's I'm really happy with that result.
Good luck for the remainder of today. It's very busy down here. Good luck for the remainder of today.
Thank you so much.
Now, to wrap up the racing year at the Cool Down Lap, November 8, Carco Raceway. Tickets at wascc.com.au/cooldownlap. As I said, there's lots of action coming to you from Carco Raceway today. Stay with us. We're going to check out a replay right about now.
Yeah, no. All right, so as I was saying, we are going to our lunch break now. Our racing will commence again for the afternoon session at 11:50. So you've got about an hour to fill in and come over here into the paddock area and have a look around. I'm going to go and meet Jamie and Demelza downstairs, and we're going to do a bit of a wrap-up of what has happened here this morning at carco.com.au Raceway. Don't forget, stick around for a big afternoon, including the Morton family plate and the BM Graphics plate for the Formula V. We've still got historic touring cars to come out twice this afternoon as well for day number 2 of meeting 1 of the Twin Circuit Challenge. So we will be back at 11:50. We'll see you then.
Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start Finance Group. Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Carco Raceway for round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championships, proudly sponsored by Gallagher's Insurance. We have a little bit of a break, so we've had an absolute crazy action-packed morning, haven't we?
Eventful morning. What do you reckon, Vaughan? Have you seen weather like this down at the track before?
Yeah, unfortunately, once the heavens open, and we've had some torrential rain here this morning, the track's just super slippery, and as you can see, every category is being affected.
Well, we haven't had one category on the track yet because they haven't been able, because with the break we're having an earlier break than we expected. But can I ask you, with the races that we did see, there was a couple of incidents there that were a real concern.
Yeah, we've had a couple of spins right in front of the rest of the field. That fortunately, everybody's been able to escape a bigger collision than what actually happened. But unfortunately for Peter McKenzie in the Porsche, he's actually come out of turn number 7, got into a bit of a tank slapper, and he's gone head first into the pit wall. So that's why we've called our lunch break early. There's about a 20-minute repair job to be done to the tyre wall.
In regards to the races that we have seen so far, a lot of the competitors that we were speaking to in the interviews have said they actually welcome the challenge of wet weather racing.
Yeah, some people take to it like a duck to water, but some people are a little bit trepidatious about it. It depends. So you see somebody like Brad O'Keefe from the HQs. He's grown up in New Zealand. He's used to these conditions, and he's certainly shining so far in the HQs.
Now, apart from the fact they're used to the wet weather, they're sort of looking forward to competing in the wet weather, the other aspect of it too is that they are being cautious because some of these guys are going off to nationals and don't want anything to happen to their vehicle between now and when they have to race next weekend.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw one of the trucks leave at 6:30 this morning. That was carrying 6 race cars on its way to Tailem Bend, ready for next weekend. So, yeah, there was a few cautious drivers here yesterday, definitely with their fingers crossed. But thankfully, they're all on the truck and they're all on their way to Tailem Bend.
Now, Vaughan, with a day like today and the weather that we have, with the track, there's a lot of different elements that you wouldn't on a sunny day consider. The wind, how slippery the track might be, how wet the track might be. How does a driver potentially have to prepare for a day like today?
Well, you do get that one lap, observation lap, before the start of the race, and that is the only time you get a look at it before you're going at 80-90% full throttle. There's also the debris that gets dragged onto the track. When somebody spins out, those rear wheels, they throw all the sand and the grass across the racetrack. And, of course, yesterday we had that huge engine blow up on the main straight. The residual oil will still be there, so that's something that the drivers need to be careful of. But thankfully, when you do come across oil, it's like a rainbow. You can see it. So as long as you keep the car out of it, you should be okay.
And what are you predicting that we're going to see for the road, apart from it being wet, but what are you predicting for the rest of today?
Very close racing because it's raining. The guys with a lot of horsepower can't use it. There's a few people missing today, the front runners, so that's going to allow some of the middle runners to come forward and really shine. And we've already seen that in the Hyundai Excels this morning. Some of the guys that we don't normally talk about have moved right forwards, and that's great to see. It's great for the racing.
Well, this wet weather is a great leveler when it comes to competition, isn't it?
It certainly is. Like, as I said, you can't use the horsepower, and with these people that are missing, as I said, it brings those people to the fore. And if you like Brett O'Keefe from the HQs, I love rain and wet weather racing. He's going to do well today.
So for those that are racing today, they've got the potential of actually getting more points in their specific category, which is obviously going to be a benefit to them when it comes to the end of the championship.
Well, everything closes up when it rains, Jamie. It's going to be you're going to have to keep watching the live stream or come out here to Carco Raceway and see what is going to happen this afternoon. I'm not going to stick my neck out, mate.
Vaughan, are you a ute man?
Yes, I am a ute man, mate.
Well, it's just funny. I've got this ute right here that we can talk about because it was been donated by AAAC, which is just fantastic. It's an LDV ute, which is going to be used for recovery here at Carco Raceway. And tell us a bit about AAAC, mate.
AAAC have been fantastic supporters of Carco Raceway over many, many years, and the club is super appreciative of Adrian and his staff at AAAC, and they've donated this awesome LDV ute for your recovery team to use, and its first day on the track. It's getting a lot of work so far this morning.
I was going to say, Towies have got a pretty weird reputation in Western Australia, but this company is completely different. This is an authorised, legitimate company that do an excellent job when it comes to towing services, and this level of support for the car club, it can't be measured, can it?
Yes,
It's really positive.
it certainly is, Jamie. AAAC are not just police checked, they're police integrity checked. So they get government contracts. The government have that much confidence in AAAC that they're doing the right thing, and they're just a fantastic company to deal with. And thanks very much to Adrian and his staff.
Of course, big thanks and wrap for AAAC, which is great. So what can we look forward to this afternoon, Vaughan?
Oh, more of what we've seen this morning, Jamie. Currently, while we're doing this interview, the blue sky is out and the wind seems to have backed off a bit, but there is some pretty bad weather coming this afternoon. But the racing is going to be awesome. Some of the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia, right here at Carco Raceway.
I'm a big fan of historic touring cars, mate. I don't know about you, but I love them, and not seeing them on the track because of the weather, or because of the incident that happened earlier. So I am looking forward to seeing the historics on the track. I mean, it's always great to see these old cars getting a good flogging, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly is. Now, those high horsepower Mustangs that dominated yesterday, they are going to come under increasing trouble today from the little minis, who are super quick. There's BMWs, there's also Will Holden, Lotus Cortina, and of course the GTR, the Australian product, the GTR XU1 Tiranas. So, yep, dial in, have a look. It's going to get really serious this afternoon.
Now, if you do want to come down whilst the sky is opened up and the sun is shining, you can also make sure that you're nice and warm down at McCracken House, so you can stay away from the elements that the rest of us out here in pit lane are currently having to deal with.
Yeah, fully refurbished now is McCracken House. New carpet, new tables and benches up there. And, of course, we have the barbecue and our trophy presentation coming up about half an hour after the conclusion of play this afternoon.
And listen, who's running the barbecue tonight as part of the hospitality? Yesterday was saloons. Who's got it today?
I'm not sure. I know the HQs normally get in there and help out, but it's great to see another new initiative by the club to have the categories run that barbecue. And I think it's like a gold coin donation. So it's a cheap feed on the way home after a great day's racing.
Exactly right. Well, that's all from us here at Carco Raceway before we go to lunch. I really appreciate the support that you're having for this wonderful streaming service that we're providing, courtesy of Turn 7 Media. We'll be back after lunch, and it's time now to go to a break. Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start Finance Group. Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, point to point and time challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details. Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway for day number 2 of round 5 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships, and proudly sponsored this weekend by Gallagher Insurance. And joining me back in the commentary box is Rob Haggerty. And Rob, let's have a bit of a recap of this morning. It's been very, very diabolical out there on the circuit for all of our competitors and their pit crews. It's been a very, very wet and greasy start to the day.
Yeah, it started with pretty much the first qualifying session right at the beginning of the morning, and it's been pretty continuous right the way through until the lunch break. And we've seen some pretty good racing though over the morning so far. We started off with the Excel Cup, and they turned it on well and truly, and had a win initially by Zane Rhodes, who is one of our championship contenders. But unfortunately, Zane's been pinged 15 seconds from that, and that's moved him down to the second slot for that event.
Yes, it has. Unfortunately, they're speared off the track and was still able to set a fast sector time under yellow flag. So there was a pretty open and shut case there. As we have a look at McCracken House, where our cool-down lap will happen on the 8th of November at 5:30 in the afternoon, and you can see just how windy it is up here at carco.com.au Raceway, with that camera getting blown around a bit. As we look now over towards the Pearce Air Base over in the distance there, and the Swan Valley. And we had a horrendous amount of rain here. The showers have just, they haven't been normal, have they, Rob? They've been extremely heavy.
Yeah, heavy and short, and then a bit of drizzle following it up for a little while, and then nothing for about another 15 or 20 minutes, and then another heavy shower, and then drizzle following it up, and it's been sort of that cycle all morning.
And there's our home away from home. We're up there, and you can see Andre, our sound engineer. He's got his weather up there. You can see the bag getting blown around on top of one of the antennas up there right next to our office. And this is where we call all the action from, up here on the second level in the Rob Janney broadcast studio.
Yeah, so we've got one of the best views that you can have here at carco.com.au, and we're very privileged to have that when we've got such hard-working officials out there on the circuit, and there they are starting to grid up the cars for the first event after the lunch break. And we need to make sure that we do acknowledge the officials who had to put back some fencing and some tyres at the tyre barrier on the entrance to the club pit entrance. Unfortunately, we had an incident with a Porsche there in the last event, and it moved those tyre barriers, and they had to tie them back together and put the conveyor belting back in front of that barrier there during the lunch break. So those guys didn't have the same length lunch break as a lot of the other officials had enjoyed, and we just wanted to thank them so much for their hard work out there in blustery and wet conditions putting that fence back together. So thank you so much to all of those guys, hard-working officials. For
our live stream customers, here is a replay of Peter McKenzie in the Porsche. You can see him coming out of turn number 7, and then a bit of a tank slapper, overcorrected, and then unfortunately went into that tyre wall, and it's 4 or 5 tyres deep. So that would have been a completely different story if those tyres hadn't have been there.
Oh yeah, it would have been absolutely disastrous, but as it was bad enough, and you can see the terrible damage to the right-hand front of that car, and that would have gone through the radiators and everything. So very unfortunate for Peter on debut. So we're coming back to a live view now, and we've got the cars lined up for the first event at the resumption of play here at carco.com for this afternoon. So we've got historic touring cars making a return today after a good day yesterday.
Yeah, they certainly were, and it was dominated yesterday by Brian Edhouse. And as you can see, the fastback Mustang, I think that's a 69 Mustang, and alongside him will be a slightly earlier model with Graham Woolhouse. On the second row will be Stuart Young and Poglet, so 2 XU1 Tiranas. Then we go back to Simon Northey in the BMW, and alongside him will be Mitch Evans in the first of the Minis. Then we have M. Bowden, and I don't know if that's Mel or Michael, in car number 23. Then Will Colton, all the way over from Queensland this weekend. So that's Malcolm in car number 23. And then, as I said, Will Colton. It's great to see Will and his wife Alison back over here in WA. And welcome home, guys. And I hope you're enjoying the hospitality and familiar surroundings of carco.com.au Raceway. Then we've got the father and son team of Paul and Michael Vandenwright. Laurie Lapsley is the only Jaguar Mark II out there this weekend. Unfortunately, Mike Gallagher's car not ready. We've got Bill Shipper out there, Ian Brown in car number 92. Second of the Ford Cortinas. Hadlow also in a Cortina. Bob O'Neill in the Monaro. The HQ in car number 7. Wendy Cover. Now, Wendy had a lot of issues yesterday, and I don't actually see her car down on the dummy grid. So, unfortunately, we've lost the EH Holden. And then we have Gary Edwards. Mark Cates. Now, Mark had some brake issues yesterday and ruled him out of, I think it was the last race yesterday. And then Kenny Waller. Unfortunately for Ken, had blown up. So we're going to take a very short break and we'll be back for Access Hire, the historic touring cars coming your way very shortly here at carco.com.au Raceway.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results, and upcoming rounds, plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. Historic touring car racing proudly presented by Access Hire, Moylan Grain Silos, Perth Brake Parts, and iWrite Sign.
And we are back here at carco.com.au Raceway for Access Hire. The historic touring cars will be next out on the circuit, still sitting down in the dummy grid at the moment as we welcome back to the commentary position for day 2 of, what would you call it, Martin? Meeting number 1 of the Twin Circuit Challenge for Access Hire.
Yes, certainly, day 2, race one, program 1 for the Circuit Masters. Certainly... and the weather is playing lots of games with us.
It certainly is, and you would know, and we're just talking off camera there about Wendy Cover, unfortunately, has decided to stay up in the pit area in the warm and dry.
That's Wendy just taking a bit of going, yep, you know what, I don't need to be a part of that.
Nope.
And taking it easy. So we've had Kenny Waller ventilate the engine block yesterday as we saw in all the smoke. Who else is missing, actually?
Well, Mark Cates is back.
Yeah, Cates has got his brakes fixed. Yep, he had a brake line split actually right on the flare, which is a little bit annoying, obviously. And Poglitz, Rob Poglitz, he oil pressure issues. It was dropping particularly low, and the oil temps were up, so he's decided he'd save an engine.
Yes. And then go home and try and work out what it is. Of course, you guys get next weekend off, and then you go down to the southwest, down to Collie for round number 2.
Yes, another couple of days down at Collie in 2 weeks' time, or 2 weekends' time, and that'll be another good one.
So the winner of the series, is that the overall point score with both meetings combined?
Everything's combined. Yep. Top point scorer.
Yep, over the 2 weekends. Well, so far it'll be looking pretty good for Brian Edhouse at the moment, but anything is possible.
Well, that's the reality of our game.
It certainly is.
You're never quite sure what's going to happen next.
I mean, Graham Woolhouse is still red hot in that silver and black Mustang, car number 86.
Absolutely. Stewie's not far behind. You just got to look at it and go, it can roll any way.
If it rains, I think Stewart's got a really good chance.
Yes, a lot better chance than the other two. He will probably get more points, though he might not win the race because the other cars coming through with a Beamer from Simon and Mitch and the Mini, they're good in the wet.
Yeah.
It will depend a little bit on how they chose their tyres.
Just trying to think, Mitch Evans' Mini, was that the Davenport Mini or was it the Runciman Mini?
I think it was the Runciman one.
Yeah, I think it was
the 16. It's actually running the same number it always ran, so I think it is the Runciman car.
Yep. And then behind them is Mel Bowden, car number 23.
Yep.
So we're missing one of the Bowdens.
Matthew didn't run yesterday either. He had tech issues with the car.
Okay, yep.
Slight misinterpretation of the regulations after that crash at Supercars.
Yes, of course, that's the only Mini I've seen actually end for end. Normally they go over sideways, but this thing went windscreen down first.
Absolutely unbelievable. Watches it dug in on the nose and just toppled over. That was sort of like how does that happen?
And as we said in our introduction, it was great to have Will Colton back in WA.
Absolutely, old mate Will. Certainly just come over to give it a bit of a shake and have some fun with us. It's been good to catch up with him.
Yeah. And then we have the father and son team both driving the Cortinas in Paul and Michael Vandenright.
Yeah, the 2-litre Mark 3s as they're known, or TCs.
TCs.
TCs
Yep,
is the first
TC.
one. Coke bottle model.
Yep.
Paul was saying that this meeting would probably be his last completely. He sort of decided he's going to retire.
Oh, okay.
He's been at it for 50 years, so he reckons that's almost long enough.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah.
Behind the two TC Cortinas will be Laurie Lapsley in the only Jag here this weekend. Unfortunately, Mike's not here this weekend.
No, Mike's got the cylinder head off his engine, doing some valve work, a valve problem, and so that's not ready yet.
And by next row will be Bill Shipper in the Datsun 1600 and Ian Brown.
Yep, they're playing at it, still going with.
Behind them will be Hadlow and Bob O'Neill in the HQ.
Yeah, good old Bobby in the HQ. He'll trundle around at HQ speeds.
Yeah, he's still coming to grips with that car. I mean, it wasn't quick yesterday by any means. I think it had a lot more left in it.
Yeah. Bob's really looking after the car. He doesn't want to stress it.
Yeah, well, he was just about on the brakes as he came past the start-finish line yesterday, just coasting all the way down to turn number one.
Yeah. Come out of the corner, put your foot in the accelerator, get off it, and then roll to the next corner.
And good to see Gary Edwards back in the BMW 2002. He's been off doing his improved production class for a long time, and good to see him drag out the old BM.
Yeah, blow the dust off it. And actually, he had trouble yesterday, didn't he? And so he's obviously done some work on it.
Yes.
He came in.
And we got a onboard camera for this event for our live stream viewers, and we go on board the Lotus Cortina, the yellow and black. I think that'd be a 64 or 65?
Yeah, 64.
64?
We'll call it 64.
Mark 1 GT Cortina.
Lotus.
Oh, it's a Lotus Cortina, yeah.
Yeah, you've got to get the technically a bit right.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, going back to my days, I had a GT.
Yes, Will's always ran the Lotuses. And the yellow one with the black stripe in it, that's definitely a Lotus. Will's prepares the cars himself completely. Does a real good job.
There is a car out there that we haven't seen for a long time, and it was my favourite car, and it was Owen Satchel.
Yeah.
And the little BDA powered.
Yeah.
That was one quick motor car.
That is an absolute rocket. Owen's having some physical issues like a surgery for shoulder replacements and things like that, so it's messed him around pretty bad, time frame wise. And so I've been talking to him recently, and he's not even sure when he's going to get a clearance to get a licence again to come racing. So it's a shame, because that very good car to have on the track. It's fast.
Well, if that car goes up for sale, somebody is going to get a dynamite piece of equipment. It is so quick, and it sounds like it turns about 16,000 RPM as it goes up through the S's.
Yeah, it's only about 9. But I think his young bloke probably will end up driving it.
Oh, okay. It'd be good if they can keep hold of it and get it back on the circuit. I mean, we haven't seen it for probably 5 or 6 years now.
It's been a while. One of the big issues with the BDA style engine is that they're quite expensive to keep on song at a real hard level, and it's money.
Yes.
Owen runs his own business these days, doing mechanical stuff, so he's very mindful of what he's got to spend. And it's we hope he can get it back on track again. That would be absolutely awesome for us as a category.
Well, for the first time today, it looks like we're going to have a race on a dry racetrack. So this should be fairly good, as all of our cars are lining up now. We're just waiting for Mark Cates. He is right down the back, and he won't stay down the back for much longer than he has to. He'll drive straight through this field, and you would expect him to get up to, I reckon he'll probably end up in about 4th position on this one.
He'll probably give himself pink for moving spots just then, but anyway.
Oh, no, he's moving back now.
Yeah, hope he gets back in the first gear because it'll be a shock and go backwards. Here we go.
So we're waiting for red lights
Lights
on
on.
here at carco.com.au Raceway, and away we go. And I'm pretty sure that Stuart Young may have just snuck off the line before the red light extinguished. So I'll have to wait for Motorsport Australia to make a decision on that one. But down into turn number 1, as per yesterday, it is Brian Edhouse. But look at young Mitch Evans around the outside of Simon Northey. But now the power of the 2002 BMW comes on and drives straight back in front of him again.
Yep.
Will Colton not letting these two get going either.
No, he's going to hang on there. Mitch is sort of on the bumper of the BMW. He'll certainly hassle Simon all the way down into turn 6. There's no doubt about that. If he gets a good run around the outside, he'll be right. And see Cates is slowly just picking his way through, gently.
Oh, there's smoke coming out. I think that might have been Hadlow in the Cortina.
Yeah, the Lotus, cream and white Lotus.
Yeah, a lot of smoke coming out of the side of that car.
Oh
So
dear.
we'll have to wait and see if our turn 7 cameras can pick up that Cortina. It should be coming out of turn number 6 at the moment if it hasn't already pulled over. But that didn't look very good at all. We'll wait and see what happens as they come across the line.
It's still going. He's coming down the hill.
Oh, he is too.
No smoke. Might have been a tyre, He might have just locked up an inside wheel.
Yeah, it was actually going across turn 5, so I'm wondering if it was leant down onto the tyre at all.
Yeah, I've done something like that.
Bill Shipper putting a move on Ian Brown at the moment in car number 92.
And here comes the Mustang, the 69 Mustang up on behind the Jaguar.
Car number 111 has been given a 5-second penalty for a false start. So that is one of the Vandenright cars, and that will be Paul.
Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, it's a bit easy to do sometimes. You're just anticipating the light going out.
Well, Mark Cates has already moved from 17th up to 10th in one lap. And he's right behind Laurie Lapsley now. Laurie's in 9th position as they cross the line for the first time, and there's the move being put on the way down into turn number 6.
Yeah, I reckon the next 7 spots will be a lot harder to get.
They probably will be. It's side by side on the way out of turn number 7.
Woolhouse and Edhouse.
And it's a drag race across the line, and I think Edhouse has just got him over the line.
He's in front, but Graham's got the brake on the inside, the braking line. So he'll underneath Brian, unless Brian can hold them out the outside.
He's trying.
Man, he's doing a good job, and Graham's just...
Oh, bang, there's contact there, and Woolhouse into the wall. And, front left-hand contact with Brian Edhouse.
Yeah, wow.
And that is unfortunately going to bring out the red flag, and hopefully not too much damage done to the Mustang of Graham Woolhouse.
Yeah.
That's the second car we've seen go in at the exact same spot here today.
Yeah, we won't comment on that. I was watching it from a driving point of view, and probably not quite enough room left. We'll let the motorsport boys, the race officials, make their call.
We go down. Our onboard camera is just heading down into turn number 6 at the moment as we see
safety car.
Alan and Karen down there in the safety car, ready to pick the field up this time through. And there we go. Graham's driving away, so hopefully he's just smacked the back of it behind the right rear wheel.
Yeah, he's just parking it, bringing it in the infield out of the way.
Well, that could have been a lot worse than that. So he.
Wow. So there'll be a small mark on the left rear and a nasty one on the right rear.
Well, here comes Edhouse now, and on the front left of his car doesn't seem to be touched at all.
No, because it'll be the front right.
Front right.
Other side.
Yes, it was too. We'll have to wait and see when he turns the corner this time and see if there's any damage to the front of Edhouse's car.
I need binoculars, I can't see that far.
It looks fairly straight.
Okay. Yeah, he hasn't... doesn't indicate that he's got any issues with his steering.
I think the front bumper's been turned up a little bit.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have taken much. It's just right there where the cars have got the light on balance. A little tap, away you go.
And there we go. We see Graham Woolhouse retiring up into the pit area.
Yep.
Unfortunate way to start off their first race for day number 2 here of round 5, the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships here at Carco Raceway.
One of the good things is he's got a damn good crew, and they'll have that panel beated enough to probably participate in the rest of the day. You know, it was driving, and it doesn't look like it was any sort of way out of shape apart from a bit of bodywork at the back. So hopefully Graham can, the guys can do a bit of panel beating and get him out for the next couple of races of the day.
And as I said, Mark Cates started out of position 17 and is now in P5 after 2 competitive laps. We're down to 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, so our safety car making the beeline straight back into pit lane. So we will get going this time through. It's now Ed House with Stuart Young in the GTR XU1 Tirana, and Simon Northey having a great run in 3rd place in the moment, the BMW 2002. Mitch Evans, Cates and Will Colton make up that first group of 6 cars.
Oh, no.
And Mark Cates has overtaken before the control line, so there'll be a penalty coming for that one.
Yeah, I saw that as soon as you come around the corner. I go, I know what he's going to do. That's hard from a racing point of view when you're behind slower cars.
He obviously doesn't want to let Ed House get away into the distance, but you do have to wait. There is no overtaking until you get to the start-finish line on a restart.
Yeah, I actually, in our rules, I actually think that needs to be changed because of the quite a large disparity between fastest and slowest cars. It doesn't. It's not conducive to good racing actually, or even safe, because you've got fast cars bunched up. Waiting to get past the control line.
We're just picking up with Mark Cates down into turn number 6 now, and he's now moved up into second position. He's driven straight past Stuart Young in the GTR XU1 Tirana. That incident at turn 3 with Ed House and Woolhouse is now under investigation by our race control, as Brian Edhouse comes across the start-finish line, has about 1.5 seconds lead over Mark Cates. But Mark Cates will be pending a penalty, I would say, on this one. Then we have Stuart Young and Simon Northey make up our top 4.
Yeah, and you see Mitch in the Mini. He's right on the tail of Simon there. He's not letting him go. Will Colton in the number 5 Lotus Cortina has dropped back a little bit. And we've got a bit of a gap back to the wedding car, the Jag. Laurie Lapsley, Mal Bowden, Paul Van der Wright, Mike Van der Wright, Bill Skipper, Ian Brown, Nathan Hadlow.
I was watching...
And Bobby O'Neill bringing up the Tally and Charlie.
And watching Mal Bowden yesterday really throwing that Mini around as he was trying to stick with Mitch Evans there in that last race yesterday afternoon. It was awesome to watch those 2 Minis. It takes you back to the 70s and early 80s when we had all of the Minis up here.
Yeah, I actually was talking to Mal about it. He said, and like with a couple of laps to go, the tyres were gone. He said it was all about who had the best of nothing.
Yeah, well, it'd only be the front wheels that are gone, because the back wheels, they have a tendency of getting off the ground with these little Minis as they go around the corners.
Yes, they tend to be pretty light on the rear. But yes, it was full on. It was a great show for them boys.
As the 2 Vandenright cars come across, and there we go, a 15-second time penalty for Mark Cates. So at the moment, that would drop him down to about back to 8th or 9th. He's going to be down a fair way. So 15-second penalty should put him down to here. So he'll be around about Laurie Lapsley in 7th. So unless he can increase that lead.
Get closer to Brian and just get some seconds ticked away.
A 106.4 for Brian Edhouse. That's not hanging around. 66-second lap.
Yeah, that's a good run. These boys were qualified at 105s yesterday, I think, in memory, and that's good time.
Now, there hasn't been a great deal of rubber go down this morning on the circuit because it's been so wet and miserable out there, but I can say it does look fairly bright now, and we have a perfectly dry racetrack for the first time today.
Yes. Yesterday was a wonderful day.
Oh, we were going great yesterday till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it bucketed down. So looks like Bowden's starting to throw the little Mini around in hot pursuit of Laurie Lapsley in the Mark II Jag. We've still got the Vandenright family head to tail as they come across the line, and then a fair way back to Bill Shipper. Oh, there's somebody stopped over there. That's Ian Brown
Oh, yes.
in the Cortina.
Yep, on the back straight there, down the hill. Parked over by the fence out of the way. And well done. Yeah.
See what happens here. Hopefully, with only 1 minute and 25 seconds plus 1 lap remaining, they may continue.
Yeah, I can see a yellow at the control box before it and green after it. I'd say, well, look at that. It's safe enough to be kept running.
Hopefully no safety cars, as Bob O'Neill has Mark Cates blow past him, gives him pneumonia on the way through. And Brian Edhouse already out onto the main straight, across the start-finish line to reel off another lap, and a 1:09 that time. The incident at turn 3 is now going to be investigated after the race, so I would say they'd be looking for any GoPro footage from both of those cars.
Yep, they'll be looking for whatever they can find. Try and make the best decision.
Oh, Mel Bowden's just clipped the ripple strip on the apex at turn 7 and got the little Mini all unsettled, but he was closing down on Laurie Lapsley as he closes up under brakes, which is what those little Minis were renowned for.
Yep, and the Van der Wright's going hard. There we go. The checker flag's out, actually. I can see that there.
It is too. That's a surprise.
We missed that.
Yeah, certainly is. So the winner will go to Brian Edhouse. Mark Cates crossed the line in second, but has that 15-second penalty.
Oh, that's going to make him only going to put him back a couple of spots.
Only to 4th.
Yeah.
By my reckoning.
Yeah, I'm looking at that going, between Young and Northey. Wow.
So Stuart Young will end up in second place.
Yep.
Cates, Northey will go 3rd, and then Mark Cates in 4th. And then Mitch Evans, Will Colton, a great effort in the little Lotus Cortina to finish in 6th place. Laurie Lapsley for 7th, Mel Bowden for 8th. And we have Paul Vandenright and Mike Vandenright are our top 10. Thanks very much, Martin. We'll see you later on this afternoon as we throw down to Jamie and Demelza.
Thanks, Owen.
That's right, we are here back in pit lane, and we are here with Campbell Nunn, who came first in the sports sedan and WA muscle cars categories last race. Campbell, you've got to be happy with that race.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. The wet weather really helped.
Now, I believe you do quite like the wet weather, and you find that works to your advantage a little bit.
Well, when we're up against the V8s that have got a lot more power, it definitely works, yes.
And you've been driving for a little while now. What made you decide to get into racing?
Probably a midlife crisis, but around 2022 started, yeah.
Campbell, you've had a mixed background in driving, so you've raced FSRs, you've been a part of the Arise team and so forth, and you've got some guys working on your car right now. You're running a Porsche. Tell us a bit of history about the car and how you came to be in ownership of it.
Yeah, look, this car was actually ex-Melbourne, and it won the Victorian Championship a couple of years back. And, so I needed something with flappy paddles and ABS to practice for some other racing I've been doing overseas.
Have you always favoured Porsches? Because you trained with Porsche yourself, didn't you? To get some extra bonus points when it comes to being able to handle their vehicles.
Yeah. Look, they're really, really well-sorted race car. They're very, very turnkey. You just rock in and they work straight out of the box. So
unlike others, you didn't sort of come from a racing background or a family background. You've sort of got into it cold. You call it a midlife crisis. I'd probably call it every man needs a hobby. How's that, Campbell? So in regards to this, you obviously must be totally stoked with the results you're getting from something that was a passion project.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's nice just to get a bit better and be consistent more than anything else, rather than panning off the track every now and then like I used to do a couple of years ago.
Even though it's a combined category, you must be happy with the fact you're competing against some pretty big cars and in different divisions of horsepower, and you're able to be as competitive as you can be in a Porsche. That's pretty good. Obviously, that's driving skill, isn't it?
Oh, look, man, it's definitely the wet. Ryan and Grant, once the dry comes in, their cars will just disappear from us. They'll be 2 seconds a lap faster, I reckon.
Well, listen, good luck today. I hope you have a safe couple of races. You've got 2 more to go, is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
2 more to go, and you can't get better than pole position, so let's hope you can be able to be consistent through that for the other 2 races. And that's all from us, and we're going to a break.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/startline for more details.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results, and upcoming rounds, plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. WA Excel Cup Racing proudly presented by Retrovision, Tech Mechanical, Racetech, Nexter, and Revolution Racing.
Food, fun, music, and motorsport. What else could you ask for? It's the cool down lap here on November the 8th at McCracken House. Grab your tickets now at the West Australian Sporting Car Club.com.au/cool down lap as we welcome back to the commentary box Rob Haggerty with your favourite category coming out, mate. Retrovision provides us with the Hyundai Excels.
Yeah, absolutely magnificent to see the Excels on the card this weekend once again. A slightly reduced grid given that these guys are having a non-championship round, but nonetheless no less action at the front and all through the field. Zane Rhodes won the first event but had that win stripped from him because he had a 15-second penalty for being adjudged to have gone too quickly through a yellow flag sector when he flew off the track down there next to the car that was actually stuck in the sand. He managed to get out of the sand and finish the event and cross the line first, but that 15-minute penalty has chucked him back into second position. So still the front row of the grid next to Michael Clark. So that's going to be a really great battle, I think, because Clark in the first event had a sort of like a half spin on turn 4 in lap 1, and that threw him back midfield, and he spent the rest of the race getting back up into second position. So this time, provided he gets a clean start and a clean first lap, I think we're going to see much better performance from Michael Clark.
And Lachlan Cove was right up there for a long time as well in car number 36. He ended up having a great battle with Steve McGregor and actually got in front of Steve McGregor to take out third place. And Steve McGregor in the Napa Autos car, he's ever reliable and consistent. He's going to start on the second row. Then we have Noah Byrne, and Tristan Clamp came from the back of the field and finished up around about 6th place. Then we have Charlotte Cove, Hewitt in car number 40, Stuart McGregor in the Petters suspension car number 8. Then we have Andrew Leach in 33, and Ashley Cove, who unfortunately ended up in the sand down there at turn number 7. She will start off the rear in car number 111. And Rob, as we look out the window, it's starting to get dark again.
Yeah, look, I don't know what the weather's going to do. I don't think the Bureau of Meteorology knows what the weather's going to do. I don't even think that God's made his mind up what the weather's going to do. But at this stage, it looks to me like it's a little bit darker over there. Still very windy up in the top of those trees down there at turn 7. So at this stage, it's a double bet as to whether it's going to keep going south of us or it's going to come over. But let's hope it stays dry for this one, because these guys absolutely turn it on in the dry. And I think if it's wet, you might just see Zane Rhodes drive away into the distance again.
And, just having a look at the map at the moment, down south is copping a fair bit, but there is a cell to the north, and there is also a cell which has just gone past us through the Jindalee and Joondalup area. There's a little bit of light showers on their way, but yeah, I wouldn't be hedging my bets on any rain for the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think we're going to be reasonably safe. If we do get any rain, it's only going to be fairly light, I would imagine, for the rest of the day. Having a look down there, Zane Rhodes only just in his box, and that's fine. He'll be getting away with that, but he's actually a little bit further in front of what Clark is, who's left himself a foot or so before the line. And green flag has waved, and we're waiting for the red lights to come on. There they are.
And away we go for Retrovision, the Hyundai Excels, and it's a great start from Zane Rhodes. He's going to be able to pull right over in front of Clark. And another good starter was Noah Byrne. Again, he had a good start in race number 1. I can see Lachlan Cove slots himself up into 4th place, Stuart McGregor into 3rd, and that'll be Tristan Clamp right behind Noah Byrne.
Yeah, good start for McGregor there. He was on the outside of row 2, and he's managed to get over the top of Lachlan Cove into turn 1 as well. So that's one position in front of him. Lots of wheel spin from Michael Clark off the line, and that's given Zane Rhodes the advantage, and he's already got about a 6 or 7 car lead as he heads over the top of turn 5 for the first time. A clean start for the Hyundais, which is good to see. We're in car 36 at the moment, and that car's Lachlan Cove, who was our second row starter on the inside. So he started 3rd. He's lost 1 position already, but having a look at how he just gently gets this car swung into turn 6, and he's got someone on the inside, and that's actually Noah Byrne.
Where did he come from?
And
there's
car
Hewitt.
40, Hewitt off the track.
Yeah, it's all happening down there in turn number 6 at the moment. Where did Noah Byrne come from? He must have really tried to outbrake Lachlan Cove, and he's been able to take that position as we go back on board again with car number 36 of Lachlan Cove. And Clark coming under pressure now from Steve McGregor as well. Then we've got this battle happening, and look, Lachlan Cove trying to go up the inside of Noah Byrne.
And a couple of drops of rain starting to fall out there as well. Just not very much, but just a couple of drops of rain have fallen. So these guys will be wary of that as well. But Zane Rose, he's in a different postcode at the moment to the battle for second. That's Clark and McGregor. Fastest man, of course, on that standing start was Zane Rhodes. But back further in the field, we've got a lot of battles happening through the field. We've got the Lachlan Cove and Tristan Clamp back there as well on the tail of these guys. And then we've got a fair old gap then back to Ashley and Charlotte Cove.
Just watching on board, and Lachlan Cove getting a lot of steering input there through turn number 4, and it is bucketing down outside at the moment. So there goes my prediction for 20 minutes of fine weather. It is pouring down, and it's getting stronger and stronger down there towards turn number 7. Our runners just coming out of turn number 6 at the moment, so they are going to be faced with this right now, head on into the wind and the driving rain here at Carco Raceway.
Yeah, all the headlights have come on, so they've done the right thing, and no doubt they've probably switched on their high-intensity rear light as well. But having a look there, we just see, was that Noah Byrne, who's just gone down into 3rd position, so he's in the lime green and purple car, I believe. Here's Byrne, and he's gone this side of the curb, so the Clark, of course, will put a little notch next to his name. But yeah, that's Noah Byrne, Lachlan Cove, my mistake. Lachlan Cove up into 3rd place from Steve McGregor, then Tristan Clamp and Noah Byrne.
Yep, Tristan Clamp. Oh, no, we've lost Lachlan. He's gone straight off at turn number 1.
He's going to get out of there.
Yeah, he'll get out of there. Noah Byrne now puts a move on Steve McGregor, so he takes over 4th place. And Tristan Clamp, he's just been quietly going about this. He's now moved up into 3rd place.
Yeah, excellent job. Absolutely excellent job. Too many purple cars with purple bonnets out there at the moment to be able to see.
Isn't there?
Yeah, they seem to have all gotten together and decided to paint their bonnets purple. So it makes it a bit hard for the commentators to be able to work out who's who. But at this stage, it is a really standout performance from Zane Rhodes, and let's hope that he doesn't make any mistakes or suffer the ire of the Clark of course again, because it'd be great to see Zane take this one out after having had the last one taken off him.
We're down on back on board again with Lachlan Cove, and we've lost Tristan Clamp down at turn number 6. So it's all starting to happen and kick off down here for the Retrovision Hyundai Excels. He's going to have to take the long way around turn number 6. And unless he's going to retire that car.
He's out there farming, isn't he?
Yeah, he's right out against the haul pack tyres. And you can see the visibility now is not very much at all. As they come down over the start-finish line, it's Zane Rhodes who's going to lead another lap from Clark in car number 28. Then we go back to Noah Byrne, who's really come forward. I think he started on the 3rd row, so he's put himself from 6th up to 3rd. Steve McGregor, then Lachlan Cove in 36.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it's a fair old gap then back behind them to Stuart McGregor, who's really dropped down the field as the race has gone on. And then we've got Leach in car 33 crossing the line next. And then we've got Ashley Cove in car 111.
And good to see Ashley having a better run this time. Charlotte Cove not out there in car number 17.
Yeah, that's a big shame, isn't it? She did well in the first event as we watch Clamp, who's just recovered from turn 6 off, and he's crossed the line in the final position as it stands. So looking up at the screen, we're just watching the cars make their way over the turn 5. and down the old pit straight, and you can see how much rain has fallen by how much is on the lens of that camera. It's that was an absolute downpour there for a few moments. It's sort of like just come back a little bit from what the initial downpour was, but it's still pretty strongly raining out there now.
And we'll start to see the water starting to waterfall across the track in certain locations very shortly. I'm more concerned about the puddle that seems to be evident now down in the bottom, in the braking area at turn number 7.
It is pretty easy to see, that puddle. You can see it pretty much for the entire length of the straight coming down there. So if you're going to go through it and have an accident or a problem caused by that, then it's going to be almost because you've done it on purpose. But unless you're 3 wide. Well, I don't think we're going to see too much 3 wide action down there at the moment.
No, definitely not. And I've just seen Lachlan Cove use that line where that puddle would be, and it's not evident at the moment. So Steve McGregor just making contact with the ripple strip on driver's left. And Noah Byrne from the 3rd row of the grid up into 3rd place now, and he's running hot. A 123 flat was his fastest one, a 130 last time through, but that's because of this rain now. Everybody's starting to tiptoe around the circuit. It's getting fairly wet out there.
It is 8.7 second lead at the moment to Zane Rhodes. So he's just really taken off into the distance. And Michael Clark then in 2nd place. He's got a further 9 seconds between himself.
Oh, it's Ashley Cove again.
Ashley Cove again. She loves that parking spot down there. Actually, no, that's turn 1 this time. So she's trying out every corner. So that's a little bit of a shame, and that is going to bring out the safety car, I feel.
And we go back on board with Lachlan Cove. And you can hardly see the entry into turn number 6 with the spray coming up from Noah Byrne in front of him in car number 11. Now Noah's gone the inside, and we've gone safety car, unfortunately, with 5 minutes and 22 seconds remaining. So hopefully this will be a quick just load up the tow rope up, pull back, and there is a nice concrete apron there.
Yep, and we've already got our crash crew out there on the hard stand just on the inside of turn 1, ready to do exactly that, to hook up the back of that car and drag it out. She'll probably get going again once she's out of the sand trap, and maybe we'll lose a lap, possibly 2.
We were talking at the lunchtime wrap with Jamie and Demelza about all of the little intricacies that happen with wet weather, and the one thing that I didn't think of at the time was the windows fogging up.
Yep.
That's another hazard that you've got to deal with. Not only you've got spray and the debris on the racetrack and the water on the racetrack, but it's also that visibility with your own windscreen starting to fog up.
Yeah, well, I was a little bit allergic to the water, so in my second event yesterday, we're absolutely bucketed down. I actually put the driver's window up and turned on the air conditioner so that I could get the windscreen to prevent it from fogging up, because in the little Mazda MX-5 they've got no flow-through ventilation. So I turned the air conditioning on, and I figured, look, I'm going to lose a little bit of engine speed here, a bit of horsepower with the air conditioning on, but I'm not going to be having fogged up, and in the wet weather it didn't really matter. Here's a replay of what's happened down there at turn 1.
Oh, that was Lachlan Cove going off earlier in the race, and he's been able to keep his foot into it and make it out to the hard stand. And that was our camera car for this particular race. We're down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. The Manitou towing Ashley Cove out of turn 1 at the moment. So this was Tristan Clamp. He's just brake locked up and gone straight in. No turning effort on that car
Look
at all.
Look at how dark it is in the background with those clouds as well.
Yeah.
That's just totally black. And here's Ashley Cove, unfortunately, just going off. She should have possibly just tried not to stop the car and just kept going, because she would have made it to the fence and the hard stand and possibly have gotten out of there, because obviously because it's wet, the sand is fairly wet as well, and it becomes more compact, so it doesn't pull the car up quite as well.
There's the puddle that we've been talking about at the bottom of turn number 7. So this is the danger area. If they get in there under brakes, the car will just pick up and understeer. You can't compress water. And you see our safety car just running through that puddle area at the moment. It will get worse than that. If we get some more rain, it'll actually start to flood in that little area.
Good of the safety car to do that, though. I reckon that they're on the ball there. They've gone through that to try to get rid of some of that water.
Yes, as they've moved over now, they want everybody to follow the safety car and stay away from the Manitou as it does its job down there with Ashley Cove. And she's now out onto the hard stand, so hopefully we can get going next time through. We've got 2.5 minutes remaining here.
Yeah, we'll probably see 2 laps, I reckon, Vaughan, but we'll probably get around just with enough time to get 2 laps in.
And coming up next on the circuit will be for the electrical group training, EGT. It will be the Holden HQs over 15 minutes and 1 lap. So that should be fairly exciting too with this weather conditions out there at the moment. So the HTC guys were very lucky to have one dry race. And now it looks like it's going to probably take an hour or so for the circuit to dry completely again.
So it looks like Ashley's got the reversing lights on down there, but the car's not moving, so hopefully she's going to get that car out of the way. Yeah, there she goes. She's on her way out now, so she'll pluck first gear and she'll get going again. And Manitou moving across the circuit to get out of the way, as is the crash crew. So yeah, I think we'll get going again at the end of this lap, and we'll have a 2-lap finish to the event. And poor old Zane Rhodes, he was out to around, I think I said a 7 or 8 second lead, and he's back down to a 0 second lead. And that's brought Noah Byrne into it again, and Lachlan Cove, who had that off earlier in the event, and he's back into 4th position, and he's right in it again as well. Yeah,
you can see he's right behind car 11 of Noah Byrne, and even just going at this speed, they're probably only doing 50 or 60 kilometres an hour, and the visibility out the front windscreen is not there.
Yeah, and of course, cameras do tend to lift the visibility a bit as well to what it actually looks like in the car. So it's terrible conditions out there for them, but yeah, some love it and some hate it.
We always look forward to a Hyundai Excel race in the dry, but it's even better when there's a little bit of water. Aha! So Mark, all the way from Townsville in the top of Queensland there. And thanks for joining in and watching the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia from Carco Raceway here in Western Australia. I know we've got your HQs coming up very, very shortly as well. But thanks for tuning in on Streamer and the Turn 7 Media live stream, live from Carco Raceway here on a very wet and soggy Sunday afternoon. Enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely, as Zane Rhodes disappears once again into the distance, and there's an equal gap between himself and Michael Clark in second, and then back to Noah. In fact, it's not Noah. Yes, it is Noah Byrne, and then Cove in 4th position, and then we're going to go back to Stuart McGregor, and a good battle starting to develop back there as well between Stuart McGregor and Leach. So Leach trying to get around the outside of him. There's a lot of grip on the outside there, and he's going to almost get his nose up the inside, but not quite as they go over the top of turn 5. So there's our race leader on screen at the moment, heading down towards turn 6. And I tell you what, I think Clark is actually starting to get a little bit closer to him by the looks of that last shot.
He is on this one. He's not letting Zane get away this time. We're down to minus 28 seconds, so it'll be last lap board this time through as Zane Rhodes exits turn number 6, car number 73. And he's pulled out probably 25, 30 metres out of turn number 6.
Yep, and remembering this is the non-championship round, which is why we got far few cars to what we normally see in the XLs, because a lot of them are having a bit of a holiday today. But this has given Zane Rhodes and Michael Clark a real opportunity to show just how good they are out there in the wet conditions at Carco Raceway.
And nothing beats practice. And we're lucky over here at Carco Raceway. We don't have that many wet days, but unfortunately the last couple that we've had, it hasn't just been a shower every now and again. It's been torrential. So
it has. And considering that even though these are on the same weekends, they're considered to be 3 different race meetings. The last 3 race meetings have been torrential just about.
Yeah, yep. It's very unusual for Western Australia. As we go back on board with Lachlan Cove in car number 36, just moving up through the bus stop area at the moment, and then hard on the brakes for turn number 4. They hold 3rd gear all the way up through the S's and right to the top of the hill. You're still in 3rd gear, and as you crest the top of the hill, you'll grab 4th gear and hold 4th gear all the way down to around about the 100-metre mark on a wet day like today, and then start going up into 3rd gear, hard on the brakes, just modulating the brake pressure so that you don't lock those front wheels up. That's the worst thing you can do in a front-wheel drive car, is lock those fronts, because it effectively takes away any steering input.
Yeah, and also the drive input as well that you have with the vehicle as well, it removes that as well. And you're looking at Zane Rhodes in a very wide line down through turn 6 as well, and that's where the grip is down there. He's mid-track coming down to turn 7, which is unusual, but he's wanting to avoid that puddle. And he's coming down to turn 7 for the final time. He'll take the checkered flag this time, and I suspect that this time he'll actually keep his win.
Yep, as this will be a legitimate win for Zane Rhodes in car number 73 over 28 of Clark. Then we have Noah Byrne, a great run for Noah. And then we have Lachlan Cove in car number 36. Steve McGregor only just over Tristan Clamp. And then we have Stuart McGregor in car number 8. Leach will be next across the line. And then Ashley Cove is where?
Yeah, a long way back. I don't think she made it all the way around. I don't think to... she hasn't made it past the checker flag yet, so who knows where she's gone.
And unfortunately for Charlotte, she didn't start, and it looks like Paul Hewitt has also didn't finish that one as well. So there is our fence there on the right-hand side where the Perth sign is that had to be reconstructed. So we do have Jamie and Demelza down there in the pit area. I believe you guys have got somebody down there to have a chat to.
Absolutely. Regarding the historic touring cars, we've just seen the race run, delayed race run, because obviously we had a break, an earlier break for lunch. I'm joined by Nathan Hadlow, who's driving a Lotus Cortina. You came in mid-pack, which is a great result, especially in conditions like this, Nathan.
Yeah, no, I was pretty happy. There's the other Lotus Cortinas, of course, and they're always a goal for me.
How long have you had the car for, and what sort of inspired you to go down the path of historic touring cars?
I've had this car for just over 12 months, and I built it, and but previously I've done regularity, and I just thought this was a good opportunity.
Now, we are seeing some wet weather. You have been a little bit lucky for the start of today where it hasn't been as wet as some of the other categories. How are you feeling going into it, given what we're seeing on the track right now?
Well, obviously there's a few other settings we've got to pull out, and look, let's just see. Fingers crossed. I think we've got another 2 events, but hopefully, it might clear again, or we'll be going out in the wet.
You're competing against cars with a lot more horsepower, obviously, and even though you've done the work on the car yourself, I mean, really, in weather like this, it's all about driving skill, isn't it, Nathan?
It is. Definitely, Jamie. Yeah. And I'll just follow the leaders, I think.
Now, the wind as well as the rain is the contingent, especially on that top turn. Apparently, the wind is quite hard when you come into that turn and go down the straight.
Look, it's not. Yeah, look, I haven't noticed it, but it's normally quite windy here. So whatever year, time of the year, summer.
You were telling me off camera that you basically didn't have a normal start to motorsport in regards to go-karting or any of that sort of training. You basically took it on later in life. So what inspired you? Was this, did you have a racer that you, someone that you admired that you wanted to emulate?
Look, I've always enjoyed watching Bathurst, and certainly in the early 70s, it was watching the Fords, the Moffats, and the Tiranas, and the Brock. So I suppose, that's why I like the historic touring cars.
And we've seen some great racing already from the category. It looks like we're going to see some more coming up. How are you feeling going into that?
Well, that's interesting because just at the end of the race, someone mentioned there was a bit of blue smoke coming out of the engine, my car. So I'm trying to track that down. But, hopefully we'll keep on going.
Fantastic. Good luck for the remainder of today, Nathan.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well done, Nathan.
Thanks, guys.
Fantastic. Stay with us. There's more coming from Carco Raceway and Pit Lane remaining for the remainder of today. For now, it's over to a quick break.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easy easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
HQ Racing WA is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Odysseus, and West Coast Car Transport.
Looking forward to this one, Rob Haggerty. Race number 2, over 15 minutes plus 1 lap for Electrical Group Training. The HQ Holdens out there on the circuit with Ryan Davis and O'Keefe on the front row.
Yeah, excellent first race that we had earlier in the day with Davis taking that out, and a very greasy Carco.com raceway that we have out there at the moment. The rain has stopped more or less, but certainly the standing water is still on the circuit, and it's going to be very, very slippery.
On the second row will be Mick Woodbridge and Michael Howlett. Of course, not running his traditional number 1 car this weekend. He's running his spare car number 34. Then we have Stuart Kenny in 72 with Rory Sharp. And then we go back to Troy Kent and Brad Butler in 76.
Yep, and then we've got, after Butler, Laurie Marsh, Todd Faulknell, Mark Alfonsi. Then we've got Kent, Breen, Butler, Kyan Butler and Ord, and Phil Marsh at the back of the pack.
After losing a wheel in race number 1, well, on the warm-up lap before race number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Peter Marsh, sorry, not Phil Marsh, Peter Marsh, and yeah, that was terrible, and that caused the race to actually be shortened, because once they get that green light to leave the pit lane, that's pretty much the time of the start. They start to look at bringing down the timing that they have, so the time's already starting to count down for them.
And it'd be worth keeping an eye on Grant Ord, starting off the back of the field in car number 4. He's been at this HQ game for a long while, and I don't think the wet weather is really going to put him off. I reckon he'll be in the top 6 by the time we finish this one. 15 minutes plus 1 lap, so we're probably looking at a good 12 laps coming up for our Holden HQs, brought to you by Electrical Group Training. As we get the green flag down towards the rear of the field, everybody is now set and in position. We're ready to go on the red lights about to come on, and the revs will rise. We will be going racing right now, and it's a great start on the third row from Stuart Kenny and Troy Kent. They were able to get through. They've already siding their way through the front cars as Davis now gets in front of Woodbridge, and who was that? That was O'Keefe as well. So O'Keefe is out wide. Woodbridge is understeered and just about took O'Keefe off the track.
Almost 3 wide coming out of turn 1, and just managing to get in front is O'Keefe from Woodbridge, and then we're back to car 72 of Stuart Kenny back there in 4th place, and that was very exciting through turn 1 that time between those 3 guys. Then we've got car 34, which is our current state champion and state championship leader for 25, and that's Michael Howlett, so he's up there in the mix as well, and then the rest of the field all making their way around turn 4 quite nicely and smoothly.
Ryan Davis has bolted already on this first lap. He's trying to do the damage early and get out in front, and again they go side by side with Mark Alfonsi across the top of the hill, right out wide, so he would have hit that ripple strip and shaken a few fillings out of his head. As we pick up with our field now down into turn number 6, and already on the exit is Ryan Davis in car number 49, and he's still got O'Keefe in 2nd position, Mick Woodbridge up into 3rd, and Stuart Kenny up into 4th. And we're trying to work out who we're on board with, but
I think
it's
it
Grant
might be
Ord.
Grant Ord, yeah.
Yep. So he's right behind car 75 of Phil Breen at the moment as they crest the top of the hill, and now he moves out, and that's probably so he can see down the road.
Yeah, most likely getting out of the spray of Phil Breen's car in front of him, and under brakes now down into turn 7, and just avoiding that puddle again. again, like you were talking about earlier on, and a nice wide line, staying away from the apex of the corner, a bit more grip out there as we watch Breen come in quite nicely. They want to try not to clip that curb on the exit because that gets you nice and sideways as well, which is what happened to the Porsche earlier today. And looking for an inside move down here is Ord. He's not going to be quite able to make it, but he's certainly letting him know his intentions.
He's certainly there, right in the driver's side mirror as they go side by side into turn number 1. Phil Breen out wide this time, and that's going to... Oh, there's Troy Kent. He's off mowing the grass.
Yep, that's what I was just about to say as well. We're watching that action from the Ord car. We saw... Oh, and very sideways again was Kent over the top of turn 3 as well. So action happening all around the track, and most of it being provided at the moment by Troy Kent.
Yeah, car number 3 for WA security personnel. And there's this battle with Grant Ord still trying to round up Phil Breen around the outside as they come across the top of turn number 5. And now he's got him. Grant Ord to the inside of the 75 of Phil Breen. So if he can stay there, he'll get the priority entry into turn number 6. Although Breen, on today's weather conditions, should be able to run right around the outside. They've both decided to stay out wide.
Yeah, Breen's been around for a long time as well, and I'm sure that he's got himself sorted out to try to stop that move from happening. And very sideways on the exit there. Lots of opposite lock from Grant Ord, but he's pulled up the inside once more on Breen, and it's going to be side by side as they come over the top of the hill. And here they come, and this time once again Ord's got that inside run, so let's he's already done it before the corner, so a little bit more horsepower or a little bit better grip out of turn 6 for car number 4, and he's taken that position away, which is right back there for 10th position in the race.
Yeah, it's certainly a bit of a benefit to run that inner exit line out of turn number 6 and come up driver's right. It's always been there, but not too many people were actually known to make it work, but it does work as we pick up now with car 67 and 24. So that'll be Laurie Marsh and Todd Faulknell, and Marsh out in front, and we've got somebody else off. That's Phil Breen, and he has gone off at turn 1.
Yeah,
and he's running around the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was a car that the camera car was chasing. So poor old Phil's gone off the track down there, but he's going to rejoin the circuit, and no foul, no harm. So yeah, he's fine. But at the moment, fastest man on the track, unsurprisingly, Ryan Davis with a 1:33.22, and that was on the last lap. So he's starting to extend that lead. He had a 2.5 second lead last time across the stripe, so this is going to be extended once again, you'd imagine, this lap. Lap record is actually a 1:14. That was set many, many years ago in 2004 by Tony James, one of our gun drivers in this category at the time. And looking at the moment, we've got around about 7 minutes left in this event, just over 7 minutes. So still a fair bit of racing to happen for the HQ Holdens.
We've got this group of 3 with Faulknell and Troy Kent in car number 3 going side by side, nearly 3 wide as they crest the top of the hill here at Carco Raceway. They are 3 wide as they crest the top of the hill, and Grant Ord is trying to chase these 3 down. Here's a move here from Troy Kent in car number 3 on Todd Faulknell as they go into turn number 7. Let's see if they bang some door panels here. Troy Kent goes sideways on the exit, and we can see Grant Ord still trying to get in touch with these 3 just in front.
Yeah, he'll be hoping that these guys keep fighting with each other, because that's going to give him the opportunity to close down the round about 1.7 seconds that is between himself and the back of Todd Faulknell's car. So looking now, it's gone out to 2.8 seconds for the lead from Davis to O'Keefe. Then it's back to Woodbridge, Kenny, Howlett, Sharp, Marsh, Kent, Faulknell, Ord, Butler, Kent, Alfonsi, Phil Marsh, Peter Marsh, Butler and Breen at the back of the field.
There's a big puddle over there at turn number 2. I see a couple of cars splashing through it, and I saw Troy Kent when he re-entered the circuit from his little off-track excursion a while ago. He went straight through it as well. And here comes another move here for Troy Kent, trying to get down the inside of Laurie Marsh as they crest the top of the hill, the blind right-hander at the top of the hill. There's an opportunity here for Troy Kent if he's got the intestinal fortitude to try it, and he's backed out of it. So they're probably the right decision made there.
Yeah, he's probably going to try to get a good line into the corner and then try to get a slingshot out of the corner so that he can try to get him down into turn 6. And I did notice in the background as well that Todd Faulkner had fallen into the hands of Grant Ord, but it looks like that sorted itself out. So that's exactly what he's done, is he's got a good exit out of turn 6. They're going to come over the top of the hill side by side, and he's going to have a much better chance of getting him at the bottom of turn 7.
So they have Rory Sharp in car number 19 just in front of him. So that's Rory Sharp in 6th. So this is the battle for 7th length at the moment. Troy Kent in car number 3 gets into turn number 7 in front of Laurie Marsh. Then we go back to Grant Ord, that's actually overtaken Todd Faulknell now on the way down the hill.
Yeah, he did the same move, but he just got it done a little bit sooner on Faulknell out of turn 6. So that's where the interest is at the moment in this field, is in that pack back there for around about the positions around about 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th.
Mark Alfonsi's off in car number 47 at turn number 7.
Yep, he'll get back on from outside there. There's a good bit of grip on the very outside of the sand trap there.
Now Troy Kent right into the boot lid of Laurie Marsh as they head up through turn number 2 over the right-hand crest at the bus stop. And you can see Troy Kent running to the outside. Oh, Laurie Marsh gets it very, very sideways. And Butler is gone again. That's his 3rd spin for the day. Is Kyan Butler in car number 62, a newcomer to HQ Racing.
Yeah, he's learning the craft the hard way, unfortunately, but he'll learn from every single day that he's out there at the moment, and a lot of learning happening today as we watch our race leaders come back down the hill once more. Around about 4 minutes left in the event, so plenty of time to go. But this battle that's happening on screen at the moment, back there between Kent and Marsh and Ord and Faulknell, is well and truly still alive.
Could be a move here for Troy Kent as he gets it all sideways and the fishtails up the hill in pursuit of Laurie Marsh. Now that's probably going to allow Grant Ord to have a crack. They're 3 wide again. This is HQ Holden Racing at its best here at Carco Raceway as Grant Ord just goes past both of them down into turn number 7.
Yeah, what an absolutely brilliant move by Ord, and he just misses that puddle down there like you'd expect someone who's been around as long as Grant. Very keen, smart driver, and side by side back behind him with Faulknell and Kent as well. They come out side by side once more, but that's going to end up being Kent just in front of Marsh as they head down into turn 1.
And Big Bopper Racing, Mark Alfonsi's gone off again twice in the same lap at turn 1 and now turn 6.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's not having a good time out there either, and finding it rather slippery. That those positions there for that battle that been watching looks like it's more or less sorted itself out to a degree there. I don't think that Kent has finished with Grant Ord yet, but it seems to have sorted itself out somewhat behind them between Marsh and Faulknell.
There's another HQ off down at turn number 1. That'll be Dave Kent in car number 45. Currently in 12th position at the moment. And as we pick up with this battle again, it's Grant Ord just in front of Troy Kent. Then we go back to 67 of Laurie Marsh and 24 of Todd Faulknell as they head down the hill into the basin area again. And it's still Ord by 1 car length on Troy Kent. And Ord's run very wide there on the mid-corner. I think he's done that on purpose. He's tried to extend the radius of that corner. And that's also going to make things a bit harder for Troy Kent in car number 3 to try and get round him on the way down to turn number 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And that gap's actually come out a fair bit now as they're coming up onto the back of Rory Sharp in car number 19. Is that's just in front of them. So Rory Sharp's about to be swallowed up, I think, by Grant Ord here. They've caught him pretty much hand over fist in the last couple of laps.
And how's the guy out in front? We haven't had a chance to really talk about the front runners at the moment. Ryan Davis, he is right out in front now of O'Keefe in car number 21. Then we go back to Mick Woodbridge in 3rd position and Stuart Kenny. Michael Howlett, the current state champion, as we said, driving his spare car this weekend. Car number 34 is in 5th place. And now we go back to 19 of Rory Sharp, who's coming under attack very shortly from Grant Ord.
Absolutely. Troy Kent then from Laurie Marsh, Todd Faulknell, and then back to car number 76 of Brad Butler. And then we've got Peter Marsh and Dean Kent, Phil Breen, and then back to the young Butler and...
It's Kyan Butler.
Kyan Butler, yep. And then Mark Alfonsi, who's had a couple of spills during this event.
You can see Troy Kent all sideways through turn number 5 again. And there's another spin down there for 62. So Kyan Butler really coming to grips with this car now, trying to find the limits of adhesion. And that's about his 3rd or 4th spin for this particular race meeting.
Yep, and we're picking up now on our race leader as he comes across the line. He will be getting the last lap board at the end of the lap that he's just started. So 2 more laps in the event left with 40 seconds, or now down to 30 seconds as he turns into turn 1. So pretty much a very dominant performance from Ryan Davis in car 49.
Yeah, so far he took out race number 1 too comfortably from O'Keefe, as looks like the move has been done by Grant Ord, and yes, he has. He's swallowed up car number 19 of Rory Sharp, who now has Troy Kent right in the boot lid, and 76 is gone this time, and that's the other Butler car. 76 was Brad Butler, who was in 11th position, and now he is just reversing out of the sand trap down there in turn number 6. At the move on, as we said, Grant Ord now being able to get in front of Rory Sharp, and Troy Kent in car number 3. He's next to have a go at the white HQ of Rory Sharp.
Yeah, absolutely, and Troy will probably get past him, I would suspect, either into turn 6 or out of turn 6. He could get around the outside of him here, but it looks like no, he's going to have that cut off by Rory Sharp. He's wake up to that, and he gets in the outside line and stops him from being able to go around the outside of him.
Oh, here's a different line from Troy. He's hugged the corner and really stayed on driver's left and looked for a bit of extra drive there, but he just doesn't have the punch to get down the side of Rory Sharp at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to try, I think, to go around the outside line here and try to do the line you were talking about before, which is to duck up on the inside as they exit the corner, although Rory stopped him from being able to do that. But nonetheless, he's going to come out more or less side by side, but he's going to be on the wrong side of the track. But look at the drive that he got.
Right around the outside of Rory Sharp.
Yeah, I was about to say, he'll be on the wrong side as he comes down to turn 7, but Rory Sharp's got coming back at him, and he's managed to get that. Front. Yeah, he's gotten back in front. Not only gotten back in front, but look at how much he skipped away as well.
He's taken Laurie Marsh with him. That's a 3-car fight now. What was a 2-car fight has now turned into just about a 4-car fight, because we've got Faulknell not far behind Laurie Marsh.
And Ord, who was in playing with these guys earlier. Oh, another off there for Butler. But yeah, looking at Ord, who was fighting with these guys earlier, he's just skipped off into the distance as well. I think that he might get a little bit of difficulty getting out of there. Whereabouts is he?
I'm just having a quick look around the circuit. I'm wondering whether he's down there at 6.
I think he might be right out in the boonies at turn 6, and he might not be getting very much grip to be able to get out on that wet grass.
I'm wondering if there's a brake problem or something with that car, because he's just going around nearly every corner in the last couple of minutes. And Ryan Davis in car number 49, he's out to a decent lead now. This probably get the last lap board. Oh, they're already on their last lap board.
Yeah, they'll be on their last lap.
And there's a spin over there with Rory Sharp. It was just about a crash. I don't know whether there was any contact there.
Yeah, let's hope that Kent didn't start getting a little bit frustrated and give him a tap, but we missed that completely. We might have a replay of that at some point to see what happened up there with Rory Sharp. But here's our race leader onto the pit straight for the final time, and he's going to receive the checkered flag after an absolutely dominant performance here in the second of the HQ races for the day. Second place is going to be O'Keefe, so we're going to see those two off the first row of the grid once more for the third event and final event this afternoon for the HQs. Mick Woodbridge crosses the line next in third position, waiting for Stewie Kenny, who's just coming out of turn 7 now to cross the line in car 72. Here he comes across the line now. And then it'll be Michael Howlett, current state champion and leader of the state championship, I believe, in season 25. And he'll be the next one who comes across the line. Although, I have to say, here he is now. Couldn't see him. He was blocked by a window pillar, so that's fine. We've got car 4 of Ord, who had that great battle earlier on, crossed the line just in front of Kent. And then we've got Laurie Marsh and Todd Faulknell crossing the line next in 8th position. So Faulknell has a big gap then back to Rory Sharp, recovering from that spin up in turn 4. We'll have Peter Marsh in car number 68 coming onto pit straight now, and he'll be the next finisher. He finishes back in 11th position. And then we're going to have Dave Kent crossing the line next in car 45, just coming down, I believe, in through turn 7 now.
There's about a 7-second win for Ryan Davis there, so that's a really good effort for a wet weather race. And that's the way they're going to finish. Davis, O'Keefe and Woodbridge. And the great thing is we've got one more of these events for the Holden HQs coming up later on this afternoon as we throw down to Jamie and Demelza in the paddock area.
That's right, we are back here in pit lane with Paul Hewitt as part of the Excel Cup category. Paul, not the best last race that you just had then. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. Unfortunately, I got a bit sideways, went off the track, got all dirt in the wheels. So what happens then, it gets so far out of balance, you just can't keep driving. So I had to come back and clean all the wheels out.
Now, you've got quite a fascinating history with cars. You have driven, I believe, the HQs previously.
This is way back in the 90s when I was a younger man. And I was Rookie of the Year in 97. But that's only because I was consistently slow, but anyway, still.
So what made you decide to get into the Excels this time around?
Well, it's the cheapest probably way to do it besides go-karting. And so I thought I'd just give it a go this year and see how it goes.
We're saying off camera, Paul, that you got used from rear-driven cars to front-wheel drive cars, and it's a vastly different scenario, especially on wet weather. So you've probably got a lot to contend with, especially running an Excel.
Oh, look, it's the first time I've ever raced front-wheel drive, and it's a completely different ballgame. I mean, you virtually have no grip in the front end, understeers all over the place, hard to get traction, so it's certainly a different sort of ballgame.
So is it a matter of just getting the hours on the deck in the car to get used to the different conditions, or is it just a wait for championship day and just play pot luck?
Well, all the other rounds this year have all been dry. So this is the first time in the wet. Went okay this morning. Unfortunately, not so well this afternoon, but there's one more race. Hopefully I'll be able to stay on the track this time.
And the Excel is an extremely competitive category as well, isn't it?
It sure is, and there's guys here with a lot more powerful engines. That's my excuse anyway. And, so next year I'm going to put a new engine in, and hopefully I'll be a bit more competitive.
One more race to go, mate. Wish you luck. I hope you get through it and come out with a good result, better than the last race.
Certainly hope so. All right. Great.
And that's all from us. It's time for a break.
Thanks.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
WA GT Sports Sedan, Sports Cars and WA Muscle Cars are brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Estor, Okie Dokie, Swan Towing, and TA2 Racing.
The Cool Down Lap coming up on 8th of November at McCracken House, and we get to recognise the Official of the Year presentation. From all the early mornings to long days at the track, our events wouldn't be possible without the hard work and dedication of all of our officials. So we will be awarding the Official of the Year will be awarded at the Cool Down Lap on the 8th of November at 5:30 at McCracken House. Adults $30 and children $15, and if you are an official, you'll come in for free. And also all of our first place winners in all of the categories, they also will get free entry. So looking forward to that night. It's going to be good. We've got some joke awards coming. There's a free bus ride to and from the Clarkson train station, the winners car display, and a great spit roast buffet dinner also on the cards for the Cool Down Lap here at McCracken House on the 8th of November. a very reduced field heading out onto the circuit at the moment. I see that Clint Rayner in the 76 Chev Camaro WA muscle car, he's decided he's not having any further part in this event, so he has put his car on the trailer. I see Neville Zocoli has also put his car on the trailer. Unfortunately for Mackenzie in car number 62, that Porsche had that rather large accident into the tyre wall earlier on, just before our lunch break. Jared Carey is out there, and then that's the Nissan 350Z. Powered by an LS1. Then we have Ryan Condren out there. Ryan Humphrey is out there. Walter Eppel is out there. And on the front row, Grant Hill is there in the BF Supercar. And Campbell Nunn making a transition from the Arise Racing and the Radicals that he used to do. And now he's jumped into a Porsche and doing extremely well in car number 19.
Yeah, so the other car that we've lost and is not on the monitor at the moment is Chris Mackenzie, who we lost in qualifying this morning.
Oh, yes.
In the lovely RX-7 Sports Sedan, FD Sports Sedan. So that's another shame. Really bad day for the Mackenzie family. I really feel for them today. But nonetheless, we've got a good field nonetheless, because we've got Nunn and Hill and Eppel and Humphrey at the front of the field. And those guys always turn it on.
Yeah, Campbell Nunn's really getting grips of this Porsche that he's now running up here in the sports sedan, sports cars and WA muscle cars. And then you've got one of the stalwarts of this category in Grant Hill for ADH Club Cars in car number 88, the BF Falcon. And just roaring over the start-finish line now was Walter Eppel and Ryan Humphrey. And of course, if you're not familiar with the history of that XF Falcon, it started life as a street car, and over the years has been developed and highly engineered by Ryan Humphrey, who's an extremely smart guy and is an engineer. And he has stripped that car out and made it into one of Australia's fastest sports sedans. It has competed on the national title or the national series last year, and I don't think I think he's having a break from all the travelling he was doing last year. It was getting a little bit strange there for a while, because he'd be in Perth one weekend and then over east the next, and then straight back up here to Carco Raceway a week or so later.
Yeah, and for a floor pan car, it's still got the original Falcon floor pan. It well and truly did well over there in the Sports Sedan Championship. He did very, very well. And yeah, that car he used to drive to uni when he was doing his engineering degree, and he just put his toe in the water to see if he'd enjoy motorsport by doing that in some of the Western Australian local speed event series for a few years, and he came up here and started to race it, put that Chevy engine in it, and away he went. Since then, he's taken just about all the panels off it and replaced them with fiberglass or aluminium, and done all sorts of interesting things for the car as we watch them starting to get lined up over the top of the hill for this rolling start.
It certainly will be, and this one is going to be over 15 minutes plus one lap. Should be a very good race. It's still a bit wet and slimy out there. We haven't had any rain for the last couple of minutes. So there's only residual water out there at the moment as they come to the start-finish line with the Porsche and the BF Supercar on the front row. Red light is out, and away we go.
Eppel absolutely flooring it and making it second position his own as he goes into turn one. So he got the best of the start, was Walter Eppel in car 3, the 991.1 Porsche 911 looking car, and he's right on the tail of Nunn as they go up over the top of the turn 3 rise and into turn 4 for the first time. And then it's going to be back to Grant Hill in the big Falcon and Ryan Humphrey in the equally big Falcon.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of evolution there between Campbell Nunn's Porsche and Walter Eppel's. There's probably 10 years difference there in those cars. Walter always seems to run the older style Porsches, but he certainly gets the most out of them.
He certainly does. He's a very, very good driver as Walter, a very quick driver, very precise, and also very experienced, been running around here, as I said earlier, since the mid-1980s. So he's been running here for 40 years. He knows every single inch of this Carco.com raceway, and they come over the top of the hill for the first time. Nunn is still starting to move away somewhat from Eppel as they break down into turn 7, and I think that Grant Hill might be just starting to close down a little bit on these two Porsches as well. There's the first lap down, and yeah, it is in fact Nunn with a 54.4 54.4 for the first lap. I don't think that's quite correct.
No, that's not right.
No, that's not right. But then back to Grant Hill, Ryan Humphrey, and then we've got car 28, and that's Ryan Condren. And Carey is out there in car 444, which we didn't really expect to see.
And I'm going to take that statement back between Campbell Nunn and Walter Eppel, because they are both running the same model. It's a 991.1. The one that I was getting it mistaken with was Peter Mackenzie's car, which is the latest 997 GT3 Cup car, and there is about 10 years difference between the 991 and the 997 Porsche. So there you go, I've just clarified that.
Yep, well done. So out of turn 6 for the second time, and Nunn starting to extend that lead now over Walter Eppel, who is also starting to extend his gap back to Grant Hill. So this is starting to turn into a bit of a processional event here, unless we start getting a little bit more rain, or unless someone makes a mistake or whatever, because these cars are all doing pretty much the same sort of lap times. Wiper is actually on Grant Hill's car, so that's interesting. I can't see any rain falling, but they're leaving Humphrey behind, unfortunately, and that's a real shame. He's been having some struggles with that car, whether he's got older tyres or something like that on the car, I'm not sure.
As I said earlier, we don't get wet race meetings up here very often, so Ryan's probably had a set of wets that have been hanging around for 12 months or so, and once they start to dry out, they never behave like a brand new wet weather tyre. And of course the blocks on them as well are probably damaged from being used previously. So a dry, hard compound tyre with worn edges on a slick wet weather tyre doesn't bode well for good lap speed.
Doesn't take very many laps in a drying track to absolutely ruin a set of wet weather tyres. They're very, very soft compound, and yeah, you just take the edges off the nice sharp corners of each of the tread, and that's it. They're never going to be the same again. Actually, having said last lap that it was a little bit processional, I have to say that I take that back as well, because having a look at Grant Hill, he's really starting to close down on Walter Eppel now.
Yeah, it's just taken a couple of laps for the supercar to get some heat into those wet weather tyres on board Grant Hill's car for ADH Club car. And he's certainly closing in on the back of Walter Eppel now. Only 3 car lengths difference. Walter Eppel has lost it. The 991 goes around. He's not going to touch anything, so he should be able to pluck first gear and be able to drive off from that exit out of turn number 1. And you can see all the skid marks over there on the grass. He's not the first one who had done that this weekend.
He's no pioneer, that's for sure. But he's getting back on through the bus stop that we use for the motorcycles up here, and he's getting back onto the track. He's just behind Humphrey, so he's back into 4th position.
So can the BF Falcon supercar, can he mow down Campbell Nunn now that the temperatures are all starting to come up on the V8 supercar? But I think the speed of the Campbell Nunn's 991 Porsche, he may be able to hang on here.
Oh, look, I think he will. His last lap was a 66.4, and Eppel and Hills was a 66.7, so he's still a couple of tenths quicker than what Hill is, even on the Hill's quickest lap. Let's have a look what's happening this time as they cross the line. Yeah, this time a fastest lap of the race, so 65.93 to Nunn, and a 66.7 for Grant Hill. So 8 tenths of a difference that time in the favour of our race leader. So I don't think there's very much chance at the moment of him being able to put his Falcon onto the back of that Porsche.
He's probably got crew members in his ear as well, just telling him, well, look, we need a fast lap, and then you can back off for a little bit. And just give everything a chance to cool down a bit, especially the tyres.
The interest of the race, though, is this battle that's starting to develop between Ryan Humphrey in the Falcon and the recovering Porsche of Walter Eppel as they head up through turn 3. And that's whereabouts, turn 4 now, and that's whereabouts the action of this race is going to be. I don't know that it's going to be too much of a challenge put out by Humphrey here. I think the Porsche is going to drive past him fairly well and fairly quickly.
So completely different cars running alongside of each other at the moment. A big front engine V8 where we've got a rear engine 6-cylinder, and I wonder how these Porsches actually go as far as understeer on a wet weather day. With the engine being in the back, they'd be fairly light on the front.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be an interesting conversation to have with one of these guys to see how they feel the car is under balance. I mean, the cars do seem to be the best balanced cars on the track in the wet of anything that's out there today.
Whoops.
And another got his back left wheel just out there on the ripple strip and on the edge of the white line, and you don't want to do that.
No, that is exactly what happened earlier on this morning there with Peter Mackenzie. Unfortunately, came out of the corner and put his foot down and just gassed it up and went into wheel spin, and unfortunately wasn't able to control it.
That was a pretty graphic demonstration of what you don't want to do around a wet circuit on the wet lines. That's absolutely for sure. And it's interesting to note that Apple's still taking the traditional line through turn 1 rather than the wider line, the go-kart line, because I'm surprised at that, because there is a lot more grip around the outside of there than in the inside. But he's looking for an inside move down on Humphrey here. I think he's going to get it. No, he's not going to quite get it. So the door gets closed by Ryan Humphrey. He's putting up much more of a fight than I suspected. But
Now he goes.
Yeah, he's going to get inside now.
And runs up the inside. So Ryan Humphreys just says Barleys and allows him to drive on past. So now Walter Apple in front by 2 car lengths as they exit turn number 7. We've still got 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining here in this one for our sports cars, sports sedans and no muscle cars.
Yeah, and no muscle cars, exactly right. So Nunn is still out there doing quick lap times. That time it was a 66.7 and it was a 67.5 for Hill. So he's just continuing to increase that gap. They've still got around about 4 minutes left in this event.
And these guys are actually running 3 races today. Normally they run 2 extended races, but they've decided to go back to the traditional format, and they're running 3 events. This one is their longest event, 15 minutes, and then they'll come back later on this afternoon for another 12 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yep, and good to see Ryan Condren having a better run out there in car 28 as well, just heading up through the first S over there near the Asphalt Tech sign, and it's great to see that he's having a good run. He had a couple of spins in the first event and was really trying to find his feet.
We got a little bit of something hanging off Campbell Nunn's car on the right-hand side, as I think we are back on board with Jared Carey.
444, yeah, Carey car.
So this is the normal car that runs in the street car category, driving with a treaded tyre. And the idea of this weekend was to put a set of slicks on and go really quick. And unfortunately, the weather has put paid to that. So as you said earlier, Rob, he's probably gone back to his normal everyday treaded tyres for this event.
I would suspect that is exactly what's happened. I know the wheels are still green and they're the ones that he normally runs, so I don't know if he had a second set of tyres, a second set of wheels that he put the slick tyres on, but the car still looks to be a bit of a handful out there, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of power and a very lightweight car. He's taken a lot of weight out of this car, and of course running the LS1 power in this thing instead of the 6-cylinder that it first came out with. So it's all experimentation like motorsport is. And I'm sure that once he gets his head around this car, it will be a force to be reckoned with.
He's got some pretty cluey guys that are working with him on this car as well. So so you can see that there's going to be continual improvement as the months go on with this vehicle. Well, once again across the line, we've got around about a second and a half between our race leader Nunn and Hill in their lap times, and he's now pulled out just about the length of the pit straight for first straight. As we see Walter Apple also just making his move past Carey to lap him, and fairly soon Carey will be having his rear view mirrors absolutely full of Ford Falcon driven by Ryan Humphrey.
Yeah, car looks striking with those green wheels, doesn't it? Looks very different.
It does indeed, and it's a bit of a different car that he's put together up here as well, that Nissan 300.
Goes out wide and allows Ryan Humphrey in the XF Falcon to drive straight underneath him through turn number 4. No resistance as Campbell Nunn already coming out of turn number 7. We're down to 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining here in this one, with Campbell Nunn crossing the line now in car number 19, and Grant Hill probably a good 150, 200 metres behind in the BF Falcon supercar as he goes across the line now. And next across the line will be Walter Apple, who has just crested the top of the hill and makes his way down in towards turn number 7. Now that puddle at the bottom of the hill looks like it's just about dissipated now. So that's a couple of guys running through it, and the safety car's been running through it as well.
So 2 more laps left in this event. They'll get the last lap, or not at the end of this lap, but at the end of the next one, I would suspect. So so we'll see how that goes. But our race leader, totally unchallenged, car number 19, and that would be Campbell Nunn in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car.
Did you hear Ryan Humphrey's car still in wheel spin as he came across the start-finish line here?
Yep.
So that would be probably, I'd say, 3rd gear, and he's just lighting it up across the start-finish line, which is a good 150 metres back to the exit of turn number 7.
It's halfway down the straight, and the straight's a 400 metre straight, yeah. So it would be 200 metres after the corner. So he's still lighting up those wheels. A lot of them are still lighting up their wheels in wheel spin coming over the top of the back straight hill as well.
Grant Hill just gets a little bit sideways on the exit of turn number 7. And there's definitely something dislodged on the front of Campbell Nunn's car. It looks like it may be part of the trim that goes over the top of the front wheel.
Well, whatever it is, it's not slowing him down. He's still 1.2 seconds quicker a lap over every lap that he's out there than what second place Grant Hill is.
And there goes Ryan again with that engine screaming its head off, trying to catch Walter Eppel.
Watching the race leader now, it looks like it's something actually, it's part of the inner guard that's come out of the car. So you've got a plastic inner liner, and that's generally in there to stop stones from damaging the underneath of the very lightweight mud guards. So that's just come adrift a little bit. I don't think that's going to bother him whatsoever. It doesn't seem to have moved for the last few laps.
No.
So I think he'll be absolutely fine as he makes his way onto pit straight once more. He will get the last lap board this time. And one more lap of the sports sedan, sports cars and no muscle cars.
So he keeps the car nice and straight. It hasn't stepped out on him at all during this event. As he goes through turn number 1. Mid-track entry, and goes all the way around turn number 1, only at mid-track, rather than going out nice and wide on the exit. But it must work for him. He's, as you said, he's 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else out there on average per lap. So he's doing a great job out in front as he crests the top of the hill for the last time. Is Campbell Nunn in car number 19.
Yeah, a little bit sideways out of turn 5 there, not surprisingly. It's been pretty slippery up there at turn 5 for the whole weekend, but really lovely smooth driving from Campbell Nunn as he comes out off turn 6 for the final time, for the long drag up the back straight hill, and he'll crest the hill any moment. There he is now, heading down into turn 7 for the final time. So put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. A pretty dominant performance from car 19 of Campbell Nunn. As he comes down, he'll be a very happy man. That's 2 from 2 as he crosses the line and receives the checkered flag.
One more race for the sports cars and sports sedans coming up later on this afternoon, as Ryan Condren just gets rounded up around turn number 7 by our second place getter in Grant Hill in car number 88. And then we go back a long way to Walter Eppel now, recovering from that spin on the exit of turn number 1. And he's been able to gap Ryan Humphries quite easily over the last 2 laps. So Walter Eppel in the 991 model Porsche comes out onto the main straight. Ryan Humphries about 25 metres back, and they will finish in 3rd and 4th position. Ryan Condren's already been lapped, so he will finish in 5th position. And we wait for car number 444 of Jared Carey to come through in the Nissan 350Z as he comes down into turn number 7 for the last time. So that's the way they will finish in this one. Coming up next for us for Home Chef, as part of the BM Graphics plate and the Morton family plate, it will be our Formula Vs, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Miles Lockett, a former racer for many years in the Formula Vs. So that will be the next event. And we have Jamie and Demelza out and about, hopefully dodging all the rain and the cold wind out there, out in the patio area. Up to you guys, Jamie and Demelza.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. We're here with Grant Ord, who's just competed in the HQ Holden. 2 races down. He came 6th in the last race. But tell me about your first race today, right? I mean, there was a bit of an incident, and you can talk us through it.
Yeah, pretty much came into turn 1 all on my own, locked the rear brakes up and spun around, and poor Stuart had nowhere to go but the side of my car.
Now, these cars obviously aren't blessed with ABS braking or any of those mod cons that most cars have, so wet weather racing in an HQ must be pretty tough work.
It certainly is. I don't really like it. I'd definitely rather it be dry. The wet weather certainly brings out the driver in you, and I just don't seem to have it today.
And with another one more race to go, how are you feeling heading into that?
Weather pending. If it dries up, I'll be happy. If it stays wet, we'll just see what we can do. Just try and bring it home without another dent in it.
So we have heard that it is quite windy up at the top of the track. Have you felt that whilst you've been driving around it?
Certainly can. If you sit in behind another car coming up over the hill and you pull out, your car moves. You try to get sort of next to another car. You try not to hit each other, but you just get sucked in.
Now, what made you decide to get into the HQs?
best category to race.
Best car on the track as well.
Oh, that's it. It's a Holden. Every guy that comes around this club just gets in it. We all help each other out. If you break something on race day, there's someone that's got it. We'll fix it. We'll get it back. I mean, same as mine. As soon as I got back in here, the guys were under it, helping me bash it back out to get it on there again.
Now, you've spent a fair bit of time travelling over east in the last couple of months and competing. I mean, really another feather in your cap, so to speak. How did you fare up over east against the competition that you were against over there?
I didn't go this year. Two of our other guys, Troy and Todd, out of our garage went, and a few other guys from WA. They did pretty well. The competition over there is crazy.
But you want to be a part of that too, don't you? You want to travel over east and compete.
Definitely. Next year we actually have the national titles here, so all those quick guys from over there will be coming here and racing our track. So I think we need to pull our game out a bit and take it to them.
Fantastic, Grant. Good luck for the final race for today.
Thank you.
And we're going to be back after this short break.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training and Sets. Formula V Racing, proudly presented by Home Chef, Lytech Systems, EM Graphics and Promotions, Giant Mandra, Arrivo Rentals, Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway for Home Chef. These Formula Vs are battling it out and they're trying to get their starting positions organised. This will be their last chance to improve their starting position for the Morton Family Plate and the BM Graphics Plate coming up later on this afternoon. It's joining commentary again with Miles Lockett. Miles, what's all the goss between the last race and now?
Actually, to be honest, not really a lot.
Okay.
Predominantly it was a case of looking up at the sky thinking, what is this weather going to do? Because it just keeps changing.
It does.
Every 10 minutes we get a front through. And looking down from our vantage point now, the track's actually looking fairly dry. On the warm-up lap, I could see Dave Caseley really warming up the rear tyres through turn 4, getting it well and truly sideways. So again, that's going to create another complexity, because if the track dries out and if people have gone for very high tyre pressures, they're going to be really quick for the first couple of laps, and they're going to suffer towards the back end of the race. So look, it'd be very, very interesting to see what happens. Hopefully Rod Lisson doesn't jump the start again. He was filthy about that. He said, I haven't done that for 10 years, and he felt very, very embarrassed. So he was quite happy to cop the 5-second penalties. We get underway.
And it's a fairly decent start until we pop second gear, and Dave Caseley with that spare motor is able to just drive off. Callum Lamont rounding up 3 or 4 of them as he goes down and takes over third position down there into turn number 1. So that was a great start from Callum Lamont.
Yep. Yeah, obviously we had the two 1200 cars of the Isaac boys on P3 and P4. So we had Ken White and also Callum Lamont, but Callum got the better of the drive of the two 1600s and sort of blocked Ken in his path to get through on the Scary Boys. You can sort of see they're still actually very tiptoe-ish through up the left-hander, so the track has obviously still got a little bit of moisture in it. But give them a couple of laps, get a bit of temperature in the tyres, and hopefully they'll be able to start setting some quick times.
Just having a look at the overall point score, although the points don't really mean anything as far as the plates coming up later on. Jonathan Scary on 75 points, Rod Lisson on 60, and Dave Casely on, Lloyd is on 51 with April Welsh, and then we go back to Dave Casely on 50, Kathy Lisson on 40. Ken Wyatt on 48 and Kathy Lisson on 47.
Yeah, you obviously got split points there, so obviously we've got 1,200 and 1,600 points there. So in terms of the overall day, we've got, Jonathan is on the highest point score for the 1,200s, followed by Isaac, and then back to Campbell Gow. And then the 1,600s, yes, it's Callum Lamont from Rod Lisson, and I think it's then back to possibly Dave Casely, or actually no, Michael Lloyd. So that's going to be a developing story, obviously, for the course of the day in terms of who's going to take the round win honours. But so far, Dave Casely showing a clean pair of heels, got the foot to the floor.
Sideways.
Yep. Well, that's normal Dave Casely for you.
Dave Casely.
Absolutely. And again, you can sort of see that the track is obviously still in a little bit of a dampish sort of condition, because Isaac Scary is all over the back of Callum Lamont as they head up into turn number 4, as we're seeing it on our TV screens now. So again, that's a 1,600 versus a 1,200 battle. And look at Isaac. He is absolutely monstering the back of that Sabre 2 as they head up the hill and through turn 5.
Up through the top of the circuit at the moment, the highest part of the Carco Raceway, and across the top of turn number 5, and everybody's been saying how slippery this particular area is. When you throw the car to the right hand side, you're basically drifting across the top of the hill up there.
Yeah, that's one of the real points where it gets a river right across on the apex of the corner. So, and these cars being very, very light, it doesn't take them very much to turn a car around in a heartbeat as soon as you hit one of those rivers cross track. But luckily at the moment we haven't got a lot of rivers there, because we've had a bit of dry weather for the past 20 odd minutes. But certainly seeing the way that Dave Casely is sliding that car around through turn 7 from our vantage point, the track has still got a little bit of moisture in it, and the guys are very much struggling. Jonathan Scary just then coming through turn 7, massively sideways as he tries to get the power down.
Yeah, I've just seen that on our TV screens. He drifted right out towards the ripple strip on driver's left, and that's something that you'd want to be avoiding on a wet day, isn't it? That red and white paint out there.
Yeah, absolutely. The only other probably bit of news, we've got a spin around in turn number 1. It's Callum Lamont. He's getting the car back around onto the harsh end. There he goes.
Did it all by himself too.
Great avoidance by both the Scary guys to avoid him. The only thing, he's driven into the sand trap and he's beached himself. So that's going to be a safety car, I would imagine, because he's in a fairly dangerous position just on the exit of turn number 1.
We're down to 5.5 minutes remaining in this one. Dave Casely's just set the fastest time of 1:21.69, and he has nearly 3 seconds quicker on that last lap than Rod Lisson.
Yeah, unfortunately we see Callum Lamont climbing out of the Sabre 02. And there'll be safety car boards and flags. Yes, safety car is moving out into position. And but yeah, you're mentioning the times. Obviously, the previous race where it was very, very wet, they were doing 1:28s. Now they're down to 1:21. So you can sort of see that we're starting to get that track a little bit dry. But it's not going to get down to the normal pace that we're normally running, which is 1,600 high 107s, 108s, and the 1,200s, 111s, 112s. So the track is still not quite dry, obviously. Let's see how quickly we get this car moving. Now the safety crew are already over there hooking that Sabre 02 up, and they'll drag him to the infield, and hopefully we might be only maybe a lap, possibly under safety car. Let's see how we go.
Where is Madeline Matthews this weekend?
Not sure. She was up here yesterday with Ed, her father. They have been having a few dramas with the gearbox, so I'm not sure whether that's still plaguing that car, to be honest. But she was certainly here yesterday. Again, it may have been a thing, and I think a lot of the people who were thinking about possibly entering this weekend were not... waited till the last minute, obviously, to look at what the weather forecast was going to be. So possibly because of the threat of showers, etc., they may have decided not to enter.
We're going to roll through a replay here for our live stream viewers to check out what happened down here. So he's entered. He's got 2 car links in front of the Isaac Scary car, but Jonathan Scary just missed that nose cone by half a cigarette paper there. And unfortunately for Callum, he's drifted into the sand. I would have actually tried to have lit the wheels up and spun it.
Yeah, probably not enough horsepower on these things to do a V8 supercar flick spin, but you're right, it probably would have been an alternative.
I would have given it a try.
Or maybe just wait until the field, driven forward onto the concrete hard stand, waited for the field to go by, select reverse, and then get underway. Because, I mean, as we saw yesterday with Kenny White over in turn 6, it doesn't take much for one of these cars to get beached because you've only got 40 mil off the deck. And as soon as you go into these sand traps, which are very, very deep, it's pretty much game over.
And we see Callum just going through turn number 4 at the moment, so we're waiting to see what happens with our safety car as they come up and over the top of the hill. It should be in view very, very shortly, and the lights are still on. So it looks like we might go one more lap, but that'll work for Callum because he'll be able to get right onto the back of the field now.
Yep, so now it comes down to, we're down to 2 minutes 40. So we'll probably have 2 more laps, I would imagine, under racing conditions. And obviously the biggest thing is safety car restarts, because we have been having a few issues with those of overlapping. So hopefully everybody behaves themselves this time and doesn't get a slap from the umpire.
Yeah, we've seen that in the historic touring cars earlier on today as well, with the safety car peeling off, and then it's up to the guy on pole position to go once the red light has been extinguished, and that if they bank the field up or there's somebody that's moving towards the front of the field a bit quicker than anybody else, then that's where this overlap occurs. And not only is it's against the rules, but it's dangerous as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. It's it really comes down to Dave Casely to dictate the pace once the safety car has lights are extinguished and drives away from the field, and he can obviously, as soon as the green flag gets waved at flag point number 11, he can decide when he wants to go. He can either go right at the apex of turn 7, or he can go wait right until the control line. It's up to him, and it's up to the drivers behind to see exactly what's going on, and obviously then drive accordingly and have a safe restart.
Is there any discussions amongst the Formula V Association of Western Australia about the starts? Because we see that you go out in the qualifying in the morning and you might have, say, 1.5 seconds over a competitor, but then at a restart there'll be 30 metres in between each car, and there's no point going out for qualifying.
No, not really in that regards. It really just comes down to everybody making sure that they're running nose to tail when it comes to these restarts. But sometimes, and I must admit, I myself, I didn't really like to try and get too close to the car in front of me, because just in case the leader didn't go straight away, and then we ended up with the concertina effect, and you end up with nose to tail, and it creates damage. So I always like to at least keep 1 to 2 car lengths at least minimum to the car in front of me, so that if in the event of that the front of the field hadn't gone, then you've got time to react. I mean, you can sort of see now there's already a gap between Jonathan Scarey and Ken White, who's now starting to compress down. So Dave still hasn't gone yet. The green flag is being waved at flag point 11, so he still isn't on it yet.
Bunching
still
them all
not
up.
on it.
This is where the overlaps occur, because he bunches them all up. Now he goes for it.
That's right. So with Callum Lamont at the back, he's got to wait until he gets past the control line now, and now he can go past, obviously, Mackenzie Gow and head down the inside of Ben Wilkins as well into turn 1.
Taken 2 on the way into turn number 1. So that's 200 metres from the start line down to turn number 1. So it's not bad. 1 car every 100 metres, as we see April Welsh, and that's Wilkins in the yellow car.
That's Michael Lloyd.
Yeah,
in the yellow car. Now, April's actually got. That's Brett Scarey. I get confused with the Scarey cars because they're all the same colours. He's got Brett Scarey. She's got Brett Scarey behind her. Brett actually did have an issue in the first round. Obviously, we talked about they had to go home and change heads and all that sort of stuff. They only wrapped up the job this morning. One thing they forgot to check: full throttle. He only had half throttle in the race this morning.
Has just locked the rears and gone straight in on driver's right. Here he comes out through the grass. So that's a very unusual mistake there from Rod Lisson on the entry into turn number 6.
Yeah, I've never seen a car sort of snap right and head to the infield rather than the outfield. So a good thing in a way that he's kept it out of the sand trap. But back to the race now, and it's still Casely in front. The battle for the 1200s is on between the Scary boys. Yep, we've got Isaac in front of Jonathan this time. And then it's back to Ken White. He's now in P2 in the 1600 class. Back to Campbell Gow, third in the 1200. Then it's back to the recovering Lisson, followed by the recovering Lamont, who's a lap down. Then it's back to Lloyd and Welsh, followed by Brett Scarey, Kathy Lisson. Ben Wilkins, and Mackenzie Gow is running out the field, just coming down the hill now.
I love these wet days for the Formula Vs because it really mixes up the 1200s and the 1600s as we just watched Dave Casely in a four-wheel float.
Beautiful.
All the way through turn number 4. He's certainly not taking it easy with that spare motor on board.
No.
It's
we've known Dave for too long. It's always pedal to the metal, no matter what sort of engine he's got behind him.
It certainly is, and he's got a good lead now, so there's probably no need to be pushing it that far. It's a 1:19.2. He's 5 seconds quicker than anybody else out on the circuit. Last lap through. Been doing this for a long time, and he probably knows this car inside out. Although this is a fairly new car, isn't it?
Yeah, this is only the first season for him in this car, so he's still developing it. Unfortunately, he can't make it across to the National Challenge next weekend over at the Bend. So as he comes across the start-finish line to take the checkered flag, battle for the 1200s is on. Oh, Isaac! Oh, he nearly ran into the side of Jonathan. Jonathan's driven around the outside of him to take the lead, and he's going to take out the 1200 race from Isaac. Then it's back to Ken White, second of the 1600s. Back to Rod Lisson, Callum Lamont recovering. Campbell Gow, then it's back to Lloyd, Welsh, Kathy Lisson, Brett Scarey, Ben Wilkins, and the last one over the line will be Mackenzie Gow. So, yeah, as I mentioned, the Formula V National Challenge is actually next weekend at the Ben Motorsport Park. So we've got Rod and Kathy Lisson and also Michael Lloyd heading across to represent WA. Unfortunately, Dave, just with work commitments and things, he wasn't able to go. But that was sort of one of the main reasons why he was getting this car, to develop it and then get it ready to head across there to give these Eastern Staters a real good crack and see if he can try and trump them once and for all, because we've always been the bridesmaids when we go to these national events, and it'd be lovely to try and actually take the National Challenge trophy from them and in their backyard.
Of course, you've got the big one down in, I think it's about November as well, in Phillip Island.
The Isle of Magic, that's not part of the National Series. So they're going to the Bend Motorsport Park next weekend, and then the following week is, I think, the final round of the National Series, which is at Malala. So there's 2 weekends back to back, similar to what happened last year, where we had the National Challenge up here one weekend, and then the following weekend we were down at Collie Motorplex for the National Series round.
All right, thanks very much, Miles. We'll see you back here for the big race later on this afternoon to round out, that's the second last race number 32 coming up this afternoon. We're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza down there in the pits.
Welcome back to Pit Lane. We are here in the pits with Walter Eppel, who came third in the sports sedans, muscle cars last race. Walter, that must have been a great drive.
Yeah, I had a couple off, so considering that, I've done really well, yes.
And how are you feeling with the wet track out there today?
I generally like it wet. I'm always done well in the wet. But the last race, I reckon it just got too dry and the tyres got too hot. I think that's where
in your category, Walter, you actually got a lot of very, very powerful vehicles that you're competing against, but the Porsche is probably the better option for a wet weather race.
It certainly has got much more drive coming out of the corners than the other cars. We've got 2/3 of the weight on the rear axle, so the drive is fantastic out of corners with it.
We always knew it was going to be a wet day, a wet weekend, I should say. So did you prepare well with the strategy of making sure you had the right tyres on and so forth to deal with the elements?
Yeah, I did have wets, but I only had second-hand ones because I just didn't want to spend that much money on buying new wets. But they were fairly good wets I ended up with. But in respect of preparation, you always prepare for it, and I enjoy driving in a wet, but I don't change a hell of a lot on a car to actually drive in a wet. It always worked for me.
You've got a long history with Porsches. Why the preference for that vehicle?
Porsches I always liked them. My hobby. I was, growing up in Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes-Benz probably should be my favourite make, but I do like Porsches, and I'll build a 911, in 93, 94, and race it from 94 till well into 2000s, and I've done really well in that car. And I'll progress in a few other cars, or I bought a turbo race car, I bought a 996 Cup car, 997 Cup car, and all this. So. Yeah.
Now, it looks like you've got a bit of a helping hand today. Who's part of your support team?
Glenn. He's a friend. He works at the Mercedes dealer where I buy spare parts. And, he's always here. He's always here to help. He's a great help.
Fantastic.
Well, you've got one race to go, so good luck.
Thank you.
I hope you have a safe run and a very productive run when it comes to against the competition that you're in this category. That's all from us, and it's time now for a break.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results, and upcoming rounds, plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. Historic Touring Car Racing, proudly presented by Axis Hire, Moylan Grain Silos, Perth Brake Parts, and iWrite Sign.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway for Access Hire. We have our historic touring cars just entering the circuit at the moment, and there's been a few chops and changes with Stuart Young listed down to be on pole position. And Martin Dennis, you've got the full story on what's happened to Stuart Young.
Yeah, Stewie, unfortunately, the diff housing decided it wanted to have a leak. So we'd have a drain plug normally. That's the spot, and it's cracked. And the oil was running out of the diff housing, so Stewie's got a bit of repair work to do.
And we've also seen Ian Brown just down here in car number 92 being towed, so he's going to be going back up into the paddock area, so he won't even make the start on this one. We've seen Wendy Cover, she's pulled out due to the weather conditions. Ken Waller ventilated the engine yesterday. Rob Poglitz has had some oil pressure.
Yep.
And of course Graham Woolhouse involved in an incident in the previous race, which resulted in a 30-second penalty for Brian Edhouse. So Brian should have been starting probably up on the front row, and he will find himself coming out of position 7 in the fastback car number 79.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, the Brian and Graham came together out of 2 there, and Graham's car's damaged quite significantly, unfortunately, for where it turned around and went into the wall. And yeah, Brian's been pinged and sent back a bit.
So that promotes Simon Northey, and this will be the first time that Simon's been on pole position in this BMW. I can remember him being on the front row before in his left-hand drive Mustang, but certainly a first for the BMW 2002. And look who's alongside of him, one of the
Mini.
fast minis here of Mitch Evans in the ex-Runciman car, and then Mark Cates in the big Mustang on the second row, and alongside him our we shouldn't call, he is a visitor, isn't he? Will Colton,
yeah.
all the way over from Queensland this weekend.
Yep. Will's coming over from Newcastle.
Sorry, Newcastle,
New South Wales. Yep. But yeah, so we'll have Simon out of 2 and no one out of 1. Mitch out of 3, which puts him in deadline for the inside of the corner. What's that? Mark's out of 5, so that's behind.
Oh, he's moved up into 4.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Oh, well, we'll wait and see. And here we go.
Kate's out of 4, Colton out of 5, Lapsley?
Yeah, Colton Lapsley side by side, so that's all right. Yeah, okay, so maybe we did Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Well, it looks like Gary Edwards is about 3 grid positions back from where he should be. So
he's gone for a rear field start.
Yeah.
I know he had problems.
He did have issues in that last one.
It'd be interesting to see if he's got them sorted.
So red lights away and away we go. It's a good start for Will Colton in the Lotus Cortina. He's got the good start, but Mark Cates, of course, he's got the extra horsepower. Mitch Evans has done well as well. He should maintain second position into turn number 1 for the first time. But look at Will Colton on the inside. 2 Ford products, a V8 versus a 4-cylinder. As they leave turn number 1, it is all Simon Northey.
And up through there.
Oh, Cates, sideways, just about into the side of Will Colton.
Yeah, it's a bit slippery on that side of the track. Will kept it down hard and straight up through there. It certainly I don't think that order will stay that way for very long.
No, it shouldn't do. Once we get in a straight line, Mark will put his foot down on the big Mustang and he'll blow straight past, hopefully, Mitch Evans and get to the front of Simon Northey around turn number 6.
So
as just seeing
Laurie,
who we're on board.
With Laurie Lapsley.
Yep.
The wedding car. Unfortunately, that mirror is so big you can't see past it.
Yeah, you just see the bumper bar of the car in front. And here comes Ed House down the driver's right.
And also Cates. Cates has gone down the outside of everybody into turn 7.
There comes Mitch Evans under brakes.
Yep.
And goes straight underneath the BMW 2002. So Mark Cates, Mitch Evans in second, Northey hanging on for third, but not for much longer, because here comes Brian Edhouse.
He's come through straight in, and he'll go up into he's on a third. He's not dived under Mitch in the Mini.
There's still 7 minutes to go yet, so no panic stations yet for Brian Edhouse.
Yeah, he'll just take a breath and stay stationed until he gets a good run.
Oh, there's Laurie Lapsley, and that's our onboard camera there, so we're going to get a great replay coming up very shortly of Laurie Lapsley. We've been talking about that Asphalt Tech sign at the crest of the bus stop there.
Yes.
Been very slippery all weekend, including yesterday as well. And hopefully we'll get a turn 7 replay very, very shortly of Laurie Lapsley looping the car on the exit of turn 3.
You get dizzy in your armchairs watching that one.
Oh, look at Mitch Evans taking on the Mustang on the way out of turn number 6.
Yes. Unfortunately, that's a one-way battle.
Yeah, it is. In a straight line it is.
Yeah.
And here comes Brian Edhouse as well. He's also been able to get past Mitch Evans. And
Laurie's got it restarted and going again, so we'll have some footage from the rear.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get on board very shortly with a turn 7 replay as Mitch Evans now into third place. Simon Northey back to 4th. And then we're going to get down into Will Colton, Mel Bowden in 7th position at the moment. And then we have one of the Vanden Wright. So we're going to see a replay here from turn number 1, looking back or looking towards the side straight here at carco.com.au Raceway. And this should be some fairly interesting driving coming up through here. So here's our replay, and we can just see that was a big spin there. It was a very quick one.
Yep. It just, obviously got the dampness off the inside of the track and no grip, and away she went. Big car. Okay.
So Edhouse now closing in on the back of Mark Cates and taking a little Mini with him.
Yes, Mitch is really onto it. That's it's great. So let's see how the 269 fastbacks go. Heads up, come down into the braking zone on turn 7 here.
Simon Northey now trying to stick the BMW up the inside of Mitch Evans, but Mitch will be able to drive right around the outside, and you can see that there is a dry line developing out there now.
Yes.
And Mitch used that to quite some good extent now, but look at Northey, he's trying to get through again on the way. He won't be able to do it. That Mini's half the way to that BMW. Edhouse all over the back of Mark Cates now as they leave turn 1 and head up through 2 and 3.
Yep. I anticipate that Edhouse would just stay there for a while. He might have a run sort of in the wind-down minutes. Just a matter of keeping track of where you are.
We've still got 4 minutes and 15 seconds plus 1 lap to go, so at least another 4 laps. And Mitch Evans, fastest man across the top of the hill this time.
See, Gary Edwards is up on the back of Mel Bowden, so he's obviously whatever was wrong with the car, he's got sorted. It's getting along quite good. As he went over the top of the hill.
31.4 and Simon Northey with a 31.8. So Mitch Evans in the little Mini 0.4 of a second quicker than the other BMW.
Here we go down into turn 7.
He won't do it out there.
The Beamer's got legs.
A little over and under here for Brian
Edhouse.
Edhouse.
It looks like, yeah, he's stayed wide, and is he going to... No, Kate stayed mid-track and kept it, and Edhouse to stay out where he was.
There's another BMW versus Mini battle as well with Bowden, side by side with Gary Edwards now.
Yep.
So there's 4 positions. We've got 2 BMWs and 2 Minis fighting it out.
Yep, that's... it's the bravest is the winner.
We've certainly got to be brave to race one of those little Minis up against the Mustangs and, well, any other car, because you are the smallest car out there. As Gary Edwards not giving up on the back of Mel Bowden as they go into turn number 4 and head up and over the top of the hill. This battle on the screen for our live stream viewers. And it looks like Northey and Mitch Evans are not far off the back of these 2 Mustangs. So while they're fighting it out, it's allowing these little 4 cylinders to catch right up.
Be right, especially through the tighter part of the track over the back. That'll always work. And like, down the hill into 7, they're going to stretch away. But Simon's making good head road into turn 7, and you'll see the Mini come right in under brakes.
Edhouse got a good run this time.
Yep.
And he should be able to pull across. No, he didn't pull across.
There's not enough room to come across there yet. He might be a little bit hesitant about pulling across at the moment.
No, he's going to run right around the outside of Mark Cates in turn number 1 and put his foot down into it now on the way out of turn 2 and 3, and already moves out to 2 car lengths. But Simon Northey pretty impressed with this little run out of the BMW.
Certainly got the BMW and going well there. He's staying with these other guys.
And starting to pull away from Mitch Evans as well.
But see, the lap times are only in the 12s.
Yeah.
Right, so, the Beamer's on, it's an 11, high 10 type car. That would be, right, it's playing into the Beamer's hands there, and the Minis for that matter, from a lap time point of view.
We catch up with the HQ of Bob O'Neill, car number 7.
The taxi.
And I think that's Nathan Hadlow right behind him in car number 65 as Bob just moves over to the left and allows the little Cortina to drive straight underneath him.
Straight on by, see you later.
And here comes Laurie Lapsley now in the Mark II Jaguar, who will be the next one to blow past Bob O'Neill.
Yes, this time he kept it straight going up there. Didn't get dizzy.
Oh, that's good. Not going to win a race if you're going round and round in circles.
Oh, no. Being off the track is not a happy place.
Look at the gap now that Brian Edhouse has put over Mark Cates. It's just only taken 1 lap to extend his lead now out to about 150 metres. Then we go back to Simon Northey in 3rd, Mitch Evans in 4th, and then a long way back to Gary Edwards. But that little BMW is flying as well. He's doing a great job in front of Mel Bowden in car number 23. Then we've got one of the Vanden Wrights. I think that'll be Paul. And then we go back to Will Colton, who had a great start, but now starts to be fading towards the back end.
Yep. Probably the overall power side of things, the times creep out. So where are we, Colton? 14.5. So that's fairly slow actually for Will. So, but then most of the lap times are all down a bit.
Yeah. I don't think the track conditions are lending itself to any track records today.
No.
It's still wet and dry out there. It just depends on what part of the track you place those 4 wheels. But Mitch Evans got a good run out of turn number 7 this time. So let's see whether he can close down this gap between himself
and the Mini and the Cortina coming down the hill side by side. The Mark III Cortina and the
with the Vanden Wrights and the 23 of Bowden.
Yep. What's that, Paul Vanden Wright?
Yeah, that'll be Paul in triple one.
Yep. That was a good run down there.
So Bob O'Neill now starting to be lapped by Mark Cates. He'll have Simon Northey and Mitch Evans, and Mitch has actually taken this down to 2 car lengths now.
Yes.
Or 4 mini lengths as they go across the top of the hill. And Brian Edhouse already down into turn number 6, and he's through the apex of 6 and heading out. So good battle now. We've got to hopefully have a 3-way battle as they come back over the top of the hill with
Mark Cates and Cates, Northey and Evans, and with Gary Woods looking forward, going, I wish I could just be a bit closer.
It's just the horsepower of Mark Cates. He leaves them for dead as they come out of turn number 6.
Yep.
But now they'll close up under brakes, particularly the Mini. You can see it just catching hand over fist onto the back of Simon Northey at the moment. Continues to use that momentum through turn number 7 because they don't have a great deal of horsepower. Is it about a 1275 in the Mitch Evans?
Well, yeah, originally they're 1275s. They're actually running at 1330 with the maximum they're allowed to run. And they've got them tuned up. They're really, really well prepared from a package point of view. And they're a thorn in the side of a lot of cars.
Certainly are.
And like he's hanging on to the back of a 2-litre Beamer there, and that BMW is well prepared as well. So it just shows how advanced they've got the Minis from a go point of view.
I suppose all of the historic touring car guys will be out of here very quickly after the trophy presentations and get home and light the fire and sit down and watch the Goodwood Revival on YouTube tonight.
Well, the guys have been talking about it today. So yeah, there'll be a few of them obviously heading into the what's the box.
I did see one of the sports cars, as checkered flag falls on this one to Brian Edhouse. I did see a sports car yesterday go backwards into the final chicane, and it took a lot of the flowers with it as it drove off.
Oh well, it's decorative, isn't it?
It was decorative. Mark Cates comes across the line in second from Simon Northey,
Mm-hmm.
not too far behind him, and Mitch Evans decided to back it down on that last lap for some reason.
Turn it down a bit, cool it down.
Hopefully there's no issues on there for Mitch, because that was a really good run.
It was. He's probably decided that was enough pressure, nothing to be lost.
Gary Edwards comes through, Mel Bowden, Paul Vandenright and Will Colton. And behind them will be Bill Shipper, should be next across the line. He's just coming down into turn number 7 now.
Yeah.
And behind him will be Mike Vandenright.
We've got Shipper, Vandenright and Lapsley to come across the line.
Yep, there's Laurie just cresting the top of the hill and down towards 7. So, Martin, thanks very much for joining us again for this heat race. We've got one more heat race coming up to round out this afternoon for Access Hire for the historic touring cars. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. We'll take a short break and we'll be back here very shortly at carco.com.au Raceway. Let's throw down to Jamie and Demelza down there in the paddock area. You got somebody for us?
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. Yeah, we're being joined by Jonathan Scarey, who came in second in the Formula V 1200 in the last race. You've got to be happy with that, especially in this sort of conditions, Jonathan.
Yeah, it was good. Isaac pulled away at the start, but then with the safety car, it brought us back together, which gave us a little good battle at the end.
And how do you find the conditions? Have you had much experience in wet weather driving?
Not much out on the track, as you know, we probably race mostly during like the summertime, but it's good now and then to have a wet race, so yeah.
How do you find the races when it is wet? You were saying before the rain was coming in almost straight onto your visor. How do you navigate through something like that?
Well, it's kind of just like our rain lights, especially from like the spray of the other cars in front of us. So we just kind of get used to it because we don't have window wipers or anything. So we kind of just get used to how to use them and just stuff, yeah.
And how are you feeling going into the next race, the final one for the day?
Yeah, good. So after yesterday's good performance and with the weather drying out, it's looking good as I pulled away from the other 1200s yesterday, and they're still competitive today, but Isaac's in the wet really competitive as well, so hopefully the rain stays off for me.
John, you're competing against cars that are 1600 capacity versus your 12. So, I mean, in conditions like this, it's a great leveler when it comes to the different horsepower between the two different series of vehicle.
Yeah, it is, especially with the different horsepower, especially coming out of the corners. The 1600s can't get on the throttle as much as we can, so that's why you see them struggling and twitching not as much as we are, but then it always just comes down to the cars. You can see like Dave Casely just still pulls away from the rest of them.
Now, Jonathan, I do believe you have a big milestone in a couple of weeks' time. Do you care to tell us what birthday is coming up?
Yeah, so my 18th, so which means then I'll be able to focus on racing more next year, so I won't be at school.
Well, good luck for the remainder of school. Happy birthday for the next couple of weeks.
Good luck with your maths test tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
That's it from us from Pit Lane. For now, we'll be back very, very soon. But right now, here's some ads.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results, and upcoming rounds, plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. WA Excel Cup Racing, proudly presented by Retrovision, Tech Mechanical, Race Tech, Nexter, and Revolution Racing.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway. This is day number 2 of round number 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championships for 2025. Proudly brought to you by Gallagher Insurance. And Rob Haggerty, your favourites making their way out onto the circuit. And that was a pretty interesting previous race that we had for our Retrovision Hyundai Excels.
Yeah, it certainly was, and taken out cleanly by Zane Rose, but lots of little bits of action happening in the back of the field between Byrne and Cove, the Cove family, McGregor and Clamp, and some good battles back there with Stuart McGregor and Leach as well. And I'm just looking down at our hard-working pit lane marshals, and they're making shadows, which means the sunlight has come out on the carco.com.au Raceway, and that's great to see for one of the first times today that we're actually seeing some sunshine.
Well, we do have a dry turn 7 down there, or the inside line along the main straight is still showing some dampness, so you would presume that turn number 1 should be fairly good. We'll see what happens with these cars, but although it's dry, there hasn't been a great deal of rubber being able to stay on the racetrack, because it just rains, and it hasn't been just a normal shower. It's been quite hard, torrential rain really.
Yeah, it absolutely has, and I just went to try to look on the Bureau of Meteorology site to have a look at the map, and the whole system was down. It was saying we apologise for our delays in giving you the information you require. So hopefully they've gotten that back up again, but it was definitely down on my phone. But I don't think there's anything out there at the moment. It's looking fairly blue skies to the southwest, and I think that we'll be doing okay as the groups of Excels come onto the pit straight to line up for the third, and I believe this is the final of their events today. So it'll be led by Zane Rhodes in car number 73, moving his way across to pole position. Next to him will be car number 28, Michael Clark, one of the standout newcomers to the Excel Racing, and he's starting from the outside of row 1. On the inside of row 2 is going to be Lachlan Cove in car number 36. Next to him will be Noah Byrne in car number 11. Then we go back to the third row, where we've got Stephen McGregor on the inside in car number 2. Next to him will be Tristan Clamp in car 13. And then we go back to car number 8, the very nicely presented Petters car of Stuart McGregor. And then next to him we have got car number 33, and that's Andrew Leach. And then a bit of a gap because it doesn't look like we've got Charlotte Cove out there again. So then after that we've got Paul Hewitt, and they're away.
And we are, and it's Clark that seems to have got the better of the start, although from the third row, Tristan Clamps got off to a good start as well, and boxes Steve McGregor in the Napa Autos car, so he'll be stuck on the curb all the way around turn number 1, and Tristan Clamps actually backed out of it a bit to allow Steve McGregor a good run out of turn number 1 for the first time. But up in through the bus stop area, it's Zane Rhodes from Clark, then we go back to Noah Byrne, Lachlan Cove, behind them is Stuart McGregor, and then it will be Tristan Clamp in car number 13.
Yeah, fairly clean start. Bit of a slow start there by Leach, unfortunately, in car number 33. Andrew Leach not getting off the line and still going reasonably slow at the back of the field as well. So I don't know if he's got an issue or what's going on with car 33, but let's hope that he sorts that out, as the cars are all over in turn 6 at the moment. Already a great big gap being forged by Zane Rhodes as he comes out, but a good battle for second place between Clark and Cove as they come up over the top of the hill for the first time.
Yeah, Zane Rhodes has really pulled out 100 metres already, but look at Noah Byrne. He's been threatening all day. He's certainly got the speed in this car, and Michael Clark wants to run around the outside, and he looks like he's going to pull this off. Yes, he has. So Clark hanging on for second place, but it's Noah Byrne that seems to be the big threat at the moment in car number 11 as he closes in on the back of Michael Clark again on the entry into turn number 1.
Yeah, that was a really big braking manoeuvre that he made there at the end of the turn 7 then was Noah Byrne. That was a brilliant move. So as it stands at the moment, we've got a 3-second lead already after one lap.
Yeah, Michael Clark will be looking backwards at the moment, finding out where Noah Byrne is. He doesn't have to worry about Zane Rhodes because he is gone. We are on board with car number 40 of Hewitt, and he is right in the boot lid of the white car in front. I just can't make out the number on the car in front. Hewitt, I think that maybe Stuart McGregor in the Peddens car as they head down towards number 6, and he looks like he was going to try and do a move there, and the McGregor car has come across in front. Now's his opportunity now to get right into the boot lid of Stuart McGregor, get the toe up and over the top of the hill, and can he pull out and do something a bit radical down here in the braking area?
So it looks to me like car 11's taken second place down there in turn 7. So looks like Burns managed to get that move done this time, and they crossed the line fairly close. Good battle back there also for 4th and 5th between Cove and McGregor. And then it's Tristan Clamp coming across the line next. And then there's that big battle that you were talking about a few moments ago between McGregor and Hewitt crossing the line. So little battles happening all over the circuit at the moment.
Yeah, Hewitt really going into the red line. You could see it on the tacho on the dashboard. It was flashing red, and he was still maintaining that 4th gear down into turn number 1. But look at this battle now, a 4-car battle. Noah Byrne in front of Michael Clark. Then we go back to Tristan Clamp and Lachlan Cove battling it out. That's where it is.
I think
Steve McGregor, actually.
Yeah, Cove's going to make the big dive down the inside. He's not going to be able to do it. He backed out of that, actually. But right on the tail now of Byrne is Clark, and they're going to come line astern, very close together out of turn 6, and they draw up the long hill up to the top of the back straight, and back in sight to the people who are here watching this weekend. And looks like to me it's going to be a move down the inside by
Wow, he sent
by
that
McGregor.
Sent that a long way back. McGregor's come up the inside of Lachlan Cove, but Michael Clark also put a throw from downtown on Noah Byrne in car number 11. Steve McGregor and Lachlan Cove side by side on the way into turn number 1.
McGregor's going to take that. Yeah, he's going to take that position away from him.
Hold him out wide.
Go around, he'll hold him out wide and stop Cove from being able to get back up the inside of him. And this is a great battle for second place here. In another suburb again is Zane Rhodes in car number 73, and he's done the fastest lap of a 1:13.5. So obviously the track's starting to dry out quite nicely now because they're starting to get down to some pretty good lap times. So at the moment it is Rhodes from Clark and Byrne, and then we go back to McGregor and Cove as they disappear over the top of the hill. Still 4 minutes and 47 seconds to go in this event.
So Noah Byrne still looking threatening on the tail of Michael Clark, although Michael's got about 3 car lengths now as they go into turn number 6. It's on the way out. Who's got the horsepower on the way out of the corner and get that toe? And it looks like it's going to be Noah Byrne. He's really moving up to the back of Michael Clark this time. Comes right over to driver's right right of Michael Clark. They're side by side on the way down in towards McCracken House, and Noah Byrne in car number 11 should be able to hang on here, although Michael Clark laid on the brakes and drives straight around the outside and will probably get a strike for that one.
Yeah, he'll get a strike against his name at Clark, of course, and he won't want to do that too many more times or he'll end up with a penalty. But these guys, you could throw a blanket over them as they go ducking into turn number 1. Right on the back of McGregor now is Lachlan Cove as they come out of turn 1. He was almost right into the boot lid of car number 2. These cars all very, very close into turn 4 now. This is really anyone's race for second place.
It certainly is. One mistake is going to cost you second place here, and great to see 4 cars so close together on a drying racetrack here at carco.com.au Raceway.
And this is what we see when it's a championship round with 30 cars out on the field. We see this right the way through the field. But today we're being treated to some great racing once again from the Excels. They're line astern once more into turn 6. Let's see whether or not Byrne can pull up onto the back of Clark again as they come up the hill. He seems to have a little bit more horsepower than what Clark does. Clark knows that because he pulls it off into the driver's right as they come over the top of the hill. He's going to make him go the long way around the outside. But have a look at McGregor down the inside now of Clark, of Byrne.
Yeah.
And he takes that position away from him. So while Byrne was trying to get through on Clark, McGregor's stolen that third place off him.
Wow, and we thought that Noah Byrne had a really good run out of turn number 6 there, eyeing up Michael Clark. And
he's going to lose another one here. Sorry, Vaughan. He's going to lose another one here because Cove's gotten down the inside of him as well, and this is going to be a race to see who's got the horsepower coming out of turn 1. But I reckon Cove's got this, and he has.
He certainly has. He's gone past him in car number 36. So how things can change in the space of a couple of 100 metres. Michael Clark still for second. Steve McGregor now for third. Lachlan Cove in fourth. And Noah Byrne in car number 11 takes over P5.
Yeah.
He's lost 2 positions in one corner, and then another position before that, the previous corner.
Yeah, 2 positions in 400 metres really, and from third back to 5th. So he'll be wanting to get up and make his presence felt again. So I don't think this is over by a long shot as we watch the cars once more come out of turn 6.
Now Steve McGregor's looking a bit threatening on the back of Michael Clark as well as he decreases the distance between himself and the 28 in front of him. So Steve McGregor's got a good run on here. Is he going to try the same thing? Yes, he is. He's not going to be able to do it this time. Michael Clark cuts him off down into the corner and has to come back over fairly abruptly to avoid another curb strike. But Steve McGregor has got on the driver's right, and I don't know whether he's going to be able to hang on to this. He's going to be very late on the brakes, squeezes the car alongside Michael Clark. Clark still hard on the gas and very, very wide, and will maintain second place. What a great piece of driving.
Absolutely, and while that was happening, Noah Byrne managed to get back in front of Lachlan Cove down there into turn 7 as well. Cove just looking like he's doing a bit of Morse code on the back of the car of Byrne in front of him, nose to tail all the way up through turn 4, and this whole battle for second place has really closed up again over the last lap.
Yeah, you can forget about Zane Rhodes. He is gone. A bad sportsman flag for car number 28 for track limits at turn number 7. So very, very harsh, I reckon, on that last one.
I don't think that was the last one. I think that's the first one that he had just for that one that we saw a couple of laps ago. So I think that he's okay at the moment, provided he doesn't do it again. So once again, out of the highly cambered corner at turn 6, and they're all bunching up again as they come over the top of the straight. We're too wide as we go down. Steve McGregor looking a little bit more fearsome this time down into turn 7. Looks like he's going to be able to take that second position away. Michael Clark very late under brakes, but he's got to be watching out for that curb on the exit, and he manages to bring the car back in again, but he has gone over the white line. Interesting to see whether or not that'll be considered a stripe, but they're side by side down into turn 1 once more, and it looks again like it's going to be McGregor down the inside of Clark, but Clark manages to just swing over and cut that move off.
And Lachlan Cove's been able to get back in front of Noah Byrne again. So things are chopping and changing big time. This is a great race for second position. 4 cars battling it out here at carco.com.au Raceway, with Michael Clark now 1 car length in front of Steve McGregor. Lachlan Cove Morse coding the back of McGregor, and then Noah Byrne.
Yeah, and Zane Rhodes, the leader of the event, would be looking in his mirror saying, well, where are they all? Because these guys would be well well and truly slowing themselves down while they're having this wonderful battle.
5-second penalty to car number 28 of Michael Clark.
Yeah, and that's I thought that they might judge that as being overlooked, all wheels over the white line on the exit of turn 7 that time, even though it wasn't this side of the curb, it was this side of the white line on the pit entrance. So
there's a bit of NASCAR drafting happening now between 36 of Cove right into the rear bumper of Steve McGregor, pushing him along, trying to get a run down Michael Clark, and both of them are going to go past Michael Clark.
Yeah, they are indeed, and not quite all 4 wheels over that time for Clark, so that wasn't a penalty that time, but McGregor's starting to get away a little bit now as Cove and Clark having a battle down into turn 1. Cove on the inside, and Lachlan gets on the brakes just a millisecond later, and it looks like he's going to try to take that move away. They're side by side through the corner. He's starting to get a bit further in front, and I think that's Lachlan Cove's corner.
Yes, it is. He goes up into 3rd place now. Michael Clark back to 4th, and Noah Byrne sitting in there in P5, and he'd have to be wondering, when's my turn to go forward?
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be sizing up these guys, I'm sure, and trying to work out whereabouts he has some advantage over them. He definitely seems to have the horsepower out of turn 6.
Oh, there we go. Word from race control is Michael Clark now has 2 5-second penalties. So although he's doing very well in this race, currently in 4th position, he's going to take a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, and that's a real big shame. But he's a newcomer to the champion or to the Excels, and I'm sure that he'll learn from that, and he'll learn that he's not going to get away with going the wrong side of that white line. So checkered flag this time for car number 73, who had a very lonely race on his own out the front, but really showed his class. But look at this battle for second place still, as we've got Clark trying to go around the outside.
Oops.
He's going to go just about into the dirt, and one strike against Cove, but that won't matter because they're going to come across the line now to take the checkered flag. It's McGregor from Lachlan Cove, and then it's going to be back to Noah Byrne because we've got a penalty for Clark of 10 seconds. However, he will take 4th place, and then it's going to be Tristan Clamp coming across the line next in 5th place.
We just saw him go out wide again on that last lap as well, so I wonder whether they'll judge that as a breach of track limits as well, because that could be another 5 seconds heading Michael Clark's way.
Yeah, it could be, and he will have an interview coming up after this event. But yeah, we've got the race just about winding down, and that was a very entertaining Hyundai Excel race once again.
I know, as we said, we're down on numbers, but certainly not down on quality. That was an awesome race with Zane Rhodes taking it out from Steve McGregor, Lachlan Cove, Michael Clark, and Noah Byrne. Tristan Clamp seemed to drift away from that battle. I was kind of hoping that Tristan would have stayed with them. Hewitt in 7th, Stuart McGregor in 8th, and Ashley Cove rounds out our 9 finishes for that one. We're going to take a short break here at carco.com.au Raceway for electrical group training. Just as exciting, the Holden HQs, they'll be next out on the circuit.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
HQ Racing WA is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Odysseus, and West Coast Car Transport.
Okay, HQ Holden's lined up ready for their final event of the weekend, and we've been very much entertained by these guys all weekend, and we've seen some magnificent racing between Ryan Davis and car number 21 of Brett O'Keefe starting next to him. Woodbridge has also been in it, as has Kenny, and Grant Ord has been having a little bit of an up and down weekend as well with car number 4, but he's going to be doing a great job in this one. I'm sure he's starting towards the front, Vaughan.
Yeah, it looks like we've got all of the heavy hitters towards the front for this final race, brought to us by EGT. And while we are waiting for our HQs to get out onto the circuit, let's check out our replays here of the 3 infringements for Michael Clark.
Yeah, two 5-second penalties and 1 10-second penalty.
Yeah. So here's the first one. So he's come in really hot. And as you would expect, these are a front-wheel drive car, so there is a limit to where you can tip them in. Otherwise, you turn the steering wheel and they have a tendency of going straight. So we'll see what happens here as he sneaks up the middle of Noah Byrne.
Well, that's not one of them, but
And
that's okay. We saw
right
a good over braking there coming down into turn 7, so that was great on that occasion. But we've got the wrong replays up there, so that's not an issue. Here we go once again.
Noah Byrne, look at this, up the inside of Michael Clark. And this was happening lap after lap.
Yeah, so here he is. This is him going all 4 wheels over that line.
Yeah.
So that was one of the penalties that we saw. Here they are once again down the back straight. Let's see what this one is with Michael Clark really...
really pushing the back of the car. Let go then.
And here he is once again. Don't know about that one. There, that one, definitely. Yep.
Yeah, he was definitely out wide there for the third one. Yep. But unfortunately, that is motorsport, and we do have track limits for a reason. And unfortunately, if you do go 4 wheels either side of that white boundary line, you're going to get Motorsport Australia tapping on your door and issuing out those penalties like we've seen today and yesterday. But I suppose the upside, Rob, is that they are being consistent. It's for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, he's going to live and learn. And he's a newcomer, as I said, and he will get a slap on the wrist and he'll lose that position that it was hard fought for him in that last event, and I'm sure he'll come back bigger and stronger next time.
Well, let's turn our attention to the HQs, and it's been a Ryan Davis festival so far today. He qualified in P1 and he's had 2 wins so far. He's sitting on 50 points at the moment. Brad O'Keefe in car number 21 on 40 points, and then we have Mick Woodbridge on 36. So that is the first 3, and then we go back to Stuart Kenny, who's fighting back. He didn't have a very good race 1. He got caught up in that little bit of a half spin down there in turn number 1. Then we have Michael Howlett. Those guys are tied on 33 points. Grant Ord fighting back. He came from the back of the field in that last one and made it up into 6th position. Then we have Troy Kent in car number 3 that provided a lot of action for us on our onboard cameras in race number 2. Laurie Marsh, Faulknell, Rory Sharp in car number 19. Then we have Peter Marsh, Dave Kent, Phil Breen unfortunately had a spin in that one in turn number 1. Brad Butler in 76. He also had a spin with Mark Alfonsi, and Kyan Butler, who was having lots of spins.
Absolutely.
So I'm not sure whether there's something wrong with the car here, but it looks like
a rolling start, probably.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a rolling start here. Red lights are on and they're double Indian file. They're going way too fast to go into their grid positions, and away we go. And it looks like O'Keefe and Davis getting off to a fairly equal start, but look at the back as Mark Alfonsi's been able to move up 1 position and get in front of Phil Breen on the entry into turn number 1 for the first time. Good gaggle of cars coming out of turn number 2, but it's all Ryan Davis.
Yeah, and Woodbridge really on the tail there of O'Keefe as well. He's looking pretty seriously like he wants to get beside him into turn 4, and does exactly that, and should be grip all the way through that corner now. But look at Woodbridge. He's just going to drive around the outside of O'Keefe, and across turn 5 I suspect that he's going to take the second place away from him. As we keep an eye on the monitor, and he does do exactly that, and that's also opened up O'Keefe to be under challenge from Kenny as he goes down into turn 6, because Kenny managed to get his nose down the inside as well, but it's all Ryan Davis as they stand at the moment.
Yes, he's able to get that break. He's been able to do that on lap number 1 in all of the races. He gets a really good lap under the belt in lap number 1, and then he's able to manage that gap. But look at that, they're side by side about for third place. At the moment, they're 3 wide as they come down the hill.
Hard to tell who's who because they're all black cars, but Grant Order's in amongst all of that as well. He looks like he's had a good start as well. I think that may be Grant Ord in third place.
Kenny as well. Kenny's got another dark colour car and one of the...
No, it is Ord. It's definitely Ord in third place.
Yep.
So then it's back to Kenny and O'Keefe and Michael Howlett, and then a good battle behind Michael Howlett with Sharp and Marsh going side by side into turn 1.
So O'Keefe is the guy that's lost out here. He's lost 2 positions in that first lap. He started on the front row and now is in 4th place with that's the Butler car behind him, and then we go back to Michael Howlett, Rory Sharp, and side by side is Laurie Marsh with Troy Kent on the outside in turn number 3.
Yeah, Laurie Marsh is the big loser here. He's gone back from 8th to 10th in about the gap of 400 to 500 metres, so he's lost a couple of positions there through the S's. But at the moment, as they go back over the top of the hill, we're looking at this battle a little bit further back between those two, and they're still side by side through turn 5 as the field negotiates that corner and down into turn 6. Here's Woodbridge now starting to come under fire from Grant Ord.
And just behind those two will be Stuart Kenny and O'Keefe, and they were side by side as they exited turn number 6. And they're still side by side as they crest the hill. Rory Sharp's trying to get involved with this and take Michael Howlett with him as well. Michael just doesn't seem to have the horsepower in this spare car number 34 this weekend. But look at the battle here, side by side on the way out of turn number 7. And now they're going to go 3 wide down the main straight here with Kenny, O'Keefe and Sharp.
Yeah, and Sharp's looking like he's definitely going to be getting down the inside of O'Keefe here. So that's going to be another change of position. Have a look at Howlett. He's obviously been fettling this car as the day's gone on, because the car has been getting better and better and better as the day progresses. He was side by side with Sharp as well coming out of turn 1, but it looks like Sharp's managed to get that position back again. Side by side through turn 4 is Woodbridge and Ord, on the inside. He's going to take that position away almost from Woodbridge. Woodbridge on the inside of turn 5, so he's going to stay on the inside and probably maintain that second position.
Yeah, as we wait and see what happens here, we can see them side by side as they crested the top of the hill. We wait to pick up what is happening over there in turn number 6 at the moment. But interesting to have a look at Troy Kent and Laurie Marsh. Those guys were going for it hand over fist on the way over the hill.
Ord into second position, so he did get that position away from Woodbridge, but Woodbridge right on his bumper bar as they are just about ready to crest the top of the hill.
Tap, tap, tap.
Yep, absolutely. Morse code there. Get out of the way. And here comes Woodbridge. He's going to try to get down the inside, but I don't think he's quite got enough under brakes on Grant Ord, who's had a magnificent run so far in car number 4.
And Troy Kent able to get in front of Laurie Marsh, and now he's got Peter Marsh in front of him. And Michael Howlett looking to put a move on here on car number 21 of O'Keefe. So O'Keefe is going backwards in this one. Maybe he's still got a wet weather setup in that car.
He could have a wet weather setup in it, but he's got a little bit more grunt in the straight line, I think, than what Howlett's got, and he managed to maintain that position. I think that may have been a strike down here at turn 1 that last time for Grant Ord. So he will have to be very, very careful, because I think he went all 4 wheels across the white line on the exit of turn 7. So we'll wait and see what the clerk of course has got to say about that. But yeah, at the moment, Ryan Davis well and truly out in the front of this field, as the rest of the field are all arguing amongst themselves and letting him drive away.
A 33-0 across the top of the hill for Davis, a 33-0 for Grant Ord as well, and then a 33-2. So they are so close. There's lots of them doing 33-3s. Rory Sharp was another into the 33-2s across the first sector. So very, very close. HQ Racing here, brought to you this weekend, as always, by Electrical Group Training. It's Ryan Davis from Grant Ord and Mick Woodbridge.
Here comes Mick Woodbridge down the inside of Grant Ord, down into turn 7. He's got him side by side. He's got to try to block off that over and under, and he does so quite successfully. Slows them down at the apex of the corner and is able to come on a narrow angle on the way out. So second place back into the hands of Mick Woodbridge, then back to Grant Ord. Then a good battle between Kenny, Sharp and O'Keefe, and starting to drop Howlett off. Then we've got Marsh and Kent, and then the other Marsh, and then across the line goes Todd Faulknell in front of Breen and Brad Butler. Then we've got Kent going across the line in front of Alfonsi, and then we have got Kyan Butler at the back of the field. And he's managed to keep that car on the black stuff so far, so he's done a much better job this race than he did in the last one, thankfully.
So one of the secrets of getting these HQs to go quick is to advance the timing. And today being a nice cool day, you could probably throw an extra degree into it and advance it. Although if you go too far, they start to go off, and you can actually blow head gaskets in these cars.
Yep, you don't want to do that.
No, you don't want to do that, but I'm just wondering whether Michael may have advanced his timing just a little bit too far, and it's suffering from some heat exhaustion.
Yep, could be, because he seemed to be a lot closer to the guys in front
early?
In the early part of the race. Exactly. As we watch them over the top of the hill, this battle for second place is still on, as Grant Ord now gets down the inside once again of Mick Woodbridge down into turn 7. He's going to do the same thing to him as Woodbridge did last time, and he's retaken that second place away. So that's where the big battle is, as well as the battle further back for fourth position, which currently is in the hands of Sharp, who's gotten in front of Kenny and O'Keefe. And then back to Howlett.
Yeah, Stuart Kenny not having the normal standard that we've come accustomed to with the number 72 this weekend. He's been a little bit off the pace so far. But Rory Sharp has really come on strong. We don't see Rory at every race meeting, but certainly putting an impact on this one. Round 5, day 2 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships for 2025, brought to you by Gallagher Insurance. And I hope all of our visitors from Gallagher Insurance enjoying themselves up there in McCracken House. You've certainly seen some fantastic racing, and what we like to say is the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia. And thank you very much for supporting carco.com.au Raceway.
Laurie Marsh and Peter Marsh right next to each other in car 68 and 67 as well. So there's a good battle that's happening out there that'll be talked about for a while after the race. So watching the cars just streaming through turn 6 at the moment, there is that battle just there between the Marshes, and they're right behind car number 3, and that's Todd Faulknell. Sorry, it's not Todd Faulknell at all, it's Troy Kent.
Yep, here's the move on here now. Troy on the outside in the blue number 3, and Peter Marsh just drives straight around him in car number 68. Let's see if we get the over and under here for Troy Kent. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it. He's left his run too late. Drifts the car right out wide. Looked like a big puff of smoke there, or maybe a bit of a puddle.
Yep, and he's got himself in a Marsh sandwich. So makes his way down into turn 1.
Does that make him a marshmallow?
It could make him a marshmallow, but I'm sure he's not thinking anything like that at the moment. All he's thinking is he puts his rear left wheel out into the grass there on the extra turn 1. That was a very wide exit for car number 3 of Troy Kent.
It cost him a bit of distance between himself and the 68 of Peter Marsh just in front. Now Laurie will be lining him up for a run down into turn number 6. But Ryan Davis having a stellar day, and he'll be stoked with this one. Oh, he's the first guy into the 17s as well, a 17-0.
I'll tell you what, they'd be almost at the point where they'd be starting to think about some penalties for the extra turn 6 as well, because they're putting 4 wheels just about over the white line down there as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the Clark, of course, thinks about some of these really wide exits of some of these corners. But nonetheless, here's our race leader on screen, car 49, Ryan Davis, into turn 7, and we've got about 48 seconds left. So at the end of this lap, they'll be getting the last lap. 2 more laps left in this event. Here's Woodbridge. He's taken that position away from Grant Ord, and he's in a strong second position by about, well, not so strong, but he's got about 1 car length between him. Taking a very, very defensive line was Sharp then into, Ord then into turn 1. Wasn't Ord? No, I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was Sharp to try to keep O'Keefe behind him.
And he's done that. He looks like he's pulled that half a car advantage up through the bus stop area. But Mick Woodbridge trying to do his best now to hold off Grant Ord, because Grant's going to challenge him again as they head up and over the top of turn number 5 and down into 6. Don't know whether there's going to be enough room for him to have a crack down the inside here, because Mick Woodbridge has been around a long time. He knows how to drive this circuit.
Their former state champion, of course, in Mick Woodbridge. But that battle between Kenny, Sharp, O'Keefe and Howlett's really come alive. It's the 4 cars are nose to tail, just similar to what we had in our Excel race in the last race. So that's going to be very interesting in that battle back there for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
Yeah, they're just behind this group here. They're probably 100 metres behind that particular group that we were looking at with Woodbridge and Grant Ord. As they come down into turn number 7, Woodbridge will maintain second position from Grant Ord in car number 4. Rory Sharp into 4th place at the moment. We've got a 4-car battle for 4th position.
We certainly have, and that's a great battle that they're all over each other. And watching them heading down now into turn one. There's our race leader on screen for the live feed once again, making his way out of turn one. But great battle back there for the Miners.
And just checking on Ryan Davis lap time, a 1:17.01. He's two tenths of a second quicker than Woodbridge, 3/10 of a second quicker than Ord, and 0.4 of a second quicker than Sharp. So definitely Ryan Davis is going to be able to hang on here. I think they may have got last lap, or last lap will be this time through.
Yeah, well, we're 1:17, 1:18 over time, so
checkered flag
I
this time?
should think it will be checkered flag this time. They're securing the last lap board, so I'd suggest that that's not going to be coming out. So just waiting for Ryan Davis to come out of turn 6, which is what he's doing on screen at the moment for our live viewers, and coming over the top of the hill. And he's really had a great day of HQ racing today, has Ryan Davis.
You watch his hands, I reckon there's going to be a few thumbs up and some fist pumping here as he comes out of the final corner for the last time today for EGT Electrical Group Training. These are the HQ Holdens, and it's taken out, and the day taken out by Ryan Davis. But look at this battle here for fourth. Up the inside, Stuart Kenny over Rory Sharp and O'Keefe, and Michael Howlett as well. So the way they finished was Ryan Davis with Woodbridge over Ord, Kenny over Sharp and O'Keefe. Michael Howlett hung on for 7th. Peter Marsh for 8, Troy Kent for 9th, and rounding out our top 10, Laurie Marsh in car number 67. So another very exciting racing here at Carco Raceway.
We certainly saw some great racing in both of the last two races. Todd Faulkner finishing in 11th from Phil Breen, then back to Brad Butler, and then we've got car 45 of Kent behind them. Then we've got Kyan Butler and Mark Alfonsi at the back of the field. What a great HQ race, and no doubt they'll come side to Indian file coming over the hill as they always do for their final race. Make sure you put your hands together for them down in McCracken House as they come past, because they've certainly turned it on for us today. And Ryan Davis must be one of the top contenders for taking out today's Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day award, because he's just been a standout today. He's been so quick and has taken out all 3 of the HQ races.
Yes, and also qualified on pole position as well. So I do agree with you there. The Competition Driver Championship going to Ryan Davis. We're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza down in the pit area.
I feel like we have had every single bit of weather possible down here in pit lane today.
4 seasons in one day, absolutely.
4 seasons in one day, correct. And we're here with Stuart McGregor as part of the Excel Cup category. Stuart, how did you feel for today's racing?
I actually enjoyed it because of my first wet weather, and so it was. I didn't know what was going to happen, but no, I kept it on the road, and had a little wobble, but nothing major. And
being your first race in wet weather, how did you prepare yourself for that?
Just tyre pressures. No, just went for it. Yeah, just went. I never really was worried. Just be careful and feel what the car's doing, and then if it feels good, then go for it.
You're competing in the same category as Steve, so do you guys share notes when it comes to racing and strategies?
No, nothing's really shared because he's a competitor, just like everyone else. And but no, Steve did help me out when I first started with the basics. And
Stuart, tell me about your family history with car racing. It's quite a long, illustrious history, really, isn't it?
Yes, well, my dad, my uncle raced here. I was running around here in nappies. We've been coming to the track most of our life, just as a spectator.
And it came up traditionally through go-karts to get your training up to speed, and obviously you took a bit of a break, you were telling me off air, and you've only come back to Excel category just recently.
Yes, I started in 1998, one year. I had a real bad accident where I was in hospital and had a lot of injuries, and then I had a little break, went to join the army, and then I joined back into racing 4 years. Got into championships every year, and then I had about 15-year break, and then back into racing again.
And it's good to be back.
I love it.
Listen,
Love it.
congratulations on a great day. I hope you've enjoyed yourself even in this sort of weather.
I think I got a third today. Yeah, so
Well done.
I think, yeah.
Well, thanks a lot. Look forward to seeing you the next championship day, especially in the Excel. That's all from us. We've got to take a break.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time. Developing the right strategy for your business. Providing the right solutions for your people. Seeing the right vision for your future. And knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
WA GT Sports Sedans, Sports Cars and WA Muscle Cars are brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Istor, Okie Dokie, Swan Towing and TA2 Racing.
And for the last time today, our sports cars, sports sedans and WA muscle cars, this time with Clint Rayner returning to the grid, and also a guy that we haven't seen for the previous two races, driving the Chev Camaro Trans Am, is Ron Moller in car number 7. So great to see that Ron's been able to get whatever he's been working on that car sorted out. We haven't seen this car race for quite some time because Ron's been he's been concentrating on his WA muscle car.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of years since we've seen this car, and it's good to see it back out there again. And Ron's had several cars over the years, XU1 Tiranas and Camaro historic touring cars that he had for many years and used to turn it on with lots of sideways actions. But it's great to see him back out in this Trans Am Camaro. As we said, haven't seen that for 2 or 3 seasons, and I'm sure that he'll do very well and will probably come through the field.
You would expect so, and Campbell Nunn on the front row alongside him was Grant Hill with Walter Eppel and Ryan Humphreys, and a very even start. And look at the Grant Hill tried to move over straight away on Campbell Nunn in car number 19, and Nunn has missed out on 2 positions here before they got to the first corner. Ryan Humphreys, who's had a fairly mediocre day by his standards, now moves up into second position and will be challenging Grant Hill very, very shortly.
And the difference? It's dry, and that's why we're seeing these big Falcons with the big V8 power out the front of the field and starting to take a move out on these Porsches. So Campbell Nunn's done a magnificent job up until now today, taking 2 wins in this category, but I think he's going to have his back to the wall with Hill and Humphrey. And through turn 6 for the first time. And this is where the interest is going to be. Can this Chev...
Campbell Nunn's slowing down, and so is Clint Rayner. So I wonder if there's been something happen over there in turn number 6. But Campbell Nunn certainly off the pace, and so is Rayner.
No, that's a big shame. So
here's the
big battle for the lead as Ryan Humphrey gets forced to go down the outside into turn 1 as Hill protects that inside line. He's right on his tail, and he's caught up probably about 5 or 6 car lengths between the exit of turn 6 and the exit of turn 1. And look at the grunt that this car number 30 has got in second position as he almost taps the back of Grant Hill going up through the second S. And I would imagine it's only a matter of time before our current state champion in Ryan Humphrey takes that first position away from Hill.
And Jared Carey has been waiting all day for this dry weather so he could throw some slicks on that Nissan 350Z, and he is defending at the moment Ron Moller and Clint Rayner. And unfortunately for Clint, is slowing dramatically down there into turn number 4. And up and over the top of the hill, and here's the battle between Grant Hill in the BF Falcon supercar and the homemade XF Falcon of Ryan Humphries. And Ryan certainly had the speed out of turn number 1 last time through. Let's see what happens on the exit of turn number 1. Same scenario as the previous lap, with Ryan right under the rear wing of Grant Hill. Now the power goes down, and let's see it's fairly even this time, unfortunately.
Yeah, it seems to be just at the top there, at the top of the second S, that Ryan just starts to get a little bit quicker than what the Grant Hill car is, but two very, very experienced drivers in the positions 1 and 2, and very experienced in the cars that they're running, as we watch our Trans Am car unfortunately making his way back into the pits. So that's Rayner out of the race once more, and so we're down to only around about 5 runners, but we've still got this excellent, entertaining battle for the lead of the race as they come through turn 6 once more, and a bit of a shallower line that time for car number 88 of Hill, but under brakes. Look at that, just getting his nose down. Is he going to be able to have enough to do it side by side out of turn 7? And what a great exit for Grant Hill. He's managing to get that power down to the circuit a bit better than Humphrey, and once again takes that defending line into turn 1. Humphrey not able to get his nose down there, and once again it's the same scenario, Vaughan, as it has been for the last 2 laps.
Yeah, the last 2 laps, and let's see whether he puts the power down and tries to drive around him here in turn number 4. I don't think so. I think he'll have to wait for a next opportunity. We'll be down into turn number 6 as Grant Hill defends now by 1 car length over Ryan Humphries in the XF Falcon. Then we go back a long way to Walter Eppel. There's no way that Walter's going to be hanging on to the back of these two. They are gone, and 26 even over the hill this time. Fastest time over the top of the hill to Grant Hill, and on the previous lap it was Ryan Humphries with the fastest lap, 58.8. Here they come over the top of the hill again, and it's still the BF Falcon supercar from Ryan Humphries in car number 30.
Yeah, a little bit more ground that was pulled that time down the straight from Grant Hill, so it wasn't quite as close that time. It's only about a 1/10 of a second between these guys. Once again protecting his inside line down into turn 1. They're side by side into turn 1, but there's nowhere for Humphrey to go, as Hill just takes a little bit of a wider exit and forces Humphrey wide into the corner. Nose to tail, a little bit closer than last lap, but about a half a car length closer than they were, and clips the curb on the inside of turn 3 there, as and gets a little bit of air, does Ryan Humphrey, as they make their way around turn 4 and turn 5 once again. And yeah, this is an absolutely thrilling and entertaining battle.
It certainly is, and these guys, they've certainly done something with the tyres in between the rounds. We've had 2 wet races, and now we've got some dry, so I'd say both of these guys are running fairly new slicks on these cars, as Grant Hill again takes that narrow exit out of turn number 6 and drives away by 3 or 4 car lengths now, but under brakes Ryan Humphries really closes up. He must have a really huge set of brakes on this XF Falcon, and he certainly doesn't lack the power either, as he puts it down and tries to chase down Grant Hill across the start line and down into turn number 1.
Yeah, look, I would imagine that car in second place, the XE Falcon, I would suspect that would be a fairly light car compared to the car in front. I'm not sure how much lightweighting they've done in that XV8 supercar, but I'd imagine that Humphrey's car is probably a bit lighter. Generally, the older style cars from the 70s and 80s are lighter cars anyway than the later model cars. However, Humphrey is definitely better under brakes. And you were talking about tyres, and it makes me wonder whether or not maybe the tyres are going off a little bit sooner on Humphrey's car. You wouldn't think that would be the case if it was a lighter car, but you never know.
Yeah, well, he certainly has been, I would say, abusing them, trying to keep up with Grant Hill, although Grant Hill would be using exactly the same amount of power.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, Vaughan, jumping over you once again, but down into turn 7, he's taken that position away now, and he's got him, and one has to think that maybe car 30 might drive away now from car 88 as they cross the line once more with 2.5 minutes left in this event, which would equate probably to around about 3 laps.
And from Motorsport Australia, contact at turn 6 involving cars 3, 19 and 76. So that was Rayner, it will be Eppel, and 19 of Campbell Nunn. That is now under investigation. I thought something must have happened over there. They all came out of turn number 6 really slowly.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a real shame for them, and that's a big shame for the great day that Nunn had been having as well. But he's out of this one, and we've got a situation now where we've got a fastest lap for Ryan Humphrey of 58.1. So that definitely shows that the track has been drying out fairly well, and as suspected, he's starting now to drive away from Grant Hill in second place. As they make their way down into turn 7, I would expect that there's probably going to be, just looking at the monitor, yeah, I'd still say there's probably 2 or 3 laps left in this one, and he can just about start thinking about maintaining that gap now between himself and Grant Hill.
Sorry, mate, we go on board with Ron Moller as he just blasts past Walter Eppel, and you would expect the Porsche to be able to put up a little bit of a fight here as they come out onto the Carco main straight and across the start-finish line, and it is still Ron Moller, and a great lap here will be able to go on board with Ron as he turns into turn number 1 in this big American Trans Am. It's a Chevrolet Camaro, and as you said, Rob, it hasn't been seen up here at Wanneroo for quite some time as he's been concentrating on his WA muscle car. But a big, heavy car. Yes, it's full of aero. Yes, it's full of horsepower as well. And Ron certainly drives it to the max.
Ron drives everything to the max, and he's extremely talented driver. Been around this circuit for 30 plus years, and as I've said earlier today, he knows every inch of the track. But Walter Eppel's a very similar sort of experience as well. So these guys are having a bit of a battle out there, but it's good to see Ron Moller in this car. And as I suspected, he has moved his way up to 3rd place, but I suspect he most likely would have done that without the retirements of Condren and Nunn and Rayner as well.
Yeah, so I wonder what happened with Ryan Condren's car there in car number 28. It seemed to be running all right in the previous 2 races, but Ryan Humphreys just sets fastest intermediate in the first sector, 25.71, and he still holds the second sector and also overall lap time of a 57.44. And like you said, Rob, he's starting to drive away from Grant Hill now.
Yeah, I would have thought that he might have just decided just to maintain that gap for the last few laps of the race, but they will get the last lap board this time as they come past the stripe at the start finishing line, and it's going to be Ryan Humphrey who receives that first, and he's got now probably the better part of 250 metres between himself and car 88 for ADH of Grant Hill.
Go back on board with Ron Moller leaving turn number 6, and we can see that there's a large bank of black cloud heading right towards Carco Raceway here as Ron hard on the brakes, down into 3rd gear now for the right-hander at the bottom of the hill, and out onto the main straight over the start-finish line, back down into turn number 1, back down to 1 gear, back into 3rd gear again for the turn number 1, and then hard on the accelerator, come right out to driver's left here for turn number 2, back to the right-hand side, up and over the ripple strip there at turn number 3, and then hard on the brakes for turn 4, the big long sweeper here at Carco Raceway. It's still Ryan Humphrey from Grant Hill, Ron Moller up to 3rd, Walter Eppel in 4th, and Jared Carey in the Nissan 350 in 5th position. Only 5 runners left out on the circuit.
And here's the checkered flag for Ryan Humphrey, who takes out that event, and Grant Hill in 2nd place. A great job for the first half of the race defending that first position, but has to settle for 2nd in the end, and then a big long gap back to car number 7 of Ronnie Moller as he comes down into turn 7 for the final time, followed fairly closely by car number 3 of Walter Eppel. So those guys had a little bit of a battle early on the race as well, definitely in the favour of Moller from Eppel, and then it's going to be another really big gap back to Carey in car 444.
That car of Ron Moller's, it just sounds amazing as it comes past our commentary position here at the start-finish line. And unfortunately for Walter Eppel, they're not able to get back in front of Ron Moller. Jared Carey, the last of our drivers, coming down into turn number 7 now to finish off their last race for the WA sports cars, sports sedans and WA muscle cars as Jared Carey comes across the line. And we say goodbye to them for today. 2 more races coming your way very shortly, where we're going to go to Jamie and Demelza.
For Formula V's, race number 32, 3rd and final call to make your way to dummy grid. As competitors for race 32, Formula V's, your 3rd and final.
Welcome back. We are here on pit lane. Jamie, how are you doing with the weather today?
The weather's incredible, isn't it? We're with Brett O'Keefe, who came 6th with the HQ Holden in his last race. Mate, how did you find the wet weather racing?
I really enjoyed it, yeah. Coming from New Zealand, I've grown up racing in wet weather, so bit of a leveler for everyone in the field.
Is this the first year experienced wet weather here at Carco Raceway?
Yeah, that's been a bit of a eye-opener, but especially into turn 7, it's...
Did you get any advice from the rest of the crew that have been in the club for a long time about what to prepare for on a wet weather day?
No help at all. No, they've been really good, actually. They've been awesome. So even on Friday, I blew up third gear in my gearbox, and Ryan actually had a spare box, so we ended up swapping that out Friday night. So
it's quite a fantastic community that you do have here with the HQ Holdens, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. It's quite a family-orientated sport, so yeah, it's good.
And how did you get involved within the racing?
So Ryan Davis, he lives 2 doors up from me in Allenbrook there, and the wife actually said, you're like the new neighbour, he's got a race car in the shed, so introduced myself, and next thing I know I bought a HQ. So
you trained up on go-karts, so with the transition to an HQ Holden, here I am doing the Muso thing again, so HQ Holdens, I mean, it's a vast difference between the two cars. Obviously one's a sedan shape and obviously one's an open kart. So I mean, do you really feel the skills, the fundamental skills that you're learning go-karting keep you in good stead when it comes to racing bigger vehicles?
Probably not a HQ, they're bloody massive, but the racing lines for sure, like learning where the grip is when the track's wet. And
of course, there's nothing technology-wise to really assist you with the HQ Holden. So it's really back to basics, isn't it? You haven't got ABS braking, you've got nothing special, a lot of weight in the car and so forth. So it obviously takes a fair bit of experience and also good strategy to be able to run a car like this on the track.
Yeah, definitely. It takes a bit to find where the grip is on the track, but once you find the lines, it's surprising how much grip's out there, to be honest. So.
And are you finding as each race progresses, you feel more confident about where you're going to with your strategies and competing against the other guys in the club?
Yeah, definitely. I'm getting a lot more comfortable in the car now, but I've still got a bit to catch, like Mr. Howlett there and Ryan and what have you, but I'm sort of within the second of them now in the lap times. So.
Nationals next year, mate. Any aspirations of the Nationals?
Finish, I guess. It's going to be, 55 cars here, so it'll be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to make life interesting for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
So aside from obviously the great support that you get here from the HQ Holdens team, is there anyone else that you might have in your support network?
Obviously my wife, she's very understanding with how much time I spend on it, but no, everyone in the club's been awesome, like Michael Howlett, Nick Woodbridge, Grunner, this man right here. Yeah, bloody Kiwi, yeah. But no, it's been really good. I've been really enjoyed it. So.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Brett, and good luck for the rest of the championship.
Thank you. Cheers. Cheers, mate. Thanks, mate.
That's it from us for now. More action on the way to finish off the day, but right now we're going to a break.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training and Sets. Formula V Racing, proudly presented by Home Chef, Lytech Systems, EM Graphics and Promotions, Giant Mandra, Arrivo Rentals, Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Your event here at carco.com.au Raceway this weekend has been the Morton Family Plate and the BM Graphics Plate. And drama straight away with Dave Casely coming into the pit lane on the warm-up lap.
Interesting.
Oh, no, he has been really good all weekend. Had a problem yesterday, went home, put a new motor in the car. It's been going well. And unfortunately, what is going on here with Dave Casely? I reckon he's going to start from pit lane.
You reckon?
Yeah, I got a feeling because he hasn't turned left. I reckon he's going to come from the back of the field just to make it harder for himself.
Yes, correct. he did tell me that.
You can try all the drama. I'll work it out.
So,
all right.
So have a look at this, though. The front two rows are now filled by 1,200 cars.
Yeah,
there's no
Jonathan?
1600s on the front two row. We're missing Ken White. Just mentioned off camera, Ken's unfortunately had to leave for the day because he's off to Croatia tonight, so he's got to catch a flight. As the red light goes out, and we've got the two 1200s
Here
underway.
comes Rod Lisson.
And Rod Lisson's going to slice through the pack and take the lead. Michael Lloyd's trying to make his way through. Campbell Gow didn't get a great start. I could sort of see him gesturing, may have missed a gear, so he's dropped well and truly behind April Welsh.
Surely the 1200s won't be able to hang on now that we've got dry weather. But in saying that, it is really black out to the west. It's going to bucket very, very shortly.
Exactly, yeah. We were talking in the pits that pretty much after about 5 minutes into this race, it is going to... Actually, Jonathan Scarry had a massive moment up through the left-hander. He was all out of shape sideways, so possibly, even Dave Casely as well. Starting from pit lane, so we might be starting to see a few spots.
There is on the window here, on now to the southern end of the circuit. It's coming.
So has Dave Casely made a wrong move here and gone into the pit lane thinking it was going to be a dry race? Let's see.
No, I don't know. I mean, the guy is just class, full stop. So we'll see what he can do.
Yeah,
this is still 12 minutes plus one lap.
But he's now run into a wall of cars, and they're all trying to fight for position. He's now just gone up the inside of Ben Wilkins as they crest the rise. But have a look at the gaggle of cars which are in front of him now. He's now got to try and get through April Welsh, Campbell Gow, Michael Lloyd. Then you've got Callum Lamont coming back through the field after his discretion in the previous race. Oh, Dave Casely again, all out of shape out of turn 7 as he goes down the inside of April Welsh. Now he's after Campbell Gow. And also Michael Lloyd is now going to go under Gow. Yes. Oh, no, he's not. He ran into a brick wall.
He certainly did.
In the form of Gow and Lloyd. And actually, great move by Campbell Gow. He's just driven right around the outside. Now, Michael Lloyd's actually a full dry setup in that car. I do know that. He did mention to me before. I think April Welsh has got a wet setup in her car. Not sure exactly who else has got what, but certainly the Scary Boys are well and truly off down the road when it comes to the 1200 battle.
Dave Casely is scything through this field very, very quickly. He was in 8th position when he came across the start line, but he's improved that by at least 4, possibly 5.
Yeah, he'll be up to at least 4th or 5th by the time we see you next time around. But it's getting darker and darker in turn number 7. This rain is coming.
Yes, actually, it is raining out there now in turn 1 as well. So, now we're going to see who has done what to their vehicles during the break and who's tried to guess the weather. But a 1600 out in front, followed by two 1200s, and one of them is going to take a curve straight.
Yeah, that's Isaac. He ran very, very right. Again, he's probably coming in the corner, and now the rain's hit. So just got a little bit out of sorts with his braking marker.
Oh, Listen
spun at turn number 1. We've just seen it out of the corner of our eyes. He's parked up. He's trying to get the car fired, and away he goes. So that's just handed.
Oh, there's another one gone. That's Callum
Lamont again. So well and truly wet conditions out there. April Welsh has now gone around at turn number 1. So the rain is now hitting at turn number 1.
And Dave Casely now takes over pole position for the 1600s.
That's right.
Chasing down the two 1200s of the Scary Brothers. Wow. How things can change in a couple of 100 metres.
Yeah,
it is bucketing down here at Carco Raceway. If you can see it on our live stream, you'll start to see some big rooster tails coming off all of these Formula Vs out there. But Dave Casely, it doesn't matter whether he started from pit lane. He's doing the business.
He is indeed. Yeah, he's up on the back of the Scary Boys. He's still behind them out of turn number 6 as we turn to our monitors, and he'll now absolutely blast past Jonathan. There he goes. There goes 1, and there goes 2, and he's now got the lead back outright in terms of this race.
And the Scary Boys just tuck back in to try and get a bit of a tow what they can from Dave Casely, but 23 looking for a run down the inside of 44.
Isaac's gone around.
And he's taken both of them.
He's just about clipped Jonathan in the process. Jonathan has managed to get away from it. Isaac's grabbed first gear and he's underway again. So it's major problems down there.
There's another one gone.
Listen has gone around now at turn number 7.
Wow.
So it's very, very wet down there at turn number 1.
1 and 7. I was surprised nobody's gone off at turn 6, so they're a bit wary down there of turn number 6, but certainly 1 and 7 taking their toll on this field as Dave Casely moves out now to 150 metres over Jonathan Scarey in 23. Then we go back to Rod Lisson in 3rd place on the road. There's another Scarey car there.
That's
That'll
Isaac.
be 44 of Isaac. Then we go back to Cameron Gow.
Campbell Gow, yep.
Lloyd in the yellow car.
Then it's
And
back
there
to
were Wilkins.
Yep, and then it's Brett Scarey. He's
Lamont.
Yep, and then Lamont. Brett, you can sort of see them. They're just, through turn 4. They're just so twitchy sideways. Even Dave Casely is struggling for grip out there. So really, really tricky conditions for these drivers. We've still got 7 minutes of this to go.
Dave Casely's just sideways all the way around through turn number 6 now. Now we've got the 1 1200 on the screen and Rod Lisson.
Yep, so Rod should hopefully get past Jonathan up and over the hill with the horsepower, which he does, yes, from our vantage point. And again, down into this tricky turn 7, so they're now having to really adjust. Casely sideways out of 7. Wow.
What a slide.
Just managed to hold on to it, so they've now got to adjust their braking points, etc. Turn in, start running the wider line. You can they're all struggling through turn number 7. It is super greasy, so whether there's maybe some oil down from a previous event, look, I'm not sure, but that's between 1 and 7 are the 2 tricky corners that the guys are saying that. The whole track's tricky in these conditions. I'm not going to lie. I'm quite happy being up in the commentary box here with you, Vaughan, than rather out there at the moment.
It's car number 44 of Isaac Scarey has a warning for track limits, so hopefully he will keep the car within the boundaries for the continuation of this race. We're down to 6 minutes plus 1 lap, and this is the BM Graphics and the Morton family plates up for grabs here this afternoon at Carco Raceway.
Yeah, so certainly at the moment, obviously the plates at this stage are going to Dave Casely and Jonathan Scarey, but again, we've got 5-6 minutes. But, we keep talking, Vaughan, about this club, the Formula V Association. Between events, Dave Casely was actually underneath Rod Lisson's car trying to fix an issue that's been ongoing in the car. So, great rivals on the track, but great mates off it, and always happy to help each other, which is absolutely superb.
Oh, here's a big move here, down in turn number 6. Sorry, mate, it was Brett
that's right, Brett
Scarey.
Scarey. Yeah, great move underneath Ben Wilkins into turn 6.
I didn't think he was going to stop then. He was going down very, very quickly into 6.
I think you're right. I thought he was ready to head for the sand, but certainly pulled it up. But this is what we're talking about with these conditions, that the 1200s seem to come into their own. And when we look at the battle for the 1200s, Campbell Gow has now started to range up on the back of Isaac Scarey as they head through turn 7 at the moment. Isaac Scarey's got a very comfortable lead of at least 200 metres, but Campbell Gow's the one who's starting to come at a rate of knots. He's obviously got this setup on that car pretty well in hand, and to these very, very tricky conditions as they head into turn number 1. See Isaac there, yeah.
I'm still getting over that. That was really hectic. When that rain came, we can see down into turn number 1, there's a little bit of sun trying to poke its way through, and that's been the story of the day. These showers are just coming and going as Lamont going past Campbell Gow.
Yep. And, recovering after his turn 1 spin earlier on lap number 2.
Up the inside of Isaac Scarey through turn number 4.
Yep, good driving there. Isaac saw him coming, and being obviously, look, he's not in the same race, so he's quite happy to let him go and try and get after the guys. Now, we've got a safety car, actually. I've just noticed safety car boards and flags are out. So just trying to find on our monitors exactly who has gone off. The safety car is down at turn number 1.
Here we go. Somebody down in 6. Yes, it's turn number 6. And
I think it's Kathy Lisson.
Could be.
It looks like a Sabre 02, and I think it's Kathy Lisson.
Yep,
she's off down in turn number 6.
Yes, so unfortunately, that is. Oh, she's gone. She hasn't turned. She's just locked it up and gone straight in.
Okay, so the safety car, again, great job by our officials here. The safety car has actually now let Mackenzie Gow through to now pick up the race leader, being Dave Casely. So we'll actually have the right order when it comes to the safety car restart, although we've got 3 minutes and 25 seconds to go.
I want this to restart. I want to see Rod Lisson and Dave Casely go for these plates on a wet track.
Yeah, the only thing is obviously Kathy is a fairway in, but I'm sure again our fantastic rescue crew, crash crew with the Manitos and our guys out there and girls, they'll be straight out to get Kathy's car hooked up, reverse back out of the sand trap obviously, and then hopefully we might get some racing underway. But I mean, yesterday when we had a safety car, they did actually go time over, so possibly we might have another situation with this one.
Yeah, let's hope so, because this is all culminating in what is going to be a fantastic finish to the BM Graphics and the Morton family plates here this afternoon at carco.com.au Raceway. And it's a fantastic weekend. I don't think I've seen the 1200s so far up and mixing it with the 1600s for a long time. They've been fairly dominant, have those 1200s.
Yeah, I mean, like as I mentioned to you off camera, it's always the case that the 1200s, because the 1600s don't have the power advantage, the 1200s are a little bit lighter, a little bit softer, so they seem to manage these conditions a lot better than a 1600, apart from obviously the very front running 1600s. But saying that, we've had multiple times where a 1200 has been on the podium with, say, a dozen, half a dozen to a dozen 1600s in a race.
For an outright.
I mean, I remember way back ages ago when we used to have Mark Pickett running with us. They went over to Phillip Island, and one of the races was absolutely torrential. And they had something like about 40 cars, I believe, on the grid, and he was pretty much towards the back. He actually came third in the race in a 1200. Purely because of that. One, because he was such a super talented little steerer.
He was a good driver.
Very, very good driver. And at the same time, he just had the car, the setup, everything was in the window, and he was able to just get his way through the field. And, took an outright third place against some very, very heavy hitters when we go over to the Eastern States, to race again.
Where is Paul Maltoni this weekend?
Paul Maltoni is getting ready for Targa West. I believe there was scrutineering or something happening this weekend.
Right.
And he's getting the Capri Piranha ready. So that's why Paul is not here this weekend. He has also been having a few dramas with the gearbox in that car as well, so not sure whether that's been rectified, but his main thing this weekend was getting the Piranha all ready for Targa.
All right, so we have 40 seconds remaining, and they have just hooked up Kathy Lisson's car. Kathy actually got out of the car and jumped behind the first line of defence.
Right thing to do.
Right thing, because that's not a nice spot to come to a stop.
No, well, I mean, you can. I mean, you can sort of see from the camera footage, which we're looking at now, she's pretty much directly in the line of fire. If somebody comes down the hill, does the same thing, locks a brake and just goes straight in. One thing which we actually did with that car before we went out, we actually changed the brake bias because the track was dry, and Kathy actually wound it full front. And I said to her, don't forget that if it starts raining, you need to start winding it back to get more rear brake.
Yep.
Now, possibly she may not have done that and gone into turn 6 and locked the fronts, and then it's just gone straight up. So that's possibly my theory of what's happened there.
Yeah. Well, could have locked the rears as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Who knows?
That's basically what happened to Rod in the previous race, and he obviously, got spat to the right, which is something I've never seen before down in turn 6 as well. So we're already in negative land here. So I think they might be getting possibly the last lap board ready to swing out if I'm looking down in front of me here. So this thing I think might end under safety car, unfortunately, Vaughan.
So that will be a win for Dave Casely starting from pit lane.
Yeah,
he will take home the Morton family plate for 2025.
Yeah, so they're really struggling to get Kathy's car out of the sand trap. We're just looking at our monitors here in
last lap
control.
Has showed up on our screens now.
So unfortunately, it is going to finish under safety car, which is a great shame. But I mean, look, fantastic effort by all the drivers out there in really, really tricky conditions.
Yeah, that was horrible.
I'm certainly glad that I'm not out there, and but certainly a very, very deserving champion again for the Morton plate. Yeah, they're actually going to pull the checkered flag out. So it's going to be Dave Casely to win the Keith Morton plate. and it'll be Jonathan Scarey who will take home the family plate.
And third
the
place
beam graphics.
overall. And I'd like to see the actual points for the day, because I think that Jonathan Scarey may take home the meeting points.
Yes, he does. Yeah,
Yep.
it would be Jonathan Scarey from Isaac Scarey from Campbell Gow in terms of the 1,200 points. In terms of the 1,600 points, I think possibly now Dave Casely may have possibly got Rod Lisson. I'm not sure. And then it's back to Michael Lloyd. He'll be third outright, I believe.
I think because Casely would have got 25, Lisson 20, and then it goes to 18, 17, 16, and so on.
Not
I
100% sure on that, but that's what I'm thinking from what we can see on our
I
screens.
think Jojo will finish on 118 points. He was on 100 and he's just come third, so I think he'll get 18 points for that. He should come out with 118 points.
Yeah, but we have separate points for 16 and 12s. So Jojo will be on 100 points for 125 points for the 5 races that we've had this weekend, because I think he's 1 or 5.
Yes, he does.
Yep. So he'll be on 125 back to Isaac, and then Campbell Gow in third. And as I said, I think it's a toss-up between Rod and Dave for outright points for the weekend. But certainly I believe it will be Michael Lloyd, because he was about 5 points clear of Callum Lamont coming into the last race. And they're only separated by 1 position.
Yeah.
So there's only 1 or 2 points there. But again, we'll leave that to our wonderful timing people, and they can put all that together. And that'll be up on Natsoft, I'm sure, later on for everybody to view how everybody went for the weekend.
So I think they might have actually come to a stop over on the other side of the circuit.
No, they're still under safety car. They're just coming over the hill now. They've just slowed down for obviously Kathy being extricated from turn 6. But as you can see there, I think she's actually wedged on the concrete that we can see.
Sliding around the concrete apron rather than getting up and over.
That's right. And obviously that car is about to get loaded on a truck and head to the Ben Motorsport Park tomorrow. So they want to be very, very careful trying to get this car out just to make sure it doesn't suffer any form of underbody damage.
There we go.
But again, a wonderful effort by our safety crew, our rescue crews out there. As always, we can't thank them enough. And also our flaggies, obviously, for the wonderful job that they do, volunteering their time, week in, week out, for us to do what we can do.
Miles, thank you very much for coming and commentating your specialty in Formula V.
Pleasure, mate, as always.
Congratulations to Dave Casely and Jojo Scarey on your wins of those prestigious plates. We'll see you again at our next race meeting. We're going to go to a quick break here at Carco Raceway before our final event for day number 2 of round 5, the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships here at Carco Raceway, brought to you by Gallagher Insurance.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results, and upcoming rounds, plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. Historic Touring Car Racing, proudly presented by Axis Hire, Moylan Grain Silos, Perth Brake Parts, and iWrite Sign.
Here we are in the wonderful warm surroundings of McCracken House here at Carco Raceway, and we're joined by a very important person regarding this weekend's of championship racing, Adam Roosendahl, who's the main man from Gallagher Insurance that's supported this entire championship weekend. Adam, thanks very much for being a part of this and having a bit of a chat. Can you give us a bit of history about Gallagher Insurance in regards to Carco Raceway?
Yeah, Gallagher has been the broker for West Australian Sporting Car Club for a number of years now, about more than 20 actually. Wow. So we've been part of the team who look after all of the insurances, from the workers' compensation through to the property insurance and everything else that forms part of that program.
You've been broking with the company for a number of years, so let's talk about Gallagher Insurance separate to your participation here at Carco Raceway. Let's talk about what Gallagher Insurance actually offers their customers.
Gallagher is a large multinational insurance broking firm, family run out of Chicago in the United States, but global presence. But in Australia, we've got a number of people that work here in Perth, about 100 odd people, and we've got everything from ASX listed companies through to mums and dads with businesses, and they're just their own homes and cars. So we can do everything when it comes to the insurance program.
Now, Adam, Gallagher has quite a support of a number of sports around the world, isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We've got a number of different interests, IndyCar in the US. We'd love to look after the local participants here in Perth for the Sporting Car Club. And we've also got other things like rugby, a big sponsor of rugby league in the eastern states, and other sports in the US as well.
So for anyone who's interested in learning more about the products that Gallagher Insurance does have, how can they reach out and get in contact?
Well, there's a number of ways, but mainly one of the best ways is looking through the website at ajg.com/au, I think is the way we've put it. But otherwise, you can get a hold of our numbers through the website and give us a call. We'll happily talk to anybody.
Wonderful. Adam, thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, guys.
Adam, thanks so much for your sponsorship as well, mate. Really fantastic for this weekend. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Really thank you.
We will come back with the final race for today. But now, Vaughn, it's back to you.
Thanks very much to Jamie and Demelza. It's been a busy weekend and trying weather conditions down there for our roving reporters this weekend, and we will be doing a final wrap on the whole event coming up from McCracken House about 10 minutes after this final race of the weekend. This has been day 2 of round 5, brought to you by their friends at Gallagher Insurance, and for the last time their meeting number 1 of the Twin Circuit Masters event for Access Hire. It is our HTC, our historic touring cars, and Martin Dennis joins us back up in the commentary box, and we've lost a mini, mate.
Yes, buddy. We unfortunately, Mitch's little mini rocket ships had a clutch failure, and it no longer wants to drive the wheels. So he's lucky to get through that last run, but it's done. You know, it's a $2 part effectively, and but like always, got to pull half the thing apart to fix it.
And it's a fairly important part as well. If it doesn't provide drive to those front wheels, it's not going to move.
Yep, that's the one.
So unfortunately there, Mitch, he was going to be starting off the second row as well. Yeah. So we've got the 2 big Mustangs on the front row with Brian Edhouse and Mark Cates. Yep. On the second row by himself will be Simon Northey. Then we go back to Gary Edwards, who's really come forward in the last couple of races. Mel Bowden will start there as well in car number 23. Paul Vandenwright in car 111, the Mark III TC Cortina, with Will Colton in the Lotus Cortina. Bill Shipper, car number 30, a Datsun 1600 with Michael Vandenwright, the second of the Vandenwright cars, car number 101. And then we have Laurie Lapsley, Nathan Hadlow, Bob O'Neill.
And that's it.
And that's it. And we've lost Woolhouse, Young, Poglitz, Waller, Ian Brown and Wendy Cover. Now, what happened with Brownie's car number 92?
Actually, that's interesting. I thought I saw him on the grid.
He is. There he is down there.
Yes.
He's right behind Bob O'Neill.
Yes.
So he was a non-starter in the previous race and got towed out of pit lane back up into the paddock area. So good to see that he's been able to get that car right.
Yeah, that was only a little issue, that one.
And under perfect sunlight conditions, blue sky over there to the east of the circuit.
So there was a bit of rushing around, putting wets on before they went out, some of the boys. or the wettest tyres you can run, and it's going to be interesting to see how damp the track stays.
Yes.
How the tyres stand up.
The wind has been drying the track fairly well, and if we have a look down here underneath the bridge, there's a dry area there already. So it won't take long for this track, particularly once we start getting the cars doing 100 mile an hour across the top of the surface. And away we go, and the best of the starts goes to Simon Northey, although now Mark Cates pops second gear and drives straight around the outside of Brian Edhouse.
Yeah, both of them were wheel spinning, and Brian hesitated to try and get some grip. Mark managed to keep his rolling forward at a better rate, and grabbed a gear and he's gone. In saying that, he's put a wettish tyre on, one more suitable for wet conditions, and he probably hasn't got a lot of laps where they're going to be at their best. And then we'll see Brian come through, who's running a dry setup.
Well, 3 wide around turn number...
BMW.
And a Mustang on the inside. It looks like Gary Edwards is going to stick his nose in there.
He has. He's gone poked down the inside of Simon.
Yes, he has.
He's on a mission.
That's a good move there from Gary Edwards.
Yes, Gary of old.
And we've got Will Colton up there as well in the Lotus Cortina, although that car does seem to fade. The longer the race goes on, the Lotus Cortina seems to fade away a bit. Oh, is that a problem with Edhouse? No, it's not. There goes Simon Northey. He's looped it down there in turn number 6, so he's thrown away that second row start and drops right to the back of the field.
In behind there, actually behind... having a blank.
Be right behind Bob O'Neill now.
Yes.
So that puts Mark Cates takes the lead from Brian Edhouse.
3/4 of a straight.
And Gary Edwards now moves up into third.
Yes, on his tail. There's Bowden and Colton. Lapsley, Skipper, Vandenright, Hedlow, and Ian Brown. And here comes
Simon Northey.
Simon in the Beamer and old Bob in the HQ, and Simon's gone past him. He's on a mission now.
And Gary Edwards is on a mission. He's all over the back of Brian Edhouse. Brian obviously having a bit of problem trying to get that 500 horsepower to the ground.
Absolutely.
And, the little BMW's making mincemeat of him right now. He's all over the back of him. I reckon he'll try for a move down here into turn 6.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know whether that's a good idea or not, but when you're racing, you're racing.
Gary's moved to the inside here, but I think he's too far back. And by the time they get down to 7, you'd expect Edhouse would have cleared out.
Yeah, he'll have enough grip to get the momentum over the hill. Ooh, that was a wiggle. And horsepower will win out here, even though Gary's sort of got grip. The Mustang should sort of come good over the top of the hill, and it is.
Yeah.
And once again, into the braking zone. Once again, it's going to be very slippery for the Mustang, and he's going to have to be on tippy toes. There's no doubt about it. You see a bit of a wiggle there.
Yeah, another sideways on the exit of turn number 7.
Yep.
As Laurie Lapsley just making his way through 7. Then Bill Shipper and the 2 Vandenright Mark III Cortinas.
Yep.
And behind them will be Ian Brown, Nathan Hadlow, and Simon Northey. Simon will be kicking himself.
Actually, I haven't seen Simon turn a car around probably ever.
Long time.
Yeah, so he'll be a bit filthy with himself, getting caught out probably on the inside of turn 6 there. It's a bit too tight on a wet line, and it's just unloaded him as he's tried real hard to make sure he stayed with Gary.
So Edhouse has used the go-kart line around turn number 4, and that's allowed Gary Edwards to use the conventional line hard up against the curb.
Yeah.
And there's not much difference again, but there's a lot of horsepower difference between these cars, and once you get Edhouse's car in a straight line, it's just going to see you later.
Yeah, well, that's it. So it's a great, actually becomes a great battle where you've got a smaller car in corners, tight all over. To get the horsepower run, of course, the bigger cars, in the straight line type of stuff.
Pity Mitch Evans is not out there. I reckon he would have revelled in these conditions.
Oh, Mitch would be hassling the living daylights out of the back of Edhouse there, I reckon. He's very quick, especially when the conditions are a bit damp. And here we see on screen the Vandenright and Bill Skipper having a run over the hill.
Little fight, 1600 versus
2
litre.
litres. Yep, and 2 litres has come out in front down the hill, and And in braking, very similar braking capabilities.
Yeah, we noticed that Brian Edhouse is on the brakes before the Barbagallo sign, the first of our sign riding as they come down the hill. He's well and truly on the anchors, trying to slow down. It's at least 150 metres back from the apex of turn number 7. So, yeah, it would be like trying to slow an aircraft carrier up is that high horsepower with Brian Edhouse as we go on board, and we are just behind Laurie Lapsley. And this must be on board Bill Shipper. No?
No, it's got
somebody's gone around. There's our camera. It's over there. Car number 65.
Nathan Hadlow. Nathan's got the thing, and he's rolling. Let's see if he can get going forwards.
Spun it round. Let's see.
He's got it fired up. He's flicked it around, and away he goes.
It's our leader just coming across the line, putting a lap down on Bob O'Neill
already
in the HQ.
Yeah.
That didn't take long. We've got 3 minutes and 24 seconds remaining plus 1 lap. And lap times are 1:16.69. So we're 10 seconds away.
10 seconds off our number normal.
Yeah. And Gary Edwards still not letting Brian Edhouse drive away into the sunset. He's still there.
Actually, interesting, years ago when Will lived here and raced regularly, and he's used his Mark II Cortinas, him and Gary were side by side, neck and neck all the time.
Yeah.
Gary's obviously got a bit more wood on it these days. He's got it tuned up a bit better.
But he really makes his moves up here through the S's and then hangs on to the back of the Mustang until they get over the top of the hill. He loses out a little bit on the way down to 6, but then through turn 6, the BMW comes on strong again, only to lose out up and over the top of the hill. It's
Absolutely.
This is an elastic band between these 4-cylinder and a V8.
Yep. Yeah, you're talking, what's it, at least 3 times the engine size.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. As Mark Cates comes out onto the main straight, nice and sedate.
Steady. Yeah, well, Mark would be very aware now that the track is drying. The tyre choice is going to make it harder and harder to look after.
Oh, Bob O'Neill slowed.
Well, yeah, Bob's going slow.
Brian Edhouse has really slowed up, so this is going to allow a crack with Gary Edwards here to have a crack at Brian Edhouse.
Yeah, Gary's right there. Once again, straight line down this front straight. Only place Gary's got any chance of getting right on the bumpers into the braking zone. And there's enough of a dry line happening now where I think you'll see Brian start edging away in the Mustang. He'll start getting some grip.
Minute and a half remaining, so probably 2 laps to go in this one for Access Hire. This is the last race. I suppose we could call it a heat race. It's going to be this weekend, 2 days, and then in 2 weeks' time, all of these drivers will head down to the Collie Motorplex and do another 2 days of racing down there. So another 4 heats, and the combined. Oh, and the final, and then the combined point score over the 2 weekends will determine the Twin Circuit Master for 2025.
Yep.
As Mark Cates reels off another lap, so it looks like we get another 2 here. We'll get last lap next time through.
Yeah, it's interesting with lap times and how the conditions change. We're talking about 16s for Mark. He's on a soft tyre, and that's all he can pull out.
That was a 118 last time.
Wow, and yes. So anyway, I think Mark's comfortable here now with what we've got left time-wise. He's probably nursing along, knowing that it's going well. Simon Northey down the hill just past the Jag. So Simon pedalling hard.
Oh, Bob's going really, really slow and then moves over.
Yeah, it just takes him off the track. It's a bit of a, come on, Bobby, get your foot down type thing.
Mobile chicane is the HQ.
Yeah, he uses his mirrors. He sees what's going on. You can't knock people who want to go out and have some fun.
No, definitely not.
It's frustrating as a driver when you're coming across a slower car in a place like a corner, but.
My last drive down at the Collie Motorplex was right in the boot lid of the EH, which is now driven by Wendy Cover, but Bob was behind the wheel and I could not get past him for the life of me. He just had that little extra, the 6-cylinder 202, just had a little bit more over my little 1600 Ford Cortina.
Yep, yeah, just that little bit extra horsepower, bit of grunt, and makes a hell of a difference. And Here we've got Nathan coming through on our camera car, and Brian Edhouse.
15.5 for Mark Cates and a 15.8 that time through for Brian Edhouse. So the track is definitely drying up towards the last one. We're now down onto the last lap for this one for Access Hire.
Yep.
And it looks like it's going to go to Mark Cates this time in car number 69 with Brian Edhouse, who's moved well away now from Gary Edwards.
Yeah, so that little bit of track, a bit of a dry line here and there. It's enough to get the tyres that Brian's chosen to give him a bit more drive. There comes Mark down the hill into turn 7 in the 69 fastback, number 69.
For the last time, you should round up Bob O'Neill again as they get over to the start line. Checkered flag should come out for round 1 now, race 4. Winner goes to car number 69. The Mustang ends sets fastest lap of the race on the last lap, a 1:14.3. And as we wait for Brian Edhouse to come down the hill into turn number 7 now, car number 79, and Gary Edwards, a hard-fought third place in the BMW 2002. Also coming down the side straight here, hard on the brakes now, down into third gear for the right-hander at the bottom of the hill. Out the front of McCracken House and steers it straight out onto the main straight. Mel Bowden will come across the line after him with Will Colton in car number 5, finishing in position 5. Simon Northey just coming down the hill. He'll finish in 6th place with Laurie Lapsley in 7th. And we have Paul Vandenright in 8, Bill Schipper in 9. And Ian Brown has already completed the checkered flag there. He will be credited with 10th position.
Yeah, Mike Van Wright 11, Nathan Hadlow 12, and Bobby credited with 13.
And that's the way they're going to finish in heat number 4.
Oh, Mark didn't see the checkered flag, maybe?
No, let's see if this is a fast lap time. No, it's not.
No, it's
he had backed it down.
Yeah. And I can understand that there because he had the HQ right beside of him when he went through the line.
Yep.
And that's an issue. People don't realise how hard it is to sometimes see the flags, especially when it's right on that spot. He'll no doubt get spoken to about that, but he certainly, very difficult to see the flags at times when there's a car right beside you.
And we're just finishing off our coverage of this event with Nathan Hadlow coming up and over the hill for the last time. And he will be credited with position 12 after that spin coming out of turn number 1. Martin, thanks for joining us for our historic touring cars brought to us by Access Hire. And we're going to just check out a few replays here before I head down to McCracken House and do a roundup with Jamie and Demelza. So we'll just look forward to our replays, and we will see you probably at the next race meeting.
Yep, that's
good luck to everybody in Collie in 2 weeks.
Thanks very much.
No worries. Thank you very much to Martin Dennis as we just check out some of the replays here from that last event brought to you by Access Hire, and a little bit of side-by-side action to kick it all off. And this was the race previous with Ed House and Woolhouse. I'm going to take off and leave everybody. We will join you again very, very shortly from McCracken House.
A massive 2 days of competition here at Carco Raceway, celebrating round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championships this year, and proudly sponsored by Gallagher Insurance. It's been a weird weekend. The weather has taken so much control of the racing. Vaughan, please join us. We were just talking about the fact that this is probably the most weather-affected weekend that we've experienced here at Cargo for a number of years.
Oh, yeah, but the racing has been really, really good. It was sensational. You didn't know who was going to win the race until the checkered flag dropped.
Well, basically because the weather is a great leveler when it comes to cars with large horsepower, which would normally do well on a dry track, but on a wet track, it could be fatal for them. And for one Porsche, it certainly was.
Yeah, it certainly was, unfortunately, there for Peter McKenzie earlier on in the day. But, yeah, like with the Formula Vs, we had 1200s running up amongst the 1600s at the head of the field.
Which is never seen, is it, Vaughan?
Not in the dry, you won't get that. But you throw a little bit of water and you want a bit of excitement, you just add water.
Well, talking about Formula Vs, let's go through the different categories, a bit of a wrap-up about what's happened over the last 2 days of competition. Today's competition, I should say. So let's start with Formula Vs. Who stood out for you today, and where did you see any massive improvements from any of the competitors?
Oh, look, Dave Casely coming back from an engine blow-up yesterday, went home, put a new motor in the car, started that final race where it was all dependent on who crossed the finish line first. He started from pit lane, which effectively was last, fathomed his way through everybody, and on another treacherous racetrack, it bucketed down just as they got going. But for him to win that race was sensational. Jonathan Scarry taking out the 1200s. He dominated 4 wins from 4 starts over the weekend.
Talk about Jonathan. He's actually he's got to go home and study tonight for a math test that he has to do tomorrow for his year 12.
Oh, gee, life sucks.
Yeah, good luck with that, eh? I mean, experiencing the highs and the lows in 24 hours. Let's talk about XLs.
Oh, the XLs were good. You couldn't fault Zane Rhodes. A little bit of an indiscretion earlier cutting through the sand trap and being pinged by the officials. But it was Michael Clark, Tristan Clamp, there was Steve McGregor. You could throw 4 or 5 of them in there. They were just having a great battle. And the XLs, again, you want excitement with XLs, you just add water.
It's no argument, is it? Like the most insipid vehicle that's on the track almost. And of course, it's one of the greatest competitive genres of motorsport that we look at here at Carco.
Oh, definitely, mate. They are the fastest shopping trolleys you'll ever see.
And just on those XLs, behind us you might see a very delicious barbecue going on right now.
The smell is very distracting, isn't it?
And it is being put on by the WA Excel Cup today, right here at McCracken House. So come down and grab yourself a snagger before you head out.
And the people that are part of the Excel Club, they're a great bunch of people. They're really social and they're very, very supportive of each other. All right, let's talk about the HQ Holdens. Is that one of your favourites?
Yes, mate. I've been lucky enough to have a drive in an endurance race with the winner of today, Ryan Davis, in car number 49. He put the car on pole position in qualifying this morning and then took 3 wins through the day in wet conditions and dry conditions as well.
And those cars aren't made for all-weather driving, are they? They're probably better in the dry format. But, you know, when it comes to wet weather, the brakes don't help them, the weight of the car doesn't help them, you know, the suspension doesn't help them.
No, and some of those drivers don't help themselves either. So, the HQ's exceptional racing again. And they're another one of the categories here that get in and help each other to get those cars back out, turned around, ready for the next race.
Now, the category with lots of grunt includes the sports cars, the sports sedans, and the WA muscle cars. How did you think the racing went today for those guys? Big cars, lots of power.
With those 2 races that we saw in the wet, they were very tricky conditions. These cars, more than 500 horsepower, V8 supercars versus the XF Falcon of Ryan Humphries, but it was Campbell Nunn in the Porsche in the wet. Unfortunately, had a coming together in that final race that took out the WA muscle car of Clint Rayner and also Walter Eppel as well. That is under investigation as we speak, but you couldn't take it away from Ryan Humphries. Once that track dried out, that XF Falcon was gone.
So 2 Porsches hit the deck today, basically.
Yeah.
One more chat about our final category, and my favourite, historic touring cars. So what did you think about that today? Again, the bigger cars obviously suffered. You said the Mustangs were going to be challenged by the Minis. I still saw the Mustangs out in front.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mitch Evans, who was the best of the Minis this weekend, he did a clutch in race 2 today, so he wasn't able to challenge. But I think if in that last race when it was wet, I think Mitch Evans would have been right up there with Ed House. And unfortunately for Graham Woolhouse, he's hit the wall over there after some contact with Ed House as well in race number 2 for the day. They now go down to the Collie Motorplex to continue this Twin Circuit Masters event. So good luck to everybody in 2 weeks' time at the Collie Motorplex.
Exactly.
Now, make sure that you are heading to the cool down lap. It is the party to wrap up the racing year. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups get to kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets are just $30 for adults, 15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap, one night only at Carco Raceway. Get your tickets now at wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
That's going to be a good party,
That
Vaughan.
is.
It's going to be a massive party. Now, listen, talking about officials from the WASCC and the volunteers, they need a big rap for today because it was
absolutely
variations to the races and the scheduling and so forth, and it's really run really smoothly. We're basically wrapping up on time, which is extraordinary.
Yeah, it certainly was. Given the challenging weather yesterday afternoon and all day today, to finish a little bit earlier than the posted time, that's great. So, yeah, a big thank you to all of our officials, our recovery teams, fire, medical, Motorsport Australia, race control, our DSOs. There are so many people it takes to run a race meeting, and without them giving up their weekend, we can't do what we love.
As well as Gallagher Insurance. We've got to thank those guys for sponsoring the entire weekend. The support Gallagher Insurance have given this club here in Wanneroo is just incredible.
Yeah, as the representative was saying, over 20 years they've been supporting the club as their broker for all of their insurance needs. So if you're looking for insurance or some brokerage, jump on board and check out Gallagher.
Good call,
Now,
Vaughan. Good
I
call.
believe the day isn't fully finished yet here at McCracken House because the Formula Vs have their presentations coming up.
Are they?
Yes,
Incredible.
yes they do. It's coming up now. So again, another reason for you to head down here. Another reason in October for you to head down to Carco Raceway is the final round, round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club
What do we do on
Championship.
weekends once a month?
It's on October 25th and 26th. And for all the details, head to wascc.com.au.
Now, Vaughan, you've been talking non-stop for about 18 hours over the last couple of days, but you've had a couple of guests up helping you out with commentary. They're obviously specialists in their own category. Would you like to give them a bit of a wrap before we go?
Oh, yeah, of course. For Miles Lockett to come and give us a hand with the Formula Vs, he's just a recently retired racer. He knows his stuff and he knows the Formula V family. We had Martin Dennis come up as well this weekend, giving us a hand with the Access Hire historic touring cars. And unfortunately, a big shout out to Howard Crump. Unfortunately, took a topple up here on Friday and broke his hip. So he's actually under the knife right now in hospital. So I know he'd be watching the live stream. So big shout out to Howard. Get well soon, and hopefully the recovery goes well.
Well, that's all from us, really. We've had a fairly good, rundown of exactly what's happened over the last day, or today, I should say, and this weekend. It's been an incredible weekend of racing. I've really enjoyed this weekend. And I've got to tell you that on behalf of our team, we look forward to that. We look forward to seeing you back here in October. We'd like to, on behalf of the Turn 7 media team, which is Demelza, Vaughan and myself, as well as all the cameramen, all the people over there in central, in our central control base in Malaga. Thanks a lot. Great production this weekend. Look forward to your company again at the end of October here at carcoraceway.com.au.
Have a good night.
Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship proudly presented by Gallagher.